evening, I'm Kerry O'Brien. Welcome to Victoria Votes from the election tally room in the Melbourne Exhibition Centre. When we were here 3 years ago, we witnessed, over the course of many tension-racked hours, a political upheaval in Victoria, the beginning of the end for the Kennett government. Subsequently, that supplementary election in Frankston East delivered to Labor minority government, being backed by 3 independents. Tonight, if the polls are to be believed, it's Steve Bracks and Labor that appear unassailable. Indeed, the news poll published in today's Australian gives Labor 57.5% of the two-party preferred vote. The Sorwick poll in The Age gives Labor 60%. Either would mean a wipeout for Robert Doyle's Liberals. Even so, the redistribution has made it tougher for Steve Bracks. Just to stay in minority government, Labor has to win 3 more seats tonight. To govern in its own right, it needs to win 7. To help us analyse the votes as they come in, as the ABC's veteran election analyst, Anthony Green, from the Liberal Party, Shadow Planning Minister Ted Baillieu, and from Labor, the Treasurer, John Brumby. And co-hosting this broadcast with me is Ian Henderson. Ted Baillieu, we've seen what the newspaper polls are saying. Now perhaps you can talk up front about what your own private polling is saying. Has it put you in front at any stage or given you any real chance of winning this election?
Kerry, I'm optimistic, but I think we face an uphill battle, and there are various reasons for that. A couple of the principal reasons being that in Victoria we don't have a change of government often. Over the last 50 years it's been only the 4 changes. And the other reason is that there's been an alliance and a deal done between the Greens and the Labor Party to direct preferences, and the Greens are standing in so many seats this time, which they haven't done before. That's going to make it extra difficult for us.
But has your private polling put you in front at any stage in the last 3 months?
We've seen private polling that has certainly improved our position, and that's given us reason for optimism, but as I say, it's going to be an uphill battle.
John Brumby, you'd be feeling quite optimistic, I would think.
Yeah, we've run a strong campaign, and I think importantly we've run a strong government over the last 3 years, and the focus that Steve and the team have had on education, health, community safety, growing the whole of the state, we've reinforced that through the campaign. I think from our point of view it was a flawless campaign, a flawless performance by Steve as leader, and these things have been reinforced, and we'd obviously be confident tonight of performing very well. You're correct, we're starting behind after the redistribution. We're only on 39 seats. We've actually got to win a swag of seats just to get ahead, but I'd be very confident tonight we'll perform strongly. Well,
let me put the reverse question to you that I've just put to Ted. Has your private polling at any stage put you behind?
No, I don't think we've been behind, and we've always said this would be close. It is. Generally there are swings against first-term government, so we've always said this will be close. But I do want to reinforce. I think the message from tonight, as we see the results come in, is that you do have to stand for something in politics. Steve Bracks and the Labor Party has stood on issues of education, health, community safety and growing the whole of the state over the last 3 years. We reinforced that in the campaign. We said there's more to be done, and I believe the voters will endorse that.
OK, Anthony Green, what are we going to be looking for tonight in the early stages?
I think you tend to get the rural booths first. We'll be looking to see whether Labor can repeat its rural vote from last time, which allowed it to get into government. And if Labor's going to actually win the election, the next question is how well will they do in the suburbs of Melbourne, the eastern suburbs and the southeast. If they gain seats there, they start to build a majority.
We'll be taking an early news bulletin shortly, but first let's check in with ABC reporters at the party gatherings for the leaders. First to Michael Magazanik, who's at Williamstown, where Labor leader Steve Bracks will arrive later tonight. Michael, what sort of feedback are Labor officials getting from the field tonight?
Well, Ian, the mood here is one of barely restrained optimism, certainly among campaign staff. I understand that Labor's exit polling of voters this afternoon is showing a two-party preferred vote in the high 50s for Labor, and in some key seats, Labor thinks its vote might go even higher.
Well, look, the polls have said landslide. Steve Bracks said he thinks it's going to be close. What is Labor expecting from the vote now that it's in?
Ian, there's nothing at all to suggest a close result. In fact, Labor's private polling and the public polling suggest that by the end of tonight, Steve Bracks could have as many as 60 seats in the 88-seat parliament. And in fact, tonight Labor's eyeing a range of seats it wouldn't have dreamt about at the start of the campaign. Fairly safe Liberal seats like Prahran, Forest Hill and Monbulk.
What are Steve Bracks' movements tonight, Mike?
Well, at the moment he's in West Melbourne at Labor Party's campaign headquarters with staff and family. When the result starts to become clear, he'll head across the Westgate Bridge to this school hall here in Williamstown by which time there'll be a huge crowd here to greet him.
Michael Magazine, thank you.
Thank you.
And standing by at the Liberal Party function in the city is Nick Johnston. Nick, how confident are Liberal officials of that late swing back they were hoping for?
Well, Ian, certainly a few days ago the Liberal Party was confident that there had been a late swing back to the party, that the gaps were narrowing somewhat. But I can tell you the mood today is a lot more pessimistic. One person I spoke to said as many as 15 to 17 seats, in fact, could be in jeopardy, and that would be a disaster for the Liberal Party if that was the case. So I think it's fair to say that the mood in the Liberal camp is quite gloomy.
What are shaping as the key contests from the Liberal Party point of view?
Well, the key contests will be in the east and southeast of Melbourne, of course. If the Liberals do have a big swing against them, this is where their biggest losses will be. We're talking about seats like Bentley, Cranbourne, Narre Warren, Eltham, down to Frankston, of course. I'm also told the Liberal Party is very concerned about Paran. Robert Doyle has spent a lot of time during the campaign out in Paran, and this is one of many seats where Green preferences will be critical to the outcome.
What are Robert Doyle's plans for the evening?
Robert Doyle's due to arrive here about 8:30 this evening, Ian. He's been around, of course, at the booths today. He's gone home, I understand it, to have a bit of a rest this afternoon, and will be watching the count with the Liberal hierarchy at Liberal Party headquarters in Exhibition Street in the city, and is due here about 8:30 when the result becomes clearer.
Righto, Nick, thanks very much.
Well, counting has started already, although it's probably going to be about a half an hour before we can get anything meaningful. Anthony, I imagine it's probably going to be 20 to 7, quarter to 7 before you can start to put anything together on any of the seats.
Yeah, you tend to get some first figures at about 7:30 and 25 to 7, but they tend to be from the least interesting booths in terms of picking the result. I think quarter to 7 we'll be starting to get a picture, and if it's a real landslide, we may even know by 7 or quarter past.
OK, well, while we wait for those early votes, let's cross to the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Kathy Boland with ABC News. Well, the last vote has been lodged and counting has started in the state election. Political leaders will soon learn their fate, but the polls are unanimous in predicting a big win for Labor. Premier Bracks and the Liberals' Robert Doyle spent the day touring voting stations, the opposition leader vowing to work for every last vote.
3 years ago,
Yeah, I can now, yeah. Right. Yep. Right. Yep. Okay. That sounds fine, mate. Thank you.
When you run them on back.
Well, you saw how long it took me to get them off. Yeah, exactly. I did very similar last time.
Yes. No. We wouldn't normally do it during the first half hour. I will call up probably 2 seats early. I'll give you a yell. First seat is
right. Yeah. Oh, the boys probably banged on a bit.
Oh, no, that was And, I mean, but they also actually had something to say.
Yeah.
There's
nothing to say. Yeah.
And both of them have to have things to say.
Yeah.
He might give me a job.
Now, it doesn't look at this stage like we're going to get...
yeah, the first two, so we're going to Geelong first?
Unless the only other one that we could try and dig up might be Kenny.
Oh, all right. Yeah, well, I'm ready for it.
Remember David Hill was doing it?
Yep.
Packer's #1 man. He works for Murdoch. He's worth millions, man. He's a bloody journalist. Just make sure he goes in. He runs the sport thing for Fox now.
Most of the demonstrators angry with the United States threat of military action. They call on Australia to refuse any request for military involvement.
I'm with the Kelly.
That's we end up with a very large multicoloured mess.
You're another one. I'm just looking at when you turn your heads.
How many heads will he be turning?
How many what?
How many heads will you be turning?
Griffith in the state's
southwest
was trapped in an enormous cloud of dust yesterday.
That'd be a good thing. They used to see footy back in the days of standing. When if you lost your spot, you were gone. You used to just attach a bicycle in a tube to you.
Everything in its path in a fine cloud.
Back in the days of steel can.
On the further side of the biting drought, England is about to ship wheat to Australia to meet a critical shortage in stock feed. It's an unthinkable move that highlights the desperate situation.
It's a nice point. It's got a hoof problem. Well, we'll finish up with me cow disease.
Help is on the way. 50,000 tonnes of wheat due to
We had
arrive
this
early
human
in the new
exchange
year.
here at the start of this.
Take quite a search to establish when the last wheat shipment was sent down.
There was 15 Germans there. They weren't. Question, all they had chicken. Some bacon.
Adrian, have you got a sec?
Follows the latest worrying evaluation on the impact of the drought on stock feed supplies.
No, this is all just straight through with me, is it? You know why that gap's there? Okay.
Oh, no.
And because then it says Kerry again. You sure that's not Ian introducing? I think Ian. I think that's Ian. We better make sure that's marked up.
Fixed it. Well, no, they're going to go
Many more stock will be lost. But the
only went over for a month.
concerns about long-term damage of any accompanying pests and diseases could bring the Australian grain industry.
Yeah, there's a whole swag missing from the hard copy.
Yes, one of the bits with the panel chat.
Today was 15.
Well, why's all that out?
Quarantine service has offered assurances that all steps will be taken to do just that.
Well, I need an accurate. I need all that in it. I need all that in it because if I'm scanning ahead to see what's coming up.
Even the outback's most feisty animals are wearing the scars of a tough year. In a good year, crocodiles at this farm in about 70 nests and lay more than 1,000 eggs. But so far this season, they've only managed one with about 50 eggs. Their owner says the lack of rain is preventing the reptiles from mating.
So with a drought, instead of getting 90% fertility or 95% fertility, as we would in a good season, with a drought we may get down as low as 50 or 60%. So we'd love it.
There's also concern for the more delicate creatures, with many suffering from malnutrition. Wildlife carer Annie Saunders says birds especially are feeling the pinch.
Can we start seeing some
in a nest
gas?
tend to fight for the food that's available. If mum's only bringing in a small amount of food, then the strongest of the babies will get it, and eventually they will toss out their younger siblings.
But the number of orphan joeys and possums is declining because the lack of food in the bush is discouraging them from breeding. Megan McGill, ABC News, Central Queensland.
China was the latest front in the global war against plague.
Right in
Country is facing millions of new breeds infections. Thanks, Liz.
Then a panel chat.
Panel chat about the squeeze.
Yep.
Ian asks a question, then
Yeah.
Ian goes on with that,
Yeah.
and then that's you.
Thanks, Adrian. Anthony.
Carry the last words from the newsroom. It's for now back to Victoria Votes.
But then we're playing the titles back in, aren't we?
I'll just go under your lead there. No, that's your earpiece. Yes. Yeah, that's.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
It's getting repetitive here because we're talking. We're going to have a chat.
And I'll put that on
top.
there so you can
Then I'm going to go
When
to
we
the
get
panel.
Turkish off, I'll give you your...
And then we go. Now, when I go to the panel to talk to Brumby about the seats, he's going to be talking about the redistribution as well.
Yep.
And then we go through all of that, and then we come back and talk about the redistribution and the chamber graphic.
Okay.
Well, when you say okay, I'm saying it's repetitive.
So what are we doing?
Ideally, we probably should have had it up here.
Or you can sort of work into, let's just clarify what we're starting with.
Yeah. So when we have our first chat, you're hoping that we'll have. Have we got anything at all?
Nothing yet.
Can I wake you up?
Yep, you can wire me up.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what I meant to say.
There could be as many as 10 minutes.
Difficult. Maybe we've had it in wrong. Seems to be rotated. You have a look and tell me if it looks right.
But it's too late.
Let's get this mic right first and move on to the big stuff. Can I put that across your leg? Just
Yep.
so it stays on that side?
Can you use on the tape? That's right?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Just a little bit of a twist on it.
Yeah, there we are.
And in cricket, Australia is building a big first innings lead after dominating the England bowlers in day 2 of the World Test. Half centuries from Damien Martin and Ricky Ponting helped lift Australia past 300.
Where have I gone here?
After being dismissed for only 185 on day 1, England's only joy came late in the day.
Is it still up here? It is. Okay. Now I'm happy. Yep. Keeping him cool.
England's injury woes worsened, with Paceman Chris Silverwood ruled out the rest of the match.
They're amazing. They must have more of their players injured than they've got left in the team.
They keep putting 10 bob in their hand, 10 count in their hand.
Thanks, Blanco.
I've got some figures.
A stomach bug. I thought it might have been a stomach bug.
Benambra. It's only 25 votes.
Yes.
Grania, wherever that is. Labor's votes 12% up in that tiny booth.
In those 25s.
Yep.
Thunderstorms have interrupted play in the third round of the Australian PGA on Queensland Sunshine Coast. American John Daly has headed home, lucky to escape a fine.
Mildura booth is somewhere called Ya Pete.
Meanwhile, Western Australia's Jared Morrison
At the same
still hold the lockdown ban.
Yeah. Well, the puddle is no good for the blind thing.
I know.
The better side of it.
Bring up Benambra.
One man who should hang on to his putter is Aaron Badley. He added
Come up on yours.
colour and a dash of golfing magic during the day's third round. Playing brother and overnight leader Jared Morrison traded birdies to pull away at the Brentford field.
Sweet, we got votes in there.
Front nine, Greg Normanburg backs up the leaderboard. 4 birdies in 5 holes, helping him into the top 10. An uncharacteristic.
Some place called Grania. Never heard of it.
Booth in.
Yeah, from Grania.
What's the swing?
12% in Grania.
Grania. Never heard of it.
How many places in Victoria I haven't heard of, but I haven't heard of Grania.
It's in Benambra, which is that one
Yeah,
booth.
no, I know that.
Rustling on me, sir.
Matthew, where's Grania, mate?
You're bending. I'll just...
Grania.
You've actually stood on it. That's what it is.
What's CDP?
Lift your game, mate. It's in Benambra.
No, what's CDP?
CDP.
Hannah Seymour.
What's CDP, isn't it?
Pardon?
Do you know where Grania is?
Christian Democrats.
Where did they come from?
Fred Niles mob. They're trying to ban the Shadour.
There's a 12% swing to the Christian Democrats.
No, they've got 3 votes.
In Germany.
Yeah. It's a Gerhard Schroeder candidate. No, he's not.
No, the Christian Democrat. No, he was a Christian Social Union. That was his problem.
Anthony switched us to Germany.
No, it's Fred Niles' party.
Come on, you blokes, where's a
CDP.
booth for me? I want to be first off. This is what happened last time, mate. Beat them around.
Crack the whip. Crack away.
You don't have many.
Anything else?
Hey?
No. You don't have many scrutineers in Mildura and Benambra, let's be honest.
Oh, you'd be surprised the growth of the party up there, Anthony. We've been booming. 3 years of government, record investment and job growth, record party membership. People are flocking back to Labor.
New teachers in every school with under 30
Victoria's a
people.
better place to be, all of those things.
No. A small number of votes from 2 booths we're not even going to attempt to pronounce.
Where's the booth name here?
Golf and Rugby Union 7 are lobbying.
How are these guys?
You got
How do these guys know which booth?
Win already, mate.
They've got to ask.
Where's that?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Benambra...
If you want to check on a booth
7.5.
Yeah.
while we're
John,
talking, you just got
you
just
see
ask,
on that display
Anthony.
there where it's
Yes.
got the prediction,
Yeah.
that 12% swing there on the prediction field is corrected for the booth. So we've got
you're corrected for the booth.
Yep, we've got a 2-party preferred in there for every
You're
booth.
claiming the ALP are going to win Benambra?
It's 28 votes. You can get some precipitous early calls.
I'm off.
You leaving already? We're happy to have the whole show tonight. I think you'll be going home early anyway, Ted, because I think after about 7:45 tonight, all you'll be talking about is leadership questions. Are you the next leader? Are you not? Who's going to replace Robert Doyle? Why did he perform so badly? That's what it'll all be.
He had to put up with that all night last time from Reef.
But I got through it very well, didn't I?
Yeah, it's because you won.
And my predictions were right.
Yes. You gave me much comfort when I thought the computer was wrong at first.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, you blokes, where's a booth? Chop, chop.
How do I get to you, Mark? What do I do to get to you?
1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
In Melbourne, it was a
Is there a number on that phone next to you? Just type
1510. Just try it quickly now.
In southern New South Wales.
Yep.
Welcome back to the election tally room here at Melbourne's Exhibition Centre. On our panel tonight, our co-anchor Ian Henderson, Treasurer John Brumby, who holds the safe Labor seat of Broadmeadows, and Shadow Planning Minister Ted Baillieu, firmly ensconced in the safe Liberal seat of Hawthorn. Also, of course, the ABC's election analyst Anthony Green. And we do at this stage already have some early figures in, although certainly not enough to start making any serious predictions. Anthony, what can we look at?
Well, we can have a look at the seat of Seymour, which we've just got some very early figures from. I'll just this gives us an opportunity to explain the computer system.
Seymour, of course, is one of the very interesting seats.
Well, it's one of those key seats Labor won last time. Ben Hardman from the Labor Party won it, surprisingly to everyone's surprise at the last election. Everyone's John Brumby's, I suspect. And at this stage, he's ahead on the primary votes. And if we look at that in percentage terms, what we see here is the Labor Party's on 49.8. Now, we've got a couple of booths here, very tiny ones, Clonbinane, Narbathong, Tuburak, and we're factoring in the results in those booths last time, which were very safe Liberal, and this time there seems to be on those 3 booths an 8.8% swing to Labor. So that first result in Seymour seems to be backing up the opinion polls.
Now, looking at those booths, John Brumby, is that significant?
Well,
we're talking about a small number of votes.
No, they're a mix of booths. Narbathong up in the sort of Yarra Valley, up through there, up in the mountains. Tuburak on the Northern Highway. So they're a mix of booths. You are going to see some significant swings tonight. Remember with Seymour, Ben won that last time with a swing of 7-8%. My view is tonight he'll hold it comfortably. He's been a very strong local member. Brack's government has performed well in country Victoria. And I'll say this, Kerry, I'll say this early. One of the issues in this election has been whether the Brack's government will be able to hold on to all of the gains that we made last time in regional Victoria. My guess is tonight you're going to see Labor improving its votes substantially
in the bush,
in regional Victoria and in the rural seats. You're going to see very strong performances right around Geelong, Ballarat, Bendigo, Latrobe Valley, and I believe too in the seats in the purely rural areas, Ripon, Seymour, Benalla. You're also going to see a strong result for Steve Bracks and Labor.
So what about in the city? What about in Melbourne?
Well, look, I'd say, I guess the starting point tonight, because of the redistribution, we actually start on 39 seats,
That's
so
right.
we start behind the ball game. But I believe tonight we will win the currently notionally Liberal seats, which are Yan Yean, Narracan, Geelong and Macedon. If we win those, we would then be on 43 seats, the Liberal Party and National Party on 42. We would then form a government in our own right. I also believe that we have a very good prospect tonight of winning a range of other seats, Bellarine, Narre Warren South, Bentley, Monbulk, Mordialloc, Frankston, Eltham, Prahran, South Barwon, Narre Warren North and even Bayswater. I think it's fair to say if we won those, obviously we would have a comfortable majority, a very comfortable majority. But I think there are a range of other seats that you'll be interested in looking at tonight. Seats like Gembrook, even Box Hill, and perhaps even South West Coast, Dennis Napthire's seat.
These are seats over 7%, some of them.
Well, I believe you're going to see a very strong performance from Labor tonight, and I repeat that you're going to see a strong performance in regional Victoria, but you're also going to see a strong performance in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne.
You don't have a doubt in the world that you're going to win this election?
I said earlier tonight that I believe our vote would increase strongly. I believe we're well placed to win, and I believe we will win.
Ted Baillieu, are you able to nominate a single seat that you've got any confidence of winning tonight?
Well, Kerry, I think John has just been trying to reveal Labor Party polling, which is an interesting way of going about it without the numbers.
I'm very happy for him to reveal that.
But I don't think he is.
He's shown us his. Are you going to show us yours?
Yes, well, I think we'll wait until we see the final results in. But we've been hopeful that we will pick up seats in the country, and there are seats which have been improved as a consequence of the redistribution. Seats like Seymour, and those early figures we've seen are only for small numbers, a few hundred votes, but that seat has had an improvement on the redistribution. John suggested Narracan was a nationally Liberal seat. It's actually under the new redistribution national Labor seat, but the position has improved, and we were hopeful of that seat. In Benalla, seats like Burwood, which we were hoping to do well in as well.
Anthony, have we got any more votes worth talking about at this early stage?
I think we can have a quick... I think it's probably... some of them are a little bit early, but we're seeing big swings in seats like Nepean and Macedon, for instance, already.
I'll get another one in Seymour, which is Puckapunyal, 400 votes. Swing to Labor is double digit. Close to 15%.
Ted?
Well,
that would shock you if it's a reflection of what might be happening.
That would be
widely.
disappointing. We've got a strong candidate in Mike Dalmore in Seymour, and if there's a swing out of a Puckapunyal booth to that extent, that would be very disappointing.
John, if you are really getting swings in the order we're sort of hearing here, you must be having warm feelings about control of the upper house, perhaps?
No, I think that's much too early to say that. I think what you're seeing here tonight with some of the smaller booths coming in, you do get the bigger swings, but there's no doubt the swing's on, and there's no doubt, we've led through this campaign, we've reinforced our message, but I think much too early to be talking about that, but you are going to see a very strong Labor vote tonight.
Well, although it's early in the count, let's try to sample some opinion in the seat of Geelong. The Labor candidate there is Ian Trezise, and he joins us now live. Ian, you're defending a notionally Liberal seat, thanks to the redistribution. Are you expecting a tough fight, or do you go with John Brumby, that you're already home and hosed?
No, I must admit I wouldn't go with John at the present time. I'm in a very marginal seat, the most marginal seat in Australia, and we've worked hard over the last 25 days. We've worked hard today, election day, with myself and our team, and we're just waiting in expectation now. Our future is obviously in the hands of the electorate at the moment.
You've got 3 independents and a Green candidate in your seat as well. How do you expect to do from the preferences?
Well, we've won the Greens' preferences, and I think rightly so. We've had a great environment policy, especially ceasing logging in the Otways. That's really resonated throughout the electorate. So I'm looking forward to getting a good showing tonight, not only through ourselves but with the support of Greens' preferences.
And tell me, how much did having motorists allowed to go back to 100 kilometres on the Geelong Freeway help you?
Well, the Geelong Road's been a major issue, and now we've got a safer road. There was one life lost every 8 weeks prior to the road being upgraded, and people realise that we've upgraded that road to ensure it's safer. So I think that the Geelong Road is a great result for the Geelong community.
OK, we'll check your progress with interest later on the night, Ian. Thanks very much, and say good day to your dad.
No worries, my pleasure.
Kerry.
OK, we might take a look at the seat of Macedon, which is held by Labor, but notionally a Liberal seat under the redistribution.
Well, again, this is where we're correcting for booths in this election. Macedon, notionally a Liberal-held electorate. It's got a sitting Labor member in Joanne Duncan, who won Gisborne at the last election. These are a small number of votes from, and I dread to try and pronounce it again, but Darawit Guam. This is the first booth last time, I remember, struggled with that. But if we look at this in percentage terms, the Labor Party's ahead. But the key thing is if we compare the vote in that booth compared to last time, and that is showing quite a dramatic swing to Labor. So if that flows through to the other booths, and admittedly it's only one of 20 booths, but at this stage that's all we have there. And we can have another look at one other electorate, which is Nepean, which is a pretty safe Liberal electorate. It was known as Dromana, down the bottom end of the Mornington Peninsula, held by Martin Dixon since 1996. We've got one booth from Portsea, which is normally a pretty safe Liberal booth. As it's shown there, it's a strong Liberal vote. But compared to last time, there's a 10% Green vote there in Portsea. It's showing a 9.9% swing to Labor in Portsea, which is not a bad result for the Labor Party in Portsea, I think.
Well, again, I just say on those, both of those ones, Darawit Groom and Portsea, they're both relatively small booths. I think Portsea is just a couple of hundred votes. Yep. So big swings, you're going to get that, but you will see a swing on tonight.
There are just 26 votes in that on the Greens, and that's a 10% swing to the Greens, and that's reflected in the two-party preferred swing. So
I was going to ask you there, Ted. I mean, everyone's assumed that the Green vote would hurt Labor mostly, but is there not a chance that some disaffected Liberals, particularly in an area like that, might be throwing their hat in the Green ring?
I think we'll be talking about the Greens quite a bit tonight, and I mentioned it at the start, because the Greens have effectively done a deal with the government, and that is an alliance which is delivering preferences in almost every seat. And if the Greens poll strongly, that gives the Labor Party a head start in most seats.
Well, can I just come to that? I mean, Ted said that earlier, but the Greens are not directing preferences in 27 seats, and I've got a list of them here. And so to say that there's some clever deal between the Labor Party and the Greens, the reality is tonight too, you're going to see in a couple of seats, possibly Melbourne, possibly Richmond, you're going to see strong Green votes tonight. The Greens are, the Green Party is no friend of the Labor Party. We've got great Green policies. We've had a very strong environmental agenda. But the Greens are not directing preferences in 27 seats.
From what you're hearing in the electorates, how well are they going to do?
The Greens are directing preferences in nearly every seat that matters.
No, that's not true. Look, the Greens are not directing preferences in Ballarat East, Ballarat West, Bentley. They are all marginal seats. Burwood, Ferntree Gully, Forest Hill, Frankston, Gembrook, Macedon, Mitcham, Ripon, Seymour, or South Darwin.
Maybe we can settle this point a little later on, but how well generally do you expect them to poll this evening?
I think it'll vary across the state, but clearly on the booths today there is a strong picking up of cards of Green candidates.
Well, let me say about that. The choice in this campaign was Steve Braxton Labor. For 3 years, we've been about education, health, community safety and growing the whole state, a fair deal for country Victoria. That's what you saw through this campaign.
That's only three times you've said that now, John.
Well, hang on. What you got from the Liberal Party...
They're still playing for Green preferences.
Over the last 3 years and in this campaign, there wasn't a single policy that you could say they stood for. So for people who didn't want to vote for the Labor Party, what you're going to see tonight, the Liberal vote collapsing in many seats because they don't stand for anything, and they didn't stand for anything in this campaign. And so the Green vote, the Liberals will lose some votes to the Greens because the Liberal Party just didn't offer anything to voters.
Kerry?
Going into this campaign before that incredible stuff-up in which the Liberals lost Shadow Treasurer Robert Dean, Labor was apprehensive about winning enough seats to govern in its own right. At the time the election was called, Labor had 44 seats, the Liberal Party held 35, the Nationals held 6, there were 3 independents. But because of the sweeping nature of the redistribution, a more accurate portrayal of the political landscape is revealed by this graphic. It shows that Labor on paper has effectively lost a net 3 seats through the redistribution. Consequently, the starting position tonight sees the Liberals with notionally 38 seats, the Nationals 6, Labor 41, the Independents 3. Now, Anthony, there's those 7 seats that you've isolated that were either seriously affected by the redistribution or were the subject of those 2 extraordinary by-elections.
Well, we can have a look at those. The thing to watch with these 7 seats is they've been affected by either by-elections or redistributions. Benalla and Burwood are both technically Labor seats now because of the redistribution. On the last election figures, they would be the National and the Liberal Party. We've had one tiny Mount Buller booth from Benalla, which is not really a reliable booth, so I wouldn't call it an ALP retainer. Cranbourne is a notional Labor seat but has a sitting Liberal member. Geelong, Macedon, Narrabeen and Yanyin are all notional Liberal seats at the start of tonight. All have sitting Labor members, or in case of Yanyin, a new sitting Labor candidate. At this stage, we're seeing pretty consistent figures. We saw that swing in Macedon a few minutes ago. But those 7 seats are seats which we might require a little bit of explanation with occasionally tonight.
OK, now, are we getting any fresh figures? They're starting to come in.
We're getting the figures are sort of continuing to settle on a figure of statewide about a 5.5% swing at the moment, but they're coming from a smattering of different electorates. And generally, when you get one booth, you can't always use that as an indicator for the rest of the 15 or 20 in that electorate.
Just a couple of more small country booths: Woodvale, Bendigo East, Sedgwick, Bendigo East again, and Mount Wallace in Ballarat East. Swings of 9.4%, 10.8% and 6.5% to Labor. So we're getting, again, they're early booths. They tend to be small. The swings are magnified, but they have very strong swings to Labor.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, if you're looking at a 5%, if you look at a 5% swing overall, John, you're looking at a very significant number of seats going to Labor.
Well, if you look at that sort of swing, you're really going through that list I ran through before. So you're looking at seats Bellarine, Narre Warren South, Bentley, Monbulk, Mordialloc, Frankston, Eltham, Prahran, South Barwon. Now, South Barwon's an interesting one. Michael Crutchfield is our candidate there. He's been a councillor for best part of 8 years down there. High profile, very popular councillor, strong candidate.
And he needs to pick up just under 5%.
He needs 4.8%. And normally you'd say, well, you know, you're in fairyland to think that you can get a swing of that dimension. But I believe that he has a real prospect of winning tonight. So you are going to see a number of these seats with big swings which may come to Labor tonight.
Ted, sorry, are you picking anything?
Just a suggestion that in Seymour there are a couple of other booths in, and I'll wait for it to pop up on the screen, but there are actually swings in the other direction. So
we've got a swing of 8% in 6 of the 29 booths in Seymour at this stage, so the swing's looking consistently quite substantial in that sort of electorate. So it's 8% in Seymour.
I mean, even on these early figures, Ted, and I know that you've got to hold the end up, but this is you could be headed for a crushing night tonight, couldn't you?
Well, if these two-party preferred swings continued, it would be very disappointing, and it would be a difficult time for the Victorian Parliament, I think, and it would be of concern to Victorians.
Is it making you think now, or doubting the wisdom of the way you campaigned in that last week? I mean, it was essentially a negative "don't vote for them, don't risk it" message, and the swing back appears to have fizzled, doesn't it?
Well, Ian, what we've had is the Premier who's been out there saying that this has been line ball and this is going to be too close to call, as late as today, I think, even saying as much. And the reality is that the electorate needed to know that the polls were not inaccurate in terms of the polling that had been done, and there was a concern.
So you had no choice?
Genuine concern. We didn't have a choice. We have to make the electorate aware of the possibilities. That's what's
OK, well, look, as ever on election night, the tally room has attracted a crowd of political minders, party officials, MPs, journalists and interested members of the public to watch the night unfold. State Line's political reporter Josephine Capagna is down on the tally room floor, and with her is Lynn Kosky, the Education Minister and member of the safe Labor seat of Altona.
Lynn Koski, John Brumby's talking of winning enough seats to make it of landslide proportions. What do you think of that?
I'm probably a bit more cautious than John. I think we will win, and I think we'll win with a comfortable majority, understanding that we needed to win 6 seats just to stay put because of the redistribution. So I think if we have 4 to 6 seats as a majority, that would be a fantastic win as far as I'm concerned.
So how many do you think you will pick up tonight?
Well, I'm hopeful that we'll pick up between 4 to 6, given that we have to win 6 that are now nominally Liberal seats.
And will you lose any?
I don't believe we will lose any. I think that we're travelling pretty well in all of the seats, and it's really because of what we've delivered in those seats across all of Victoria.
What about the seat of Melbourne? How are you looking there?
Well, I spoke with Bronwyn's advisor earlier today, and she was pretty positive. Obviously, the Greens' preferences are going to be important there. Under 35-year-olds tended to be taking the Green political package, I suppose, and over 35s overwhelmingly taking Labor.
And how helpful are the Greens vote going to be to your victory, if it is a victory tonight?
Well, I don't think the Greens vote will be important for our victory. The Greens have branded themselves very well.
Won't you?
We will get their preferences, but I believe that people are basically making a decision about their own preferences. They don't necessarily go for the Greens' preferences. And if we look at the marginal seats, in fact, the Liberals have either preferenced against us or done such an awkward ticket, it doesn't support us. People are making up their own mind.
Well, if there is a large, substantial Green vote, what does that mean about people being disaffected with the ALP? Are you going to be looking at that in future?
I don't think it means that people are disaffected with the ALP. I think younger people have picked up the Greens branding, and they've branded themselves well as Green. We probably do need to obviously indicate what we've already done with marine national parks, with establishing state national parks, work around water, the Otways, obviously our commitments. But I believe once we really do unpackage a lot of those commitments we've made and the policies we've already got in place, then people will understand we are a very strong environmental party.
And what are the chances then in the upper house for your government?
Well, certainly we're hopeful in a range of upper house seats that we will do well, and I think we will win additional upper house seats. It would be very nice to have a majority in the upper house, but I think that's probably unlikely.
Lynn Koski, thank you very much. Kerry?
No, 7:55.
Thank you, and we're going to continue with the seat run now. Anthony, we might look at, I know it's a safe Labor seat, but it may well tell a story, Bendigo West.
Well, this is the seat that Labor Party picked up in 1996, and in the last election they sort of took the margin into double figures at 11% with their sitting member Bob Cameron, who's the Minister for Local Government and Work Cover. He's up against Jeff Osterberry from the Liberal Party, who's a Mount Alexander councillor there. Now, the Greens are also polling well there, as you can see on the percentages. 12% for them, 11% for the Nationals, 20% for the Liberals, 56 on the 2 booths we've got in from Bendigo West. These will be rural booths. When we factor in that those are rural booths, we're seeing a swing of 7.9% there to the Labor Party in Bendigo West. That wasn't a seat they were in danger of losing, but that swing seems to be reflected in other regional seats in the state. And if that continues, the Labor Party will hold all its rural and regional holdings.
And some others.
And some others.
OK, now the seat of Caulfield in Melbourne, which is a safe-ish Liberal seat, 8%. You'd say very safe in other elections.
Well, it's been held by Helen Shardy since Ted Tanner retired. She's actually behind at the moment. This is a Ripponlea East booth. Harry Simon, the Labor candidate there, and the Greens' Ronan Becker. When we look at it in percentage terms, you can see there it's neck and neck on those percentages. 19% there with the Liberal Party for the Greens. That's an extremely good result in the Liberal electorate. And when we're factoring in the booths, we're seeing a swing of 10%. It's in doubt. Caulfield at this stage, it's got a margin of 8.2 on one booth. That's not enough to call it, but that's the sort of swings we're seeing at this stage.
This could be quite an extraordinary outcome tonight. The seat of Yanyin, Anthony, which was a Labor seat, now notionally Liberal. In fact, the Police Minister was the sitting member and jumped ship for a safer seat.
That's right. He chose to move on at this election because it was a little too marginal for him. He's gone to a safer seat. Matthew Guy is a Liberal candidate up against Danielle Green, who's standing for the Labor Party. She works on Andrew Hairmeyer's staff. And at this stage, she's behind. But Yanyin goes up into the rural areas north of Melbourne, and that's where the Liberal vote tends to be, and it tends to come in first. You never decide Yan Yi until the Epping booths come in, and we're correcting for those booths at this stage, for what booths have come in. We've got 3 of 21, and on those 3, there is a 6.5% swing, in which case Labor would hold that. I'd always be a little cautious with Yan Yi, and there have been some split booths in there because of the redistribution. But at this stage, overall, we're sort of seeing a statewide swing of 7%, 8% in the metropolitan areas, 10% in the regional cities, 3% in rural areas. We got a bit over 1% counted, and I'd be astonished if that turned around. At this stage, I think you'd say Labor's probably been re-elected.
John Brumby, given what's already unfolding tonight, I know it's something of tradition these days for political leaders who are comfortably ahead to try to persuade the electorate that actually it's going to be very tight. Now, that was a bit of a farce this time round to try and pretend that, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was. I mean,
but you've been ahead in your polling at all stages. You've said so yourself.
We've been well placed, and we've said that. But we've also said that it will always be close.
But it's not.
Well, you never know that. You never know that till the day. And you look at the regional seats. You know, you remember we were all here back in '99. We picked up a swag of the seats then, the 9 seats. Some of them, seats like Macedon, remember, seats with 9.5% swings. So we've got these extraordinary swings. Picked up seats like Benalla in by-elections. First time we've held it in 100 years. Seats like Burwood in the by-election off Jeff Kennett. And you're saying, can we get another big swing on top of that? And the Premier and everybody else in the team has said during the campaign, well, of course it's going to be close. And that's entirely accurate to say that it's going to be close.
But your polling has been suggesting that you were going to get a significant swing on top of that.
No, I'm not privy to all of our polling. The only person who gets access to that is the Premier.
That's what read
really?
What did I read out before?
Can't he trust the rest of you?
I was here I remember being here in '99. You asked me early in the night, Kerry, in '99, what I thought we'd pick up and where we'd do well, and I ran that out, and I've run that out again tonight. And I believe we will do well in those areas. But I get back, I'll repeat it for the 4th time tonight.
Make this the last.
Well, this is about Victoria being a better place than it was 3 years ago. And it's about turning around health, turning around education, and growing the whole state. And I repeat that. We've been
Is it about that, John, or is it at least as much about an opposition that hasn't been able to find a place for itself this time round, with a leader who hasn't yet had the opportunity to cement his identity, and that opportunity was taken from him by the fact that your government has gone a year early?
Well, no, that's a nonsense. I mean, that opportunity was of the Liberal Party's making, where they changed leaders just a couple of months out from an election. But the big issue...
A couple of months out from what you then called as an election.
No, cut it out. We're entitled under the Constitution. We're elected. The election was
September. You've gone on election on the first available date. No one's ever done that before.
No
one's ever done that before.
Were you complaining that you've lost, Ted? This is how great you've lost. It's our fault you've lost, is it?
You've gone to election on the first available date.
Oh, Ted, look, what you're going to have to answer tonight is what the Liberal Party has stood for over the last 3 years, what they stood for in the campaign, and the answer is nothing, and that's reflected tonight.
We're going to keep going with some seats. The seat of Kilsyth.
Well, this is held by Lorraine Elliott, or notionally she's actually the member for Murrelbach, which Kilsyth is basically the replacement seat for. She's ahead on the primary votes there from Dipna Beard for the Labor Party, Lorraine Leach from the Greens. Look at the percentages. Again, we're seeing quite a substantial percentage for the Greens there, 44% for Labor, 44.7% for the Liberal. 4 of the 19 booths, we're factoring in at this stage a swing of 8.7%. Now, that's showing a substantial swing. I don't think you can call it. You definitely can't call that yet. But that's a seat which is out of the range, about 7.9% margin, and that's down looking line ball at this stage.
OK, the seat of Bayswater, another Liberal seat with a margin of 6.3%. That's not safe right now, is it?
Well, this has been held by Gordon Ashley since 1992. This is the one he gained from the Labor Party that election. Peter Lockwood's a Labor candidate. I think he had a go at One Turner in 92. I think he's run in Aston in the past. Looks like this time he's actually got a reasonable chance of being elected. He's ahead on the primary votes, as you can see there. Again, big vote for the Greens, 10%. When we factor in the preferences, comparing the booths, we've got 3 of 16 booths, and it's showing a swing of 8.2%, which is very similar to Kilsyth, which is just nearby.
OK,
and I've just got one for Ferntree Gully, which is the main booth in Ferntree Gully, which is, off our scrutiny, is about 3,500 votes. 2PP swing to Labor, 7.7%. To win that seat, we would require 7.6. So that's right out. Ferntree Gully, Bayswater and Monbulk all sort of coalesce around Boronia. and that's a very big swing indeed.
Okay, seat of Mordialloc, which is a more slender margin for the Liberals, 2.5%.
It's got a senior member, Jeff Lee, who's been there for a long time. He was actually the Melbourne member for Malvern before Mr Doyle, and he's up against Janice Munt from the Labor Party. She's run an active campaign, which has got a bit of publicity early in the campaign, and she's currently ahead on the primary votes. And again, a big vote there, 11% for the Greens. When we factor in the preferences and the booths, 2 out of the 14 booths, it's translating into a 5.4% swing at this stage. Currently, the swing in eastern Melbourne and southeast Melbourne is 9%.
Oh, look, this is,
so I think
this very clearly, Anthony, if this pattern is sustained, then it's landslide proportions for Labor.
At this stage, we've got a prediction of Labor on 56 seats, and it could be as high as 60 or 65.
John Brumby, I mean, I haven't seen anything like this since 1982. If this is right, if this sort of thing holds.
Well, I think, we'll see how the night progresses. But if this holds, it's a much stronger performance than 82. And I think the reality is that generally against first-term governments, there is a swing against. You know, people remember, Kennett when I was opposition leader in 96, about a 3% swing against. Hawke in 84. Generally, there's swings against. So to get, again, this is not final tonight, but to get this sort of swing to a first-term government is a truly extraordinary performance. And you can put it down, as I've said tonight, what we've delivered over 3 years, Steve's performance during this campaign, which was just absolutely flawless, reinforcing those messages, and it's what Victorians want. You know, we've been delivering on what Victorians want.
Might it also be that Victorians saw you as a bit of an accidental government last time?
Well, bear in mind, last time our 2PP was around 50%. So, in a sense, we were there. We were right on the margin. The Victorian government, the Victorian people invested their trust in it. We've delivered on the promises that we made, and we've said we want to do more. I mean, that was Steve's message right through this campaign. There's more to do, and that I think is being reflected here tonight.
Can we very quickly take a look at the seat of Bass? This is one of the independents, of course, Susan Davies. It was Gippsland West.
Yeah, well, this is she's had some difficulty campaigning this electorate. She's had Pakenham added to the electorate, which she hasn't represented before. Ken Smith is currently the MLC for the overlapping southeastern province. So the contest between them, currently Susan Davis is running third, narrowly behind the Labor candidate. If you just look at this in percentage terms, the contest there is if Susan Davies can get ahead of the Labor candidate, she will win on preferences. She has to get ahead of the Labor candidate. It's only 8.2% counted. It'll be a long time in the night before we can predict Bass. At this stage, it's got the independent just ahead, but it will be some time before we can predict Bass. Just say briefly, the Greens are polling 14% in inner Melbourne, 10% across the metropolitan area, and 9% across the state. And the swing is still looking like 8 to 9% across the state at this stage.
OK, what's clearly happening thus far tonight is that there is a very strong swing to Labor, both in the city and in rural and regional Victoria. And if these numbers continue, and although they're still early figures, there's enough of them now to strongly suggest that there is going to be a very comfortable Labor win, if not a landslide. With our Labor and Liberal scrutineers, we'll be able to start really crunching those numbers shortly. But before we continue with Victoria Votes, let's cross back to the newsroom for a very brief update on the rest of the day's news.
Labor. Fran?
This woman still doesn't know her two sons.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Tally Room. Our panel tonight, co-anchor Ian Henderson, Labor's Treasurer John Brumby, former Liberal State President and Shadow Planning Minister Ted Baillieu, and of course a fixture at ABC election broadcasts Anthony Green. Now as we plunge into the rest of our coverage tonight, it's already clear that Labor appears to be headed for a very comfortable win with about 4% of the vote counted. Labor is looking at a swing of over 8%. Two-party preferred, with the Liberals down roughly the same. Now, Anthony, can we look at the statewide figures just to?
Certainly, we'll look at the state figures here, and we've got Labor on 42.2, Liberals 38.6, National 6.5. The Greens are doing very well on 8.9%. When we look at that on the swing, the change in the vote it's going on. Now, this includes a lot of rural areas, so actually the Labor vote's initially down. You're seeing the National Party vote up. That will change round as the vote comes in from the metropolitan areas later. But certainly the big rise in the Green vote there is translating into a substantial two-party preferred swing. Now, we can break down the two-party preferred swing that's occurring by region using our totem pole graphic. At the moment, in the rural areas, we're seeing a swing of 2.8 to Labor, nearly 12% in regional areas, 6.6 in the western suburbs, 9% in the eastern suburbs, 7.7% in the southeast suburbs, and with some new figures just in, the swing overall is looking like 7.7%. So on those figures, you can safely say the Labor Party will return because they can't lose with those sorts of swings going on.
And the interesting thing about these figures is that that swing is being delivered through the Greens. And as I said at the start of the night, that is going to be the most telling outcome for the night. The swing is being delivered through the Greens. The ALP primary vote's actually down 3%, and the swing is coming back to the ALP through Greens and through directed preference.
And how far down is your primary vote?
Our primary is down to 3.5, and I note, as John just noted, the National Party vote is up just a little bit, but the swing is being delivered through the Greens through directed preferences, as I said at the start of the night.
Okay, now let's look at the chamber graphic.
Yes, we can actually
and see if we've got a prediction.
I'm not sure if we're prepared to do a prediction yet, but we can certainly show you what we think is the current state of the chamber. We've definitely already given Labor 48 seats, Liberals 13, Nationals 5. We can add a couple of ones which are leaning that way, which at this stage takes Labor up to 52. Now, we've still got quite a few seats we haven't got any votes for, so I'm not prepared to do a prediction, but I'd state that, we've got models at the moment which are suggesting a majority of Labor could be somewhere between 58 and 64 seats, which is a majority of 28 to about 38 or 40.
Gee, that's close, John Brumby.
That's right, I said it'd be close at the beginning of the night.
That's right, you did.
Yeah. Are you going to use those immortal words, too close to call, are you?
No, I don't think I'll use that.
I think you might be using that for a while too.
A couple of other boos we've just got in, Kerry. Eltham Woods in Eltham, where our candidate is Steve Herbert. This is a boo which always votes Liberal, 7.1% swing to Labor. And we've got about 1,100 votes in Caulfield in, showing a very significant swing as well, in fact a double-digit swing. And Caulfield, I think, is probably an outside chance for Labor, but one to watch. It's one of those seats where we've generally polled better federally than we have at a state level, and if you adjust for that, you wouldn't rule out Caulfield, and it's certainly one to watch tonight.
Okay, we might just look at the seat of Macedon, Anthony, because that was one of those seats of Labor's.
Yes.
That was now notionally Liberal, but will probably end up fairly safe for Labor by the end of the night.
It's notionally Liberal at the moment, but it doesn't look like it's going to stay that way. Joanne Duncan, the member for Gisborne, is contesting Macedon. She's lost some rural. She's lost Bacchus Marsh. She's gained Sunbury. Bernie Finn was the former member for Tullamarine and used to represent Sunbury when it was in Tullamarine. We've got one of the Sunbury booths in already, along with 5 others. At this stage, the swing is looking like 10.8%. And that's a substantial swing, and it would be almost impossible for that to be turned around from this point on.
And that's 13% of the vote count.
That looks like the Labor Party has held Macedon.
With a 10.4% Green vote there, and again, preferences being delivered through the Greens.
Well, just let me say about that. The primary swing to Labor, to Joanne Duncan in that seat, with the votes in, is 9%. And bear in mind, this seat, this was the seat Rob Knowles was coming down to into the lower house last time to be the deputy to Jeff Kennett. We got a 9% swing last time. It's about 10% again. This is an extraordinarily strong performance and shows how much Steve Braxton Labor has been a government for all of Victoria, particularly country Victoria.
And gentlemen, look, joining us live now from Macedon is Bernie Finn, the Liberal candidate for Macedon. And Bernie, I notice, I'm told you're nursing a broken leg. Was that an omen?
It may well have been. It's happened on day 4, the broken ankle, and I feel like I've got 2 at the moment.
Well, look, the redistribution gave you a bit of a show, surely. What's gone wrong, do you think?
Look, firstly, I think I have to say that we're not prepared to concede Macedon just yet. It's certainly not looking outstanding for us, but we're in with a show, a vague one at the moment, but we're prepared to hold out until we get much later results in. But I think overall it's clear now that things have not gone well for the Liberal Party across the state, and it's important that we as a party accept that. I think there were large sections of the party who, after 1999, did not accept our defeat. And, well, we have to accept this one. It's as simple as that. We have to face reality. We have to accept what has happened to us today, and we have to look to the future. We have to rebuild. And I think what we really need to do is to have an exorcism, because we are being haunted by ghosts of the past, as John Brumby was as leader in 1996. And John, back then, I'm sure he will remember, had an exorcism with David White departing. And we need, in the Liberal Party in Victoria, to have an exorcism.
Does that mean a change of leader, Bernie?
No, no, not at all. I think Robert Doyle did an outstanding job in his campaigning. I think he did a sensational job. But you know, he had 11 weeks before the campaign started. I think we would be best to rebuild the Liberal Party in Victoria around Robert Doyle. I think his brand of leadership is quite outstanding.
Well, should things not go the right way for you tonight, is that the end of your political career, or will you saddle up again in 2006?
Well, I think it's probably best that I not answer that question just right now. A lot of emotions on any election night, but perhaps particularly this one. So obviously I'll consider that, and we'll see where we go from here. But I'm told the ABC is looking for a new newsreader, so I might have a go at that.
Well, I hope the wounds, physical and electoral, heal quickly. Thank you. Kerry?
Thank you.
OK, we might keep the seat run going and have a look at Bellarine and the Bellarine Peninsula east of Geelong. On the face of it, a Liberal seat, 1.1% margin, but with a retiring local member.
Well, Gary Spry is the retiring member. He's held it since the Liberals came to power in 1992. Lisa Neville's a former National Union of Students president. Mr Frank Kellaway, the new Liberal candidate, is a former Army officer. At this stage, Lisa Neville's ahead on the primary votes. There are some Geelong booths that are in at this stage, so that might be why the Labor primary votes look so high, but it's flowing through to the two-party preferred as well, where we're seeing a swing of 7.2%. That's with an estimate of preferences from the 9% Green vote. But again, the Labor Party doesn't really need those preferences to win that electorate by the look of it.
The new seat of Narrawarren South, on paper, a Liberal seat with a margin of 1.4%.
This is another seat. This is the sort of the eastern end of the old Dandenong seat. Michael Shepherdson is the Liberal candidate. He's a member of the local Chamber of Commerce. Dale Wilson works for John Pandasopoulos, the member for Dandenong. She's ahead, well ahead at this stage. There's a bit of variety in the booths here. We're factoring in at this stage that the swing looks quite substantial towards the Labor Party here as well. The swing there, 9.7%, and the Labor Party would pick it up quite comfortably.
OK, another Liberal seat, Eltham, the sitting member, Wayne Phillips, 3.7% margin.
This is currently the only Liberal electorate on the northern side of the Yarra River. Wayne Phillips, it does extend up into some semi-rural areas on the edge of Melbourne, and the first figures seem to be reflecting that in Wayne Phillips's lead on the primary votes there, as you can see. Again, big Green vote, 11.8%. But we're factoring in that those votes are actually not particularly representative. The Labor is doing a little bit better, 4.6% at this stage. That swing's not enough to give the seat away. It's not as big as some of the other electorates on the other side of the Yarra in north-east Melbourne, but certainly that one will be coming back to later in the evening, no doubt.
OK, what about the seat of Ferntree Gully? This is another Liberal seat with a margin of 7.6%. You'd normally regard this as a safe seat.
Well, this is Ferntree Gully, the old Knox. This was a seat that Robert Jolly sort of deserted in 1992 because he thought he couldn't win it. Well, it looks like the Labor Party's going to come close to winning its replacement now. Ferntree Gully there, and Eckstein, the Labor candidate, is ahead of Hurtle Lupton, who's been the Liberal member since 1992. At this stage, when we factor in the booths, it's not decided yet, but again, there's that swing, 8.7%. That's the sort of swing we're seeing in every electorate in the east, it looks like, at this stage.
Just to add to that, Kerry, a couple of others. Kilsyth, I've just got, our scrutineers have got 5 out of 19 booths in. Kilsyth is showing, again, a double-digit swing to Labor, around 12%. And I think the other interesting one, if I can, that's interesting if I just go through my notes here, Gembrook, which is, of course, right on the outside, Berwick running right through to Warburton, and we needed about 7.5% there. With a few thousand votes in there, we're showing about 10%.
With the seat with the mark of Robert Dean on it.
Well, I think what you're seeing right out through the eastern suburbs is very significant swings. I've just got some others here. Bayswater, 3 major booths in Bayswater, 9.5%, 10%, 9%. So they're all pretty consistent and, they're all very substantial.
We might now cross to the floor where Josephine Kafanya has National Party leader Peter Ryan with her.
Peter Ryan, what is your assessment of what's happening tonight?
Well, very early days, but we're hopeful of holding the 6 Assembly seats at least that we now hold, perhaps adding Benalla. We'd love to win back Benalla, of course. And seats such as Mildura, Gippsland East, we think they'll be of interest. A struggle for us to win them, of course, but they'll certainly be of interest.
So are you confident that you can regain Benalla, are you?
We think that on the way through, we've done pretty well in Benalla, and sitting here now, I am confident that we'll be able to hold Benalla, but of course tonight will tell the tale.
Of course, that was the seat that former leader Pat McNamara lost in a by-election.
Benalla was Patrick's seat that we lost in the by-election of May 2000. And of course we've worked very, very hard. Bill Sykes, who was then our candidate, has been our candidate again. We lost the seat in very adverse circumstances in May 2000. We've run a very strong campaign there and we would love to get that seat back.
Now the seat of Shepparton, there's a very strong independent candidate there. What are your chances there?
Well, again, we're pretty confident of holding the seat. We have Jeanette Powell, who was our member in North East Province in the Upper House, and we have her as our candidate in the seat of Shepparton. Again, a very well-run campaign, I think, and we've put a lot of resource into it, a lot of effort. We're pretty confident that we will be able to hold it.
Now, in terms of Labor preferences, do you believe you'd be as optimistic as you are if you didn't have Labor preferences?
Well, I suppose tonight will tell the tale about that, but certainly in the seat of Lowan, the Labor preferences may make a difference. And in that seat at least, yes, we're more confident than we would otherwise be. In the others, really, it's may well be neither here nor there, really.
Now, there's been suggestions of a deal between the National Party and the Labor Party over preferences, and that's related to upper house reform. What's your position tonight on upper house reform?
Well, I think it's all ironic. The two independents who have been making most of these complaints are, of course, the recipients of Labor Party preferences, were elected to Parliament respectively on Labor Party preferences and are getting them again. And also, of course, if the Liberal Party gets the preferences, that's apparently okay. If the National Party gets the preferences, it isn't. So there is no deal, and we'll see what the rest of this parliamentary term brings.
What's your position on upper house reform?
We are absolutely and precisely as we have always been in relation to upper house reform.
It won't change?
We don't believe there is any reason to change it in the slightest.
How do you see what's happening to the Liberal vote tonight?
Well, there seems to be some difficulty for the Liberal Party. They were perhaps pushed off message a fair deal because of intervening events during the course of the campaign. And perhaps that's been pretty costly from their point of view. And, well, we'll just have to see how that plays out.
Just quickly, do you think it's going to be a Labor landslide?
I think Labor are going to win. A landslide? Don't know.
Thank you. Back to you, Kerry.
Thank you, Josephine, and we'll continue our seat run, although once again it's abundantly clear that Labor has not only won this election but has pulled off a real landslide. It appears it's going to be just a question of by how far. Can we take a look, Anthony, at the seat of Gembrook? This was the seat that Robert Dean, the Shadow Treasurer, the previous Shadow Treasurer, was going to win for the Liberals.
Well, that's, of course, what the interest in this electorate was. Robert Dean was supposed to be the candidate. He had to pull out because he wasn't on the electoral roll. Neil Lucas, who's the MLC for Umemmering, which is the upper house electorate out there, he's running in the electorate. He's slightly ahead on the raw votes there. Noel Ridgway from the Greens running third on 13.8. Again, we've got 9 of the 23 booths. We're using estimates of preferences, but I think the Green preferences are flowing relatively strongly to Labor. And at this stage, we're showing a swing of 7.9%. It's showing the ALP ahead. It's not given that seat away. I think I'd wait for a preference count on that. I've factored in 70% of Green preferences flowing to Labor. When the actual preference count's in, we'll get actually a more accurate figure on that.
OK, Monbulk, out in the foothills of the Dandenongs. That's a Liberal seat again, 2.4%. Steve MacArthur, the sitting member.
Well, he's in a tight contest here with James Molino from the Labor Party. MacArthur is currently behind in that vote. A huge vote for the Greens, which we'll see when we have the percentages there. Wolf Voigt from the Christian Democrats there, 1.4% for the 1.4% for the Australian Democrats, 17.6% for the Greens. This is traditionally a good area for the Greens up in the Dandenongs there. And when we factor in what booth that information's from, it's 9.7% Labor will go on to win Monbelt comfortably.
Again, Kerry, that's an interesting seat because the Green vote, it's just dropped off my screen, but the Green vote there is basically taken up the decline in Liberal vote, and that's been directed back to the Labor Party through preferences on a directed ticket.
So this is, in some instances at least, this is Liberals who can't bring themselves to vote directly for Labor, but they feel just at this moment, there's not a place for them with the Liberals.
Well, you can't say that precisely, but there's been a decline in the Liberal vote, a lift in the Green vote, and the Green vote by a directed ticket is going back to Labor, so there's certainly an argument to that effect.
Now, pure heartland suburban Mount Waverley. This again, a Liberal-held seat, 9% margin, Anthony.
This is Ron Wilson, who's the Shadow Health Minister. He used to work for... he lost Gisborne at the last election. I forgot his name.
Well, he was the Chief of Staff for the former Minister for Health. So
yes, Rob Knowles. Anyway, Ron Wilson's had to move because his seat's abolished, and now he's actually running behind in Mount Waverley, which is actually a very safe Liberal electorate with a margin of 9%. Maxine Morand is the Labor candidate. She's ahead on those primary votes there. You look at the percentages, just as an example there, the Greens are on 8%, the Democrats on 1.8%. I'm not quite sure why the Democrats even bothered to run at this election, given their recent problems. But the Labor Party's ahead on the primaries, and when we're factoring in some preferences, what booth the information from, there's that swing again, 10.8%. It's down as an ALP gain. I'd wait for an actual preference count. The Green vote's so high, I'm wondering whether the preferences will flow as strongly as I expect.
Again, directed preferences, Andy.
But very close election.
Well, again, the interesting thing there, I mean, this is blue ribbon Liberal heartland, and the Liberal primary vote is down 15%. And it just goes to serve my point, I think, before, reinforce it. I mean, you couldn't tell over the last 3 years or in this Liberal campaign what it was that the Liberal Party stood for, and voters have deserted the Liberal Party in droves.
Well, here's one where the trend might be bucked a little bit. Southwest Coast.
It's some good news for the Liberal Party. This is the amalgamation of the old Portland and Warrnambool seats. Dr Dennis Napthine came close to actually being defeated by an independent last time. The independent was slightly outpolled by the Labor Party's Roy Reiki, and in the end, what's happened this time is the two seats have been amalgamated. Dennis Napthine's vote is holding up. You can see in percentage terms he's on 41. There's 14% with the Nationals. We have a preference count in 15 out of 35 booths. The swing at this stage is 1% to the Liberal Party. So it looks like the result in Portland and Warrnambool last time might have been a bit of a high watermark for the Labor Party. And Dennis Napthine might have been well advised to have actually spent his time in the electorate this time.
That's an interesting seat, and boundaries have changed. Bear in mind, last time we had, as Anthony would remember, a very, very strong independent, and it was actually while we got the 2PP, it was almost the independent who was elected. So it would appear from this, it may have been that we got the high water mark last time with an independent taking votes off the Conservatives.
OK, Box Hill, another Liberal seat, 7.9% margin.
Well, it's just been Robert Clark, who's currently the Shadow Treasurer again. He's up against Robert Chong from the Labor Party, who's the Mayor of Whitehorse Council. One candidate there from the Greens. Box Hill has been won by the party that won the election at every election since 1952, except for 1999. So if Labor wins this tonight, Box Hill becomes that litmus test city. And at this stage, Liberals are ahead there on the primaries. We have 4 of the 15 booths in. It doesn't look like Labor's going to quite get there, but the seat is much safer for the Liberal Party than it used to be.
So you're reversing your call now, are you, Em?
I did say, well, you know, it's not going with government at this election by the look of it. It's still 5.4% swing there in a safe Liberal electorate.
South Barwon, Anthony, this is a Liberal seat with a 4.7% margin. What's that saying?
It's been held by Alistair Patterson since 1992. Michael Crutchfield was a local Geelong City councillor who stood last time as well. He's actually ahead on the primary votes at this stage. We have 4 of the 14 booths. The Labor vote is quite substantial there at this stage. The Greens have got 7.3%. That seems to be turning into a 10% swing. If that continues, then Michael Crutchfield would be the new member for South Barwon and deliver that would be all 4 Geelong-based seats to the Labor Party.
What does the Liberal Party do, Ted? I mean, this is an extraordinary outcome. I mean, whether a substantial part of it's been delivered via the Greens or not, Victoria substantially is walking away from the Liberal Party at the state level.
Well, Andy, in some respects, Kerry, in some respects it's been difficult in the last 3 years because many of the projects and undertakings that the Liberal Party started, like Box Ironbark, national parks, the marine national parks, were projects started under the previous government. And that rhetoric has been adopted by the government, and then those who, and they have taken the credit for those things as they have passed through the House. But those,
I think that's called politics.
Yeah, that's politics. But those who have had difficulties with those projects have blamed us for not blocking those things in the upper house. Now, that wouldn't have been the responsible thing to do, and so we have arguably lost on both counts. Now, that doesn't mean that we haven't done the right thing for Victoria. We have stood very firmly for a range of issues, national parks in particular. And we have perhaps suffered because we've had the position where, because we controlled the upper house, people expected us to be more interventionist than we have been.
The question is, though, how do you regroup?
Well, obviously we're going to have to assess what's going on in detail, have a look at the demographics of this and see where we have lost favour with the electorate, and we've got to stick together as a team.
Clearly, the environmental policies might be a part of it if there has been, that big defection to the Greens that's affecting you as well as Labor.
Yeah, well, it's interesting to contemplate who does vote for the Greens and what the Greens actually stand for, and it's one of the great mysteries, because the Greens in Victoria, they don't have a leader as such. We haven't seen anything to suggest they're going to win a seat yet. We haven't looked at Melbourne or Richmond, but that'll be interesting in itself. But it doesn't look like the Greens are going to win any seats. They don't have a leader as such who is easily identified in Victoria.
One size fits all with Bob Brown, perhaps?
Well, Bob Brown, we've got a Tasmanian senator actually largely dictating preferences here, which is an interesting concept. But there isn't a presentation of the Greens which holds them accountable.
I suppose
they're not accountable for any
my point
votes
was more that if you're looking to what side of your policies might need a bit of tinkering, that might give you a clue.
Well, some would argue that, but I think you'll find if you look in detail at our policies, our position on the environment is a very strong position, always has been, and will continue to be.
We might have actually found a seat where Labor could be in trouble.
Now we're talking. It's not Broadmeadows, is it, by any chance? Can we have a look at Broadmeadows?
No, that would be a fantasy, Ted. But
we can look at Hawthorn, but I don't think you'll like the figures at the moment.
We've got Hawthorn?
Not yet.
We'll do Hawthorn shortly, but I wanted to look at the two seats that Labor picked up in those incredible by-elections, both Burwood and Benalla.
Yep.
Well, I'm not sure they're expecting this, but we'll bring up Burwood. And at this stage, Burwood was quite a shock. Bob Stensholt ran in 1999 in the election and probably thought he'd stay in his academic career. He then, 2 months later, was the member for Burwood when Jeff Kennett left Parliament. 3 years later, he's ahead on the primary votes. And at this stage, when you look at the percentages, we've got over a quarter of the vote, 45% for Labor. And when we factor in what booth that information was from, this swing is compared to the last state election, not the by-election. He needed a swing to him to hold on. He's got a swing of 10% to him, and it looks like Bob Stensholt will stay as the member for Burwood.
Yep. Now, Benalla might be a slightly different story. This, of course, was Pat McNamara's seat, which Labor picked up in that by-election in 2000.
Yeah, well, she's got a Liberal and a National candidate against it this time. At this stage, Denise is leading on the primary votes, but you have to add the other two candidates together. There's a lot of different booths in this electorate, of course. You might have to wait for some of the bigger towns to come in. At this stage, that's looking, those figures look like that. Running out of words here sometimes. The swing is 3.8% to Labor compared to the last state election, but they needed more than that to actually hold it.
We'd probably say with Benalla, we'd like to have a look at a few more votes, I think, on Benalla, and it is quite complex because you've got the Liberals and the National Party standing this time, and certainly we wouldn't write off Denise. She's done a fantastic job.
OK, well, look, one very interested observer on the floor tonight is former Liberal Party President and current ABC Director, Michael Kroger. He's with Josephine Cafagna.
Michael Kroger, 12 weeks ago, Robert Doyle warned of political oblivion for the Liberal Party. Is what's happening tonight?
Well, obviously it's a terrible result. We've lost a lot of outstanding members. I think the first thing I'd say is that the electorate gave us a wake-up call 3 years ago and we didn't listen. And this is the second disastrous result in a row. I think the first thing I would have done is made Robert Doyle leader straight after the election, because I think he's performed exceptionally well, which is extraordinary given the very bad result. But I think Robert can hold his head very high. I think if he'd started 3 years ago, then we probably would have had a much better result than we've had tonight.
What's gone wrong? You say it started 3 years ago. Started to do what?
Well, don't forget you can always beat a government twice. This is basically their second go at defeating the Kennett government, as in 1996 we ran the guilty party ads again. We defeated the Kane-Kerner government. John Howard beat Paul Keating in 98. You can always beat a government twice, and this is basically the second wave of Labor's attacks upon us from our previous administration. The third time, different story. But there has been a history of two-term governments in Australia. There hasn't been a one-term government anywhere on the mainland for 20 years. So this is a result. The return of the government was expected, but not the margin.
How many seats are you expecting to lose?
Well, the early figures show that it's well into double figures, and that's an extremely disappointing result.
Now, we heard Bernie Finn earlier in the evening talking about there needed to be an exorcism of the party, that it's haunted by ghosts of the past. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think obviously we've got to make a lot of changes in the administration. I mean, I was president a long time ago, 15 years ago, but made a whole lot of sweeping changes, and I think that's needed from top to bottom. We can't go on with these terrible results. We have lost a large number of very, very good people, so obviously we have to make major changes. We have to move with the times and modernise. We haven't done that, we haven't listened, and we have to. Should
Jeff Kennett take any of the blame?
Well, obviously the comments he made about Robert Doyle were very damaging. You could tell as soon as those were made that they'd be used in an advertisement, and all credit to Labor. They were brilliant ads. They did us a lot of damage, so it's regrettable from that point of view. But obviously a government that loses office is going to cause you trouble at the next election, as I said, as Joan Kerner and John Cain did in 1996. That's just the way Australian politics goes.
What's your assessment of what's going to happen in the upper house?
Well, a swing of 6.1% will deliver control of the upper house to Labor. It looks as if the statewide swing at the moment is slightly bigger than that. So Labor are a chance to win control of the upper house, and that would be obviously devastating for our side of politics.
Michael Kroger, thank you very much.
Pleasure, thank you.
Kerry.
Thanks, Josephine. One of the notable things about tonight's outcome so far, apart from this big win for Labor and the crushing loss by the Liberals, is the support for the Greens. And we might look at a few seats here. There's the seat of Brunswick, which is a very safe inner Melbourne Labor seat, but the Greens have done very well, have they not, Anthony?
Well, this is Carlo Carli's seat. The seat's currently called Coburg. It's been changed by the redistribution, but Carlo Carli's the sitting member. Pamela Kerr from the Greens is clearly outpolling Rebecca Gauci of the Liberal Party. When we look at the percentage votes here, you can see the Greens have polled 26.6%. But Labor's vote at this stage, with about a quarter of the booths, is still above 50%. As long as Labor's vote stays above 50%, they'll go on to win the seat. And the swing against Labor is 17%, caused by the switch from being a Liberal opponent to a Green opponent. But at this stage, Labor's staying just enough above 50% to hold on. We haven't got booth analysis in that electorate, so we'd have to wait.
That would be an incredible outcome, wouldn't it?
It certainly would.
Incredible. Now, what about the seat of Richmond? It's another safe Labor seat, nearly 16% margin.
Well, Richard Wynn's been the member since the last election. Gemma Pennell's the Green candidate. Again, Paul Tywis from the Liberal Party. Again, the Labor Party vote is well up. The Greens are running second. When we look at this, the Labor Party is just below 50%, but we're factoring in that they will get just enough preferences to stay ahead. Now, I'd be very doubtful. I'd want to see a preference count. I'm not sure who the Electoral Commissioner is counting preferences to tonight, but at this stage, that one's close enough to think Labor still has to get above 50% to hold on that seat. We'll be watching Richmond and Brunswick for a while, but the figures look just OK for Labor.
Well, I think they're interesting ones to watch. I think probably Richmond and Melbourne. But if you just go back to Richmond for a moment, I mean, what you see here is the total collapse, really, of the Liberal vote. I've just got the Liberal primary is down to 19.5%. It's down 11.6 full percentage points, which means they've come in third behind the Greens. And so Labor needs to get that 50%. On the 2PP, we will rely on some of the minor party and Liberal Party preferences at this point in time to get across the line. And this is essentially, this is the story of how poorly the Liberal Party has performed.
This seat has been one of the big Green contests in metropolitan Melbourne, and there are a number of those seats where the Greens have had all the attention, all the focus of all the local media, and there's been an expectation amongst the Greens that they will have a good shot at some of these seats. Richmond, Melbourne, Northcote, we haven't got to Northcote yet, but and Melbourne Province in the upper house. Those inner metropolitan seats are under pressure from the Greens.
I don't think we've looked at Geelong yet tonight, Anthony, but Geelong is another one of those Labor-held seats that on the redistribution were notionally Liberal.
Yes, well, at the start of the campaign, it looked like these redistributed seats might matter, but as the campaign's gone on, the swings developed, it looked like they were always going to fall into the Labor camp. And that's exactly what's happened with Geelong. Ian Trezise won the last election by 16 votes. It's not got that problem this time. We've got a preference count in 7 of the 20 booths at this stage. And on the actual count, it's turning into a swing of 7.7%. Ian Trezise is returned as the Labor member for Geelong.
Well, there's now over 20% of the vote counted. The swing to Labor has settled at just under 7% in two-party preferred terms. So far, that's a prediction of 59 seats to the ALP out of 88, an increase of 18 seats and a loss of 19 seats to the Liberals. That's a Labor majority of around 30. You're watching Victoria Votes on ABC. Okay, well, we might look at that statewide picture in closer detail. Anthony, I think with some 20% vote counted.
We got 25.6%. We've got a quarter of the vote counted now. Labor's 47.4, the Liberals 35.1, Nationals 4.8, the Greens are on 9.3, excellent result, 3.5 for others. And we look at the change in the shares that's occurred. Again, I think we've got more vote counted from the country, from the city. So I expect that Labor vote to rise slightly, but certainly the big rise in the Green vote has added to the small rise in the Labor vote and a big drop in the Liberal vote. I suspect some of that Liberal vote's gone to Labor and some Labor vote's gone to the Greens along the way. And at this stage, it's turning into a swing of 7% after preferences to Labor. Now, we can look at the swing by region using our totem pole graphic. We're seeing there's a bit of variability. Yeah. In rural areas, the Labor Party vote... Well, we'll look at that. We'll look at the swing after this. Labor's got less than half the vote, two-party preferred in the rural areas. You expect that. The regional vote, 59.6. The western suburbs, 69.3. It's a solid core vote for Labor. Even Labor's got a majority of the vote in the eastern suburbs and the southeastern suburbs, which translates into swings of 3.9% in rural areas, 7.8 for Labor in the regional cities, 5.5 in the western suburbs, 10% in the eastern suburbs, the biggest swing of a lot in the eastern suburbs, where there was a smaller swing last time, 8.3 in the southeast, and overall a swing of 7.2%.
And the interesting thing there again is the ALP primary vote has only marginally increased, and the decline in the Liberal vote is represented by an increase in the Green vote. And as I've said all night, that's been directed preference, which has gone back to the Labor Party. So there is a degree of disguise in the swing, albeit substantial swing.
I think the difficulty is where did the Green vote? I don't think it's come from the Liberal Party. I suspect it's a bit like the Tasmanian election. There's Liberal vote has gone to Labor, and this Labor vote has gone to the Greens along the way.
There is a shift of some sort.
Okay, well, if we've got 25% of the vote counted, let's take a look at the chamber.
We'll start off with seats which have been definitely won by each side. We have, the Labor Party has definitely already won 58 seats. And that is, I think that's about one of the best results ever for the Labor Party, and that's definitely seats won. When we've got some likely seats. I think we've got one extra seat to be added to make it 59. If we go on to make a prediction, Labor gets another seat, up to 60. And at this stage, it's looking like 60, 3 others, 18 Liberals, 7 Nationals. That's a Labor majority of 32. I think Henry Bolte might once have got a bigger majority. But that's certainly by far the biggest Labor majority, and already I'd say that's going to beat John Cain's two-party preferred vote in 1952 as the best ever Labor result.
You'd say that's not a bad result?
Well, you'd say it's not a bad result.
Wouldn't you?
I think, although obviously you can't simplistically say that or assume that this vote is going to be reflected in the upper house, but it's got to have some impact, I would have thought, Ted Barnier.
Well, if this swing is reflected in the upper house, then you can safely say that all that Labor rhetoric about a gerrymander in the upper house was always nonsense and would be proved to be so.
Well, because after 100 years they got there.
No, well, I think the nation is in the upper house. Most of the seats are around that 3 to 7 to 8% mark. And it'll be a very interesting outcome in the upper house. And the nation, it was always a nonsense to describe the upper house boundaries as a gerrymander, as a joke.
If you really have lost this many seats, Ted Barnier, part of the problem for you is going to be, presumably amongst those numbers would be people with real talent, real ability that you might have been counting on to help rebuild your party.
Well, I've got to say, we had the best set of candidates you could possibly muster. We had some terrific candidates, and I'm very sorry to see some of them go. We've had candidates in Labor-held seats who were really impressive individuals, and that is a great loss. And what we'll have to do is to reassess, to rebuild, and what I would say to those candidates, do not for a minute be deterred by this. Do not be for a minute be shifted in your saddle. We have a very strong cause, and we will keep at it.
John Brumby, have you got any further news?
No, look, I don't. What I have got is just some of those seats where the Greens didn't allocate preferences, Kerry. South Barwon, swing to us, 8.5%. Forest Hill, swing to the ALP, 10.5%. Seymour, swing to Labor, 8.5%. Burwood, 10.7%. And it just goes to this point Ted made earlier, which I think the statistics are showing are simply not accurate. We've won this election because we had the right policies, and that was about education, health, community safety, and growing the whole of the state. And the swings in the areas
you've had the opportunity
were identical to those where they were directed.
You've had the opportunity delivered by a previous government of a very strong economy and a very strong budget position, and that's a very healthy position for any government to assume office in.
You're prepared to concede something along those lines, John, that you actually inherited a state that was in much far better shape than it was when Labor left?
Well, what I'll say is this: government is what you make of it, and every government
wasn't a bad starting point.
No, government is what you make of it. Every government is elected in different circumstances. If you have a good starting point, the expectations are higher, and managing those expectations.
What you've successfully done is lower the expectations of any government in Victoria, and that's certainly been widely acknowledged. But the expectation is now so low that performance is going to be difficult for you. But you've got an interesting situation coming up in front of you.
Here we've got, what's this? This is sour grapes at 20 to 8 in the night. I mean, you've had 3 years, you had an election campaign, you had every opportunity, you had a minority government, and you couldn't grasp the opportunity because the Liberals in Victoria don't stand for anything.
Well, that's nonsense. That's
true.
absolute nonsense. We have fought hard on every issue.
We might save that one for when you get back into the chamber, once the Parliament resumes. But Anthony, we might take a closer look at the seats that appear to be changing hands.
This is our changing graphic. These are the seats we've already given away at this stage. We've got Labor winning back Macedon, Geelong, Yan Yean and Narrabeen, which are affected by the redistribution. Beyond that, up the pendulum. They've won Bellarine, Narrawarren South, Bentley, Monbulk. Then we go on to the next 8 seats. We've got Mordialloc, Frankston, Eltham, South Barwon, Narrawarren North, Bayswater, Forest Hill. We haven't had a look at that yet, but already that's going to Labor with a 10% swing. Kilsyth, 18% swing there, extraordinary. Mount Waverley, Evelyn, and we've got Benalla being won back by the National Party. So at this stage, that's a net gain of 18 seats to Labor and 1 seat gained by the National Party.
Well, we've actually got Jeff Lee standing by in the seat of Mordialloc, the sitting member who may no longer be. But before we cross to him, can you just pull the figures up?
Well, in Mordialloc, Jeff Lee's been the member since 1992. He'd been previously the member for Morven. He's behind Janice Munt from the Labor Party. At the moment, the Greens have got a substantial vote there, about 8.3%, but Labor's ahead on the primaries. We've got preference counts in 3 of the 14 booths, translating into a 7% swing. It would be unlikely for the other 11 booths to behave that much differently from that. So at this stage, it looks like an ALP gain in Mordialloc.
Well, Jeff Lee, thanks for joining us. 20 years is a long road in politics. Is this the end of the road?
Oh, well, last time, early on in the count, they predicted my death and somehow I survived. So until every last vote is counted, I don't actually listen to computers, frankly.
Even against a 7% swing?
Oh, well, there's a couple of big booths that I've always done well at, and we'll see to the end. I think,
which are they, Jeff? Which ones are you pinning your hopes on?
Well, I'm not pinning my hopes on anything, but until the end of the count with the postals and the rest of it, I don't concede anything, and we'll just wait and see what the outcome is totally, that's all.
Yep. You would have to concede, though, it hasn't been a great night for the party. What do you think went wrong?
Look, I think on nights like this, when you lose seats like this, I think one of the problems has been a couple of problems. I think the Greens have, certainly in my seat, the Green people handing out many of them were actually branch members of the Labor Party, and they were quite clearly going off to the party together in the ALP. So, frankly, I think there's been a bit of trickery on the part of the Greens. Certainly in this area there has been. I guess in campaigns things happen, and I think one of the things that has happened in this campaign particularly, I think some elements of the media have been, let's say, less than frank in dealing with the facts of both Mr Brumby's administration and the opposition. I'll give you actually a very good example, if you like, and that is in 1999 I was on the front page for supposedly gagged by Jeff Kennett, and the net result of that was there was 3 of us left after that. That was the front page of the Herald Sun. This time when the ALP, 18 of the 48 members filled it in, and where was it? It was buried back in the Herald Sun. Now, you know, they were obviously gagged, but the Herald Sun decided not to put it up. So, look, politics is politics. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Such is life.
Did you hear Michael Kroger's offering earlier? He says there's a case for reform in the administrative wing of the party. Would you support that?
Well, can I say, on nights when these things happen, I think what everybody should have is a cool head, go away and sit down and think about it. We've got at least 3 years to actually work it out. Probably about 12 months to put it together properly. So I think on these occasions, you just have on the night when these things happen, you just have a cool head about it and work your way through it, is what I believe.
If things don't go your way tonight, as indeed that's the way it looks, what of life after politics? Have you thought of that at all?
Well, one thing I'll tell you, I'm not going to become a political consultant. Secondly, I'm definitely not going to become a media consultant. Thirdly, I'm actually going to go and do something constructive. As to what I will do, there is always life after political death, and I think I've been very fortunate over my time in politics. There's not many people who survive 20 years at it, sometimes being shot by your own side and definitely being shot by the other side. So I'll wait and see what happens, but I don't think I'm on the trash heap, so to speak, of life. I think there are a lot of other things you can do with life if that's what it's to be.
We'll watch it closely, Jeff, but 20 years is a great innings. Well done, and commiserations if it comes to that.
Well, yes, let's say I'll have a drink after it's all over when I've got rid of you guys, because there's nothing worse than looking on a television camera that you're some sort of besottled fool who doesn't know what they're doing anymore. And I can assure you, to the Labor Party I can say, you may think you've beaten me, but, you know, often you'll find my dead hand behind things still, so I wouldn't worry about it, guys.
OK, Jeff, thank you. Kerry?
It didn't make politics sound like a joy to be in there.
Jeff Lee has been a fantastic man for the Liberal Party, and he has fought every inch of the way, and you couldn't ask for a better local representative, and he's done a great job.
Absolutely.
OK, we might move on with our seat runs and look at the Liberal-held seat of Forest Hill. They hold it with a margin of 6.3%, but of course Australia's champion skier Kirsty Marshall was contesting this seat for Labor.
Well, Kirsty Marshall, she was the first Australian to win a gold medal at the Winter Olympics, which didn't involve everyone else falling over. She's actually, looks like she's going to be a Member of Parliament. I think she's 6 or 7 months pregnant at the moment. Vasan Srinivasan is the Liberal candidate. He replaced John Richardson, who retired. But it looks like the tide of red sweeping across Melbourne's east has taken another victim there, and it looks like Forest Hill is going to go to the Labor Party with a swing of 10.8%, and Kirsty Marshall looks like she's got a new job.
Well, an Olympian.
She'll be a great Member of Parliament, and yeah, she's fantastic. She's absolute quality, and she's fought a strong campaign there, and she'll be a fantastic member of the team.
Forgive me for saying, but she'll certainly have no trouble jumping through hoops. Can we look at the seat of Narrawarrah North? Now, this was Robert Dean's seat.
Some of us are avoiding the puns, Gary.
Well, one every 3 years is all right, Anthony.
We haven't mentioned the Greens yet, Anthony.
OK, I have. Luke Donnellan is the Labor candidate there, 2,809 votes. Marie Luckens is the member for Waverley in the Legislative Council at the moment. She's trying to transfer to the lower house to Narrawarrah North, which was the safe of the 2 Narrawarrah seats. But no luck. It looks like the tide's out for the Liberal Party at this election. And Luke Donnellan, who's, I think he's a political staff for the local federal MP. And he's won it easily with a swing of 13.5%. 4 of the 12 booths. Green vote 7.6%. I mean, Labor vote's above 50% there. They should win that seat easily.
Hastings, Anthony, Liberal seat, margin 7.1 or 7.2%.
No sitting member in this seat. This is a brand new seat created south of Cranbourne, including the areas on the northern side, northern and western side of Western Port. Neil Burgess, who's a local, I think he's a local solicitor, a local barrister. He's a Liberal candidate, but at the moment he's ahead on the primary votes there. Rosie Buchanan is the Labor candidate. She works for the local Centrelink. I think Greens 9%. After the distribution of preferences, we actually got a preference count in this one. It's turning into a swing of 7.6% seats in doubt. If Hastings is in doubt, this is not a very good result. Well, we know it's not a good result for the Liberal Party at this stage, and Hastings is a sign of that it's still in doubt.
OK, Frankston, Anthony, Liberal-held seat. Andrea McCall is the local member, but certainly tonight, by tonight's standards, a very slender margin, 3.2%.
Well, she had a much safer margin before the redistribution. Her seat now includes much of the old Frankston East and has lost the areas around Mount Eliza and Mount Martha, which were much stronger for the Liberal Party. Alistair Harkness, a former political scientist, now works on the staff of the Premier, if I remember. He's actually a Frankston boy, so he claims. 11% for the Greens. At this stage, he's ahead on the primary votes. Big vote for the Greens. Using the preferences at this stage, 55.9 for Labor. Another 9% swing and Labor will win Frankston.
And Eltham, a seat that's probably also gone for the Liberals. They had held it with 3.7%. Wayne Phillips was the sitting member.
Yeah, the only seat on the northern side of the Yarra which was held by the Liberals. Wayne Phillips has held it since 1992, former butcher. He's been defeated as well in this swing. Steve Herbert, who was a Labor candidate selected very early, a former teacher and an advisor to the Education Minister, Lynn Kosky. He's ahead on the primary votes, and with 12% with the Greens, he will go on to win that seat. At this stage, it's a swing of 7.8%, and Labor claims the last seat north of the Yarra.
OK, well, it's taken us till 10 to 8 to get to it, but we've got to Ted Baillie's seat of Hawthorn. Safe Liberal seat, Ted.
Well, at this stage, Ted's ahead on primary votes. We've actually got a preference count in 3 of the booths. He's on 52.4% of the vote. The ALP's got 32%. The Greens have done very well in these Liberal-held electorates, 15% there as well. And after the distribution of preferences, it's 11.5%. I think Ted should be returned as the member for Hawthorn. One should hope so. There are certain things in life that should occur, and there should be a Liberal member for Hawthorn. But that's still a substantial swing by the look of it.
So you've lost a bit of your comfort zone, Ted, but you're not going to be fretting too much personally, are you?
Well, the Greens and Democrats combined in last year's election got 18% in the area, so certainly with the Greens added on this time, we expected there would be a Green vote.
The Shadow Education Minister, Phil Honeywood, has arrived on the tally room floor, and he now joins Josephine Cafagna on the floor.
Phil Honeywood, a devastating defeat.
Josephine, clearly one-term government is something that's not going to occur in most states' political situations in the future. Clearly, it's personally upsetting for me, and I'm very emotional about the whole thing.
How many MPs do you think you've lost?
I think we've potentially lost a majority of our lower house MPs. We could be a rump. We could be brought down to only 18 Liberal MPs if these trends continue. Great people like Lorraine Elliott and Ron Wilson, a future leader of the party, have been gone. They've lost their seats.
And what's your explanation for what's happened?
I think that clearly there is a situation of a legacy from Jeff Kennett. People have forgotten that the Kennett government wound back a $35 billion debt, and that they've focused on health and education as what's been a reminder from the Kennett government days, and clearly it's a negative for us. On top of that, the Brax factor. Brax is clearly a very popular leader, and the Greens vote has been tremendously strong, and the Greens stand for very little. They can't make an alternative government, but the Greens have gone straight to Labor.
Now, you're talking about the Jeff Kennett legacy, but what about what you've done over the past 3 years? Has it been enough?
We've worked incredibly hard. Our policies, as John Fain said on 3LO Radio only a week ago, we've bowled up more education policies that have provided real choices for people than the Labor Party has.
Has the new leader made any difference?
Whoever had been leader, Josephine, it would have been a similar trend against us. However, I have to say that Robert Doyle has had a tremendous campaign. He hasn't slipped up once. He's been on message, and Robert Doyle is a feisty campaigner. I don't think that any Liberal will be feeling that Robert Doyle has been the issue here. I think it's just a Brax factor and clearly a legacy of the Kennett years.
So it was no point changing leader then, is that what you're saying?
No, because we could have had an even bigger swing against us if we'd retained the previous leadership. I believe that Robert Doyle has been the best person to take the fight up to Labor.
What needs to be done now? You say you're close to being a rump.
We need to look at the whole organisation of the party. Clearly, the organisation of the party has to have a good reality check, and we need to ensure that we've got the right people in shadow cabinet. However, with 18 people, the entire backbench will be in shadow cabinet.
Phil Honeywood, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josephine.
Kerry.
Thanks, Josephine. We might take a look at the seat of Bass. It was Geelong West. This, of course, was Susan Davies' seat, the independent, and she may be in a little trouble. Anthony?
Yeah, we can't look at the preferences on this one, so I'll just look at these raw figures here. Ken Smith's trying to move from the upper house. He's the member for South Eastern Province. John Anderson, the Labor candidate, is running second, and Susan Davies third. The difficulty Susan Davies is facing here with 41% counted is shown on the next graphic with percentage counted, is that she's running third. She has to get ahead of the Labor candidate to actually win that seat. So the preference count that's been given us is for a Liberal independent finish. At this stage, Susan is running third. She needs to improve her vote through the count. She has to get ahead of Labor before she has a chance of winning that seat. And I'd suggest we'll have to wait for all the vote to come in to be certain about that. But at this moment, that's actually not a good result. It looks like she's suffered from the fact the Labor vote has increased across the state. And one of the byproducts is it may actually result in Susan Davies being defeated. But we'll have to wait and see.
OK, well, can we have a look at the, until tonight, marginal Liberal seat of Bellarine? They held it with 1.1%, but that's clearly gone.
It's not marginal tonight. Gary Spry is retired. Frank Kellaway, the new Liberal candidate, but he's going to be easily defeated by Lisa Neville for the Labor Party. Substantial vote there, 9% for the Greens. After those preferences are distributed, we've got an actual preference count in 7 of 17 booths, and it's showing an 8.7% swing. So Labor will win Bellarine, another regional seat going to Labor.
OK, what about Lara?
Well, this is the safest of the Geelong seats for Labor. It was known as Lara, but it's actually extended up towards the Werribee region, so it's been renamed. Peter Loney's been the member since 1992. Linda Ristevski's a local councillor down in Geelong. She stood as a Liberal candidate, but as I said, it's a very safe Labor seat. As you can see in the percentages, Labor's got 64.5%, and after the distribution of preferences, very safe for the Labor Party, 74. Oh, geez, quite a swing there as well. The Labor vote doesn't seem to be as high in some of these safe seats like Lara. It seems to be stronger in the inner city.
What about South Barwon, Anthony? 4.7% margin for the Liberals.
We now have a preference count in this electorate, and this is not looking at all good for sitting member Alistair Patterson. This is the safest of the Liberal seats in the Geelong province. Michael Crutchfield stood last time. He's a local councillor. He's got 49.9% of the vote, with nearly two-thirds counted. We've got preferences in 5 of 14 booths. It's translating into a swing of 9.4%. Michael Crutchfield is the Labor member for South Barwon.
Now, what about Geelong itself? This is a Labor seat, but on paper, after the redistribution, very marginally Liberal, 0.4%. Ian Trezise.
Well, at this election, it's clear that it was only ever Liberal on paper, because when the votes are counted and when people have filled in their paper, it's a safe Labor seat. Labor's got over half of the vote. When you distribute the preferences and to factor in the booths, we've got an actual preference count, 58% to Labor, an 8.3% swing.
Well, joining us now live from Geelong is the Liberal candidate, Stretch Contell. Stretch, thanks for joining us. A disappointing result. How do you explain it?
Well, it's very disappointing. We've fought as hard as we could here in the local area. We had an excellent policy for the area of Geelong, but unfortunately we got caught up in the tidal swing towards Labor. It put it down to the Brax factor, also preferences from the Greens going pretty much to Labor. So that's the way I explain it.
What issues went against you, do you think?
Look, locally I think the issue of ceasing logging in the Otways, although it was a scam of an election promise, will never be delivered, and they'll go to the next election not ceasing logging. They promoted themselves on that issue, and I think there were votes in it for them, and it's all smoke and mirrors with the Labor Party, and they've conned the public.
Stretch, do you think there's a message for head office in this result at all?
Look, we'll have to obviously go back to basics, have a look where it all went wrong, but I think Victoria will suffer, Geelong will suffer. A second-term Labor government, invariably the wheels go off, and unfortunately we're not going to have time to take that into account. We're going to election 12 months early. The Premier has not explained why that's the case. There's a coal Royal Commission being handed down next week. All sorts of things are going to hit the fan, and God help Victoria, God help Geelong over the next 3 years.
Do I take that you'd be prepared to... You'd be prepared to saddle up for another try next time?
I can't hear that, sorry.
I said, do I take it that you'd be prepared to saddle up for another try next time?
I'm not saying anything, but I never say never. I've got plenty of fight left in me, and the community of Geelong have been very supportive of our campaign here personally. A lot of good policies, and I just feel sorry that we won't be able to deliver for Geelong. And I really do feel that we had the better policies for the city, but we got caught up in a swing. And we will suffer as a region, as we did 10 years ago with the debacles of Pyramid Building Society, Geelong Building Society, Victoria State Bank, and I see the dark clouds on the horizons for Geelong and Victoria under a Brax Labor government. They've conned the community.
Well, I hope there's not too many dark clouds for you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
And can I say, Stretch Montel, former Mayor of Geelong, outstanding candidate, has fought all the way and has been a fantastic representative for the Geelong community, and it is a great disappointment to see him not in the Parliament.
Baillieu, just looking at the figures as they've been coming through and trying to comprehend what impact it has and what message it has for the Liberal Party. If you take the seat of Burwood that Jeff Kennett held, that seat had been with the Liberals until 1999 for more than 50 years, for more than 40 years. And not only has that by-election win been cemented, but to a quite extraordinary degree. I mean, this is upper middle class territory. This is blue ribbon Liberal territory.
Indeed, and we had a first-rate candidate there in Di Rule. She is wonderful on the ground, wonderful with people, and she'd make a wonderful member of Parliament.
But what does it say if you can't win an upper middle class seat with an excellent candidate?
Clearly the message is a very strong message from the community, and I think perhaps one of the difficulties we've had is that because we've had control of one of the houses, as I said earlier, there's been an expectation that in a way we would govern from opposition, and that is a very difficult thing to do. To be accountable and responsible as you must be when you control the House of the Parliament, and to be in opposition is a very, very tricky fine line to walk. And we've had to do that. We think we've done it responsibly. Perhaps we've been caught up by those at both ends, by those who didn't give us credit for things that we should have got credit for, and those who wished us to oppose things which we didn't.
We might keep looking at seats. We'll come back and have a look at the numbers in Burwood shortly. But what about the seat of Swan Hill? Anthony, we're looking at seats where it's more a contest between Lib and Nat.
Well, we thought we'd better have a look at some of these contests for the future of the National Party, which is one of the other stories tonight, of course. Swan Hill, Barry Stegel, who's the National Party's retiring member, is deputy leader. He's retiring at this election. Peter Walsh is the new National Party candidate. Sue Ellen Tomichael from the Liberal Party and Graham Hill from Labor. As you can see there, the Labor Party's running third. And as long as the Labor Party runs third, their preferences will help elect the National Party. And if the Liberals run third, their preferences will help elect the National Party. The National Party vote looks like it's going to hold up, and they should be able to retain Swan Hill, which was a seat they were very concerned about losing.
Now, Shepparton was a seat where there was a question mark about whether it might go independent. What's the story with Shepparton?
We'll have a look at this, and then we'll look at the swing, the change in vote, rather than two-party preferred. I'll just warn on that one. Jeanette Powell's transferring the Legislative Council. She's currently the member for North-Eastern Province. Stephen Merrilees, who's on Wangaratta Strathbogie councillor. Alan Calder from the Labor Party. Chris Hazelman, who's the mayor, is running fourth. Now, there's a lot of talk that he could win this seat. At this stage, he's running fourth. He's got to get ahead of Labor before he has a chance of winning this seat. We've got about 40% counted, so there's a fair way to go. But if we look at the change in vote there, you can see what's happening. Chris Hazelman's vote is actually down what it was last time. And a lot of that's become because there's a Liberal Party candidate standing. There was no Liberal last time. Chris Hazelman would have won that on Labor preferences if they directed him that way. I think the National Party have a strong chance of winning that, but at this stage it's going to depend on who finishes third and fourth in that electorate. But that's certainly a better result for the National Party than some people suspected.
The seat of Rodney, a very safe National Party seat.
Well, this is Noel Maughan's seat. He's held this since 1989. He's just ahead of the Liberal Party candidate Simon Frost, who works for Sharman Stone, the federal member for Murray. Malcolm McCulloch, the Labor candidate's running third. He's running third and directing preferences to the National Party. And for that reason, Noel Maughan should go on to win the seat. As long as Labor's running second or third in that electorate, the National Party will win the seat. So the Liberal challenge hasn't sort of dislodged Noel Maughan.
OK, the seat of Lowan in Western Victoria, another reasonably safe national seat.
Well, there's a name there people know, Delahunty. Hugh Delahunty used to play for Essendon, but he's also the brother of Mary, the planning minister. Howard Templeton, he's a South Grampians councillor, if I remember. The electorate covers Horsham and Hamilton. Charles Williams, the Labor candidate, is running third. The Electoral Commission is actually counting preferences between the Liberal and the National Party, and at this stage, it's again the National Party vote is staying in the top first running. Therefore, they'll go on to hold the seat. So that's a better result in Lowan. There's some talk again the Liberals could have won Lowan.
OK, now we were talking about Burwood just a few moments ago, that seat that was lost to the Liberals for the first time in more than 40 years when Jeff Kennett retired from the Parliament.
Well, Bob Stensholt would have been surprised to be in State Parliament when he, 2 months after the last state election, when he first stood against Jeff Kennett. He's outpolled Di Rule. Di Rule lost the last election as the candidate for Seymour. Well, she's been defeated again, this time as the candidate for a much safer seat in Burwood. Bob Stensholt will go on to win that seat. He's got 46.8, a terrific result on a primary count, and after the distribution of preferences, he's getting a swing of 10% to him.
And we actually have Bob Stensholt coming to us live from Burwood now. Bob, that looks anything but marginal now. I bet you might have had butterflies earlier tonight, but I suspect not now.
No, we've been very pleased, the people of Burwood, because it's been a great result for them, because having a MP that's out there for the community, as well as representing them in the state issues on health, education and community safety.
Anthony alluded to the fact that you're a bit of an accidental MP. You kind of expected to win initially when you ran against Jeff Kennett, and here you are, you've had quite a change of life now. Are you warming to the task?
Oh, definitely from day one, and we've been working very hard for the last 3 years. We've been everywhere in the electorate, and of course actually spoke more often than any other Labor backbencher in the last 3 years.
Tell me, Bob, what do you see as the decisive point in this campaign?
I think the decisive point's been many. It's been the last 3 years, in fact, and we've run a very good campaign. It's been right from day one. Of course, we had Steve out the first day and we had Steve out on the last day, so it was a very well organised and very well run campaign.
Was there a point to that? I mean, clearly, were they a bit worried about Burwood? Is that why the Premier was there at the start and the end, like bookends?
Well, I guess it's a marginal seat. You said 50 years. It's really 150 years that we had to wait before we won Burwood. So, and we're keeping it. And the people of Burwood, I'm sure, are very happy indeed.
Well, how does an accidental MP? How does an accidental MP celebrate becoming an MP with a safe margin?
Well, I don't know if it's safe. We never take anything for granted in this game, but. We're going to celebrate with our friends and our workers. We ran a grassroots campaign for the last 3 years and for the last 25 days, and I guess we'll celebrate in a grassroots way.
Well done, Bob. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, as we've been saying on and off since probably about 10 to 7 tonight, a Labor government has very clearly been returned. It is a landslide, and with almost 50% of the vote counted, the swing to Labor stands at just over 8% in two-party preferred terms. So far, that's a prediction of 60 seats for Labor, up by 19, and a loss of 20 seats to the Liberals. The Greens have taken over 9% of the primary vote, a swing of 8.1% to them. You're watching Victoria Votes on ABC. So,
Calder from the Labor Party. Chris Hazelman, who's the mayor, is running fourth. There was a lot of talk that he could win this seat. At this stage, he's running fourth. He's got to get ahead of Labor before he has a chance of winning this seat. We've got about 40% counted, so there's a fair way to go. But if we look at the change in vote there, you can see what's happening. Chris Hazelman's vote is actually down what it was last time. And a lot of that's become because there's a Liberal Party candidate standing. There was no Liberal last time. Chris Hazelman would have won that on Labor preferences if they directed him that way. I think the National Party have a strong chance of winning that, but at this stage it's going to depend on who finishes third and fourth in that electorate. But that's certainly a better result for the National Party than some people suspected.
The seat of Rodney, a very safe National Party seat.
Well, this is Noel Maughan's seat. He's held this since 1989. He's just ahead of the Liberal Party candidate Simon Frost, who works for Sharman Stone, the federal member for Murray. Malcolm McCulloch, the Labor candidate, is running third. He's running third and directing preferences to the National Party. And for that reason, Noel Maughan should go on and win the seat. As long as Labor's running second or third in that electorate, the National Party will win the seat. So the Liberal challenge hasn't sort of dislodged Noel Maughan.
OK, the seat of Lowan in Western Victoria, another reasonably safe national seat.
Well, there's a name there people know, Delahunty. Hugh Delahunty used to play for Essendon, but he's also the brother of Mary, the planning minister. Howard Templeton, he's a South Grampians councillor, if I remember. The electorate covers Horsham and Hamilton. Charles Williams, a Labor candidate, is running third. The Electoral Commission is actually counting preferences between the Liberal and the National Party, and at this stage, it's again the National Party vote is staying in the top first running. Therefore, they'll go on to hold the seat. So that's a better result in Lowan. There's some talk again the Liberals could have won Lowan.
OK, now we were talking about Burwood just a few moments ago, that seat that was lost to the Liberals for the first time in more than 40 years when Jeff Kennett retired from the Parliament.
Well, Bob Stensholt would have been surprised to be in State Parliament when he, 2 months after the last state election, when he first stood against Jeff Kennett. He's outpolled Di Rule. Di Rule lost the last election as the candidate for Seymour. Well, she's been defeated again, this time as the candidate for a much safer seat in Burwood. Bob Stensholt will go on to win that seat. He's got 46.8, as a terrific result on a primary count, and after the distribution of preferences, he's getting a swing of 10% to him.
And we actually have Bob Stensholt coming to us live from Burwood now. Bob, that looks anything but marginal now. I bet you might have had butterflies earlier tonight, but I suspect not now.
No, we've been very pleased, the people of Burwood, because it's been a great result for them, because having a MP that's out there for the community, as well as representing them in the state issues on health, education and community safety.
Anthony alluded to the fact that you're a bit of an accidental MP. You kind of expected to win initially when you ran against Jeff Kennett, and here you are, you've had quite a change of life now. Are you warming to the task?
Oh, definitely from day one, and we've been working very hard for the last 3 years. We've been everywhere in the electorate, and of course actually spoke more often than any other Labor backbencher in the last 3 years.
Tell me, Bob, what do you see as the decisive point in this campaign?
I think the decisive point's been many. It's been the last 3 years, in fact, and we've run a very good campaign. It's been right from day one. Of course, we had Steve out the first day, and we had Steve out on the last day. So it was a very well organised and very well run campaign.
Was there a point to that? I mean, clearly, were they a bit worried about Burwood? Is that why the Premier was there at the start and the end, like bookends?
Well, I guess it's a marginal seat. You said 50 years. It's really 150 years that we had to wait before we won Burwood. So, and we're keeping it. And the people of Burwood, I'm sure, are very happy indeed.
Well, how does an accidental MP celebrate becoming an MP with a safe margin?
Well, I don't know if it's safe. We never take anything for granted in this game, but we're going to celebrate with our friends and our workers. We ran a grassroots campaign for the last 3 years and for the last 25 days, and I guess we'll celebrate in a grassroots way.
Well done, Bob. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, as we've been saying on and off since probably about 10 to 7 tonight, a Labor government has very clearly been returned. It is a landslide, and with almost 50% of the vote counted, the swing to Labor stands at just over 8% in two-party preferred terms. So far, that's a prediction of 60 seats for Labor, up by 19, and a loss of 20 seats to the Liberals. The Greens have taken over 9% of the primary vote, a swing of 8.1% to them. You're watching Victoria Votes on ABC. So we might continue looking at the trends around the state, starting first of all, Anthony, with the actual statewide vote and the trend that's showing up in swing terms.
Well, let's look at the statewide trends. You can see the Labor Party vote is above 50% at this stage. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong number. 48.6, which is still not too bad when the Liberals are on 34. The Nationals 4, the Greens on 9.2. And you look at the change in vote that's occurring there, and you can see the Labor Party vote's up 3.1. We're getting more metropolitan votes now. Liberals down 8, Nationals down 0.8, Greens up 8.1. It's translating into an 8.3% two-party preferred swing. And we can actually now break that up and look at the figures by region. First of all, in the city. In the city, we have the figures are that the Labor Party's on 51.7, Liberals 35.6, Greens 10.4. The Democrats have got 0.2. They're only standing in 4 or 5 electorates. And when you look at the change in vote, the big shifts are there. Big drop in the Liberal vote, big rise in the Green vote, and the Labor vote's increased as well. So, I mean, you're looking at Liberals going to Labor, Labor going to the Greens, unless a lot of other people other than Melbourne and Richmond picked up on the idea of trying to defeat Labor members by voting Green. And maybe that's happened. We also have in the regional cities, we have some other graphics for the regional cities which show the Labor Party's on 51.1. This is the Bendigo, Geelong, Narrabeen, Morwell area, 8.4 for the Greens. The Nationals are only standing in the 2 Bendigo seats there. The change in vote there is quite dramatic. Labor vote's done very well there, the Liberals well down. And then we have the rural seats, and in the rural areas we're seeing Labor's 31.6, Liberals 27.9, Nationals 22.9. The interesting thing is the change in vote that's occurring there. The National vote is down, but mainly because the Liberals are standing in more seats. The Nationals are also standing in more seats, so it's not been as bad for the National Party as some people had predicted. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to show the chamber with a full prediction as to what the overall position is. We are saying at this stage that the Labor Party are going to go on and win, that the numbers fill in. 62 seats, we're saying at the moment. Well, it's a little higher than I expected. It's varied between 60 and 62 for a while now, and at this stage that's looking like a record result for the Labor Party. We've got some other graphics. I think we're changing seats. Yes, these are the seats that have been won. Macedon, Geelong, Narrabeen and Yanyin. The notional Liberal seats are now definitely back in the Labor fold. Added to them Bellarine, Narrawarren South, Bentley, Monbulk. We've got another 8 to follow. Mordialloc, Frankston, Eltham, South Barwon, Narrawarren North in the southeast, Bayswater in the east, Forest Hills in the east, Gembrook, which Robert Dean was supposed to run in. Hastings is now looking as though it's in the Labor fold, Ferntree Gully, Kilsyth, Mount Waverley, and the National Party have probably recovered Benalla. And we've just got a couple of doubtfuls left. All that's left is Paran, Labor's ahead, Evelyn, Labor's ahead, Nepean, the Liberals are ahead, and Bass is too close to call at this stage.
Now, I think before we go on to some of those individual seats, John Brumby, what are you saying about South West Coast? Because
well, look, I've seen some of the numbers on South West Coast, but our scrutineers, Anthony, probably have a slightly different view to what you're predicting. But I've got numbers here that say with 12,000 votes counted in South West Coast, Labor is ahead with a 2PP of 51.3%. This is a complex seat because there was a strong independent last time. But this is quite different to your figures, and I'm wondering perhaps we're getting a higher spread of Green preferences, but our scrutineers are quite reliable there, and we do have us ahead in this seat at that point in time.
I'll just dissect that for you. I have the Liberals ahead by 700 votes after a preference count in 26 of 35 booths, and that's translating into a 1% swing.
Right. Well, I think, perhaps it's one we've got to watch a bit later on tonight.
Yeah. OK. We might just take a look at the seat of Melbourne, which is one of those safe Labor seats where the Greens were expected to do extremely well.
Well, this one's bobbing around a bit. We've got 7 booths in. We've only got an estimate of preferences, but at this stage, Bronwyn Pike up against Sue Burke. Sue Burke from the Liberals is running second at this stage on the count. The Greens running third. Kevin Chamberlain, the Independent, is running fourth. Let's look at the percentages there, and they may become a bit easier to add up. Labor on 43.6. The Greens and the Liberals are neck and neck. The Liberal, if Kevin Chamberlain's going to go out, there's some other socialist candidates, public transport first. They'll put the Greens ahead of the Liberals, and then it'll be a close contest as to who finishes. I haven't got a preference count in that electorate yet, but that's just the primary votes. That's going to be a close contest, and it will depend how many Liberals and Independents give preferences to the Greens ahead of Labor.
Well, we actually have the Greens candidate, Richard Di Natale, with us live tonight now. And Richard, what's your view of that? We have it too close to call at the moment. What sense do you make of it?
I think that's right, Kerry. It's still early days, so we'll just wait and see with Melbourne. But what I can say, Kerry, it's been a terrific result for the Greens tonight. Absolutely fabulous. A sea change in Australian politics tonight. The Green votes increased across the state. A lot of hard work, grassroots campaigning, and what we're seeing is really a reflection of the disillusionment with the major parties at the moment, and that shift going across to the Greens.
Well, Richard, it's Ian here, not Kerry, but don't let that bother you. What sort of a springboard do you see a 9.2% showing across the state will be for the future?
Oh, look, I mean, this is a fabulous result. The party's been building since the federal election. We've continued to campaign very hard on the ground, really grassroots stuff. We think that the next federal election provides us with a wonderful opportunity to pick up seats, and we hope to have a senator in Parliament very soon.
Well, where are you pinching votes from the major parties, from Labor and Liberal?
Look, I'd suggest they're coming across the board. I think there's clearly a lot of disaffected Labor voters out there, particularly in the inner city. The inner city is now Green Labor marginal. That's largely because Labor inner city MPs have ignored their environment. They've had these safe seats for too long, and I think that's been reflected with the results tonight.
Can I ask you, we were having a discussion here on the panel earlier. Do you think you appeal to disaffected Liberal voters as well, or is it mainly disaffected Labor voters?
Look, I think it's across the board. Clearly, I'd say the majority of our vote comes from disaffected Labor voters, but there are disaffected Liberal voters who have a clear and worrying concern about the environment, and I think some of those votes are coming to us as well.
OK, Richard, look, I sense that yours may be one of the seats we can't call by the time the night's out, so you've probably got a long night ahead. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much.
OK, you've been very interested in watching Melbourne tonight, Ted. I know. You've got almost as much interest in the Green vote tonight as you have in the Liberal vote.
Ted actually did run Percy Jones' campaign in Melbourne in '88, didn't he?
Yes, we appointed Percy at the Parliament.
Percy to Parliament. Very successful campaign it was, yeah.
Well, it was high profile.
He probably polled more Liberal votes than what occurred today.
We'll keep the seat run going. We have a look at the seat of Narrackan, a Labor seat, but until tonight, after the redistribution, notionally Liberal, but there's nothing notional about it now.
No, another one of those which was Liberal on paper and it's not after the election. In Maxfield, the Labor candidate is romping home quite comfortably there. The Nationals stood in the election mainly to support their vote for the Gippsland province. The independent there, Tony Sayers, who was one of the local councillors, has polled 6%, but Labor will win that quite comfortably. We've got a preference count in 20 of the 36 booths. It's translating into a 9% swing, and a seat which John Del Zoppo held for the Liberals for decades is now very, very safely in the Labor camp.
The Liberal seat of Paran, Anthony, which Robert Doyle campaigned very hard and the party put in a lot of effort to hold, margin of 4.7%.
Well, I think it can take some personal comfort so far in this electorate because the swing's substantially less than some others. Leonie Burke is a Liberal member since 1996. Tony Lupton was a Labor candidate, local barrister. Dinesh Matthew, who's one of the, I think he's one of the Green key campaigners, he's got 17% of the vote. We've got an actual preference count in this electorate, and in 5 of the 13 booths that are in, Labor's just ahead. It's in doubt. So we're not sure on Paran.
OK, now the seat of Evelyn, before tonight, a very safe Liberal seat, well, 12.3%.
Christine Fife won this seat for the Liberal Party the last election after Mr Plowman retired. Heather McTaggart is running in this electorate. She's behind on the primary count at this stage. This stage we're factoring in the Greens got 7.5%, and we're factoring in after the distribution of preferences. This is another one which is doubtful. The Labor Party is just ahead at this stage, 12.8%, 7 of 13 booths with a preference count. Too close to call. We'll be waiting till the end of the night.
Nepean, Liberal seat, Martin Dixon, the sitting Liberal, on a margin of 6.2%.
I'll just say Nepean, Evelyn has only ever been run by Labor twice, in 1952 and 1982. Nepean used to be known as Romana. The only time it's been won by Labor was 1982. And here's these two seats again looking like falling to Labor. Martin Dixon there is the Liberal candidate. He's ahead on the primary vote there. We've got 12% with the Greens, another big Green vote down on the end of the Mornington Peninsula. Distribution of preferences in about 15 of the 18 booths is turning into a 5.8% swing. Hasn't fallen yet. That's very close.
The Transport Minister, Peter Batchelor, has arrived at the tally room and he joins Josephine Cafagna on the floor.
Peter Batchelor, I've noticed you're sporting quite a substantial grin all night.
This is a good result for Labor. We'll win this election in our own right. Other parties cannot take comfort in what we have done. This is not the result of Green preferences, because in many of these seats where preferences were directed, we're going to win in our own right. They have done well, however, the Greens in inner Melbourne, but that's because the Liberal Party vote has collapsed. The Liberals have disappeared in the inner part of Melbourne, and that's why the Greens can appear to do better than what their real position is. And I guess in seats like Melbourne, they're still going to be very, very close.
Could you put this in an historical perspective for the ALP? How significant is it?
Oh, this is one of the best victories that we've had for a long time. It equals the sort of victory that John Cain had when he was first elected. We're going to do extremely well in the lower house. I don't think we'll quite make it in the upper house, but it's too early to call, to make those sort of predictions, but we'll go very, very close to winning control of the upper house. There are seats that we've got tonight like Forest Hills. That's a fantastic result. There are senior Liberals, shadow ministers who have lost. My opponent, Jeff Lee, has gone, and that's where he organised to get $180 million pork-barrelled into his own electorate, and he's still lost. I can't believe what's happened in the Liberal Party. Why we have won, that's the real question. It's because we understand what state government and state politics is all about. It is about more nurses, more teachers, more police, and we have doggedly stuck to that. We weren't diverted from it, not just in this election, but in the last election. When John Brumby was leader, we have been consistent in following through in pursuing the issue of services, core services that state governments deliver, and we'll continue to do that.
Now, Mr Bracks and other ministers were talking down the possibility of a victory. Now, were you faking it all along? Did you know this was going to happen?
No, the Liberal Party leaked their own research just a couple of days before the election and said it was going to be much closer than the published polls had indicated. This result is bigger than our own private polling. It's bigger than the Liberal Party own private polling. It's an unexpected result, but we are extremely pleased with it. You couldn't be otherwise. This is devastating for the Liberal Party. They are the losers out of this election.
Peter Batchelor, thank you very much. Kerry.
Thanks, Josephine. And one of Steve Brack's justifications in calling this election a full year earlier than it needed to be was that Labor wanted to embark on reform of the upper house. But to do that, it needs to improve its representation dramatically. The Legislative Council comprises 22 provinces, each of which covers 4 of the lower house electorates. And there are 2 members elected for each province. The current composition of the council is Liberals 24, National 6, Labor a mere 14. With only half of the seats up for election this time, Labor needs to win 15 of the 22 seats on offer. So, Anthony, looking at that, how we... What can we show of what's happening in the upper house?
Labor needs to win 15 seats to get absolute control. If they get 13 or 14, the Nationals get the balance of power. At this stage, Geelong, Waverley and Chelsea were won by Labor at the last election. They're going to win the second seat this time. But we've got 4 seats now, which currently both seats are held by the Liberal Party. The first one is Central Highlands. This is vast, covers Seymour, Benalla and areas to the north of Melbourne. At this stage, and I know we have some problems sometimes bringing up the upper house. See what we've got. Central Highlands. Robert Mitchell's a Labor candidate up against Kath Marriott. Jeff Craigie, the sitting Liberal MLC, is retiring. At this stage, Labor is ahead with 18,000 votes. When we look at the preferences, you can see the Greens 9.5. The Democrats have done very poorly. When we factor in the boos that information is from, we're seeing a swing with an actual preference count of 7.3%, and Labor would pick up Central Highlands. The next one is Sylvan, which is out in the eastern suburbs, covering Bayswater, Kilsyth, Monbulk and Warrandyte, of which Labor has probably won 3 tonight, and those figures are also flowing through the upper house. Carolyn Hirsch, who was defeated as an MP back in 1992, has run several times for the federal electorate. Federal electorate suddenly looks like she might actually have a new job in the Legislative Council. Wendy Smith has been the Liberal MLC for New Years. When we factor in the preferences that's going on there, the swing to Labor is again 10%, and at this stage, Labor is on track to win Sylvan. In Coonung, which is another eastern suburbs electorate, Gerald Ashman has held it, Ferntree Gully, Forest Hills. Coonung, again, when I can get the figures for Coonung, it looks like Labor's going to go on and win Coonung. Helen Buckingham is missed out on a federal seat last year. She is ahead at this stage from Gerald Ashman. She will go on and win the seat. She's ahead on the primaries, and when we factor in the preferences.
I just want to ask John Brumby something. Any of that surprising, John? And what's it telling you about what you might expect overall?
Well, look, the size of the swing is surprising. Often you get a lower upper house vote than you do get a lower house vote, so you often get the difference there. These are very strong numbers. I mean, you know, we're very humbled by these numbers, and there obviously is a chance that we'll pick up a number of seats. But I don't think you can call the upper house. I think it's too early. But
do you still give yourselves a chance?
Look, I wouldn't write it off. I wouldn't write it off totally. I think we've been surprised at the the dimensions of the swing tonight, and you can see here we will pick up a number of seats we thought we had very little prospect of getting. So it will get the numbers very close, but a big call.
Okay. Ted Bernier?
Kerry, in the upper house, as I said earlier, the Greens have preference Labor in every seat, and this has been part of the deal that's been done. And a 7% swing in the upper house would deliver majority control of the upper house to the Labor Party.
That would be an extraordinary outcome, wouldn't it? I mean, it's one thing to lose even in a landslide in the lower house, but this would be an amazing moment in Victorian history, would it not, if Labor actually captured the upper house?
Well, Labor's only controlled the upper house once before, and that was very briefly around the Nunawading by-election, and that was for only a few weeks. So this would be a first.
So there really may well be reform of the upper house.
Do you take some comfort in the thought that sometimes people vote differently in the lower house and have a safety vote in the upper house? Well, is there anything in those figures that gives you reassurance?
Well, that's true, Ian, but as I've said before, every seat, the Greens preference Labor in the upper house. And most of those seats, we've been double-teamed. There's been a Labor candidate and a Green candidate, and it's made it terribly difficult in those upper house seats. And the upper house seats are generally a closer margin, and yes, they're seats we held, but I think it's going to be very difficult.
So in the question of control, where will you be looking? What are the pressure points there?
In terms of
the seats?
Well, there are seats to come. Coonunga is obviously going to be critical at the 7.1% margin. Western Port and the two Western Province and East Yarra seats.
Kerry?
Can we have a look at the seat of South Barwon, Anthony? This was another Liberal seat with a margin of 4.7%.
Well, this is where Alistair Patterson, a former TV newsreader, has held the seat since 1992. He's been defeated at this election by the Labor Party's Michael Crutchfield. He's a local Geelong councillor. Crutchfield ran at the last state election down here. This time, he's actually won election to the Legislative Assembly. And as you can see there, his votes 48.7, Liberal 38.3. He's clearly won on the primary votes. And when we've got 11 of the 14 booths with an actual preference count, he's achieved a swing of 9.6% and is a new member for South Barwon.
Michael Crutchfield joins us now, and that must be music to your ears.
It is music to my ears, yes. You wouldn't have got it... you got long odds, I think, about a month ago.
Michael, you and the dog have become a familiar sight around the district in the campaign. He must be worth a vote or two.
The dog's worth a vote or two, and it's the United Firefighters trailer, actually, so I'd have to thank Pete Marshall for donating the trailer as well, and my fiery mates for driving it round for about 2 weeks. So, yeah, it's had some effect.
So a few of your mates have been out there campaigning for you as well?
Yeah, they have, but I've got to be conscious that there's 40-odd% of people that didn't want me there, so they're in a very conservative seat, so they're the people I need to focus on in the future.
Well, Michael, what issues do you think were really biting in South Barwon?
Well, I think the issue that bit was that you could see that the Labor Party was financially conservative in a certain extent, and particularly in the area of South Barwon, which there's never been a Labor seat. That did resonate, but it was also socially progressive. So issues such as closing primary schools, such as Belmont Primary, improving emergency services. I'm a firefighter, and police, such as a 24-hour police station in Torquay. This government was about improving those services that have been neglected by the previous government, in fact, and they didn't believe that there was going to be a change. So Steve Bracks was smiling, and the tidal wave was out, and I was on a surfboard and I held on and I went with him.
OK, Michael. It's indeed, as you say, a much bigger Steve Bracks team now. Where do you see yourself fitting into it?
Me, I'm big enough to wrestle for a seat. That's all I'll do, mate. And, if I can't, Pete Marshall will certainly be able to find me one.
OK. Enjoy your celebrations tonight, Michael.
Good on you. Thank you.
And Brian Loughnane, the Liberal Party State Director, is now in the tally room, and he's with Josephine Cafagna.
Brian Loughnane, do you now officially concede defeat for the Liberal Party?
Well, Josephine, Robert Doyle has spoken to Steve Bracks, and Robert will be making a statement shortly. But clearly this is a very serious result for the Liberal Party. Last election, the people of Victoria sent a clear message to us, and obviously we haven't heard that message sufficiently, and there's a need for a very serious review of our position, and we need to regroup, restructure and recommit to being a party based on the community.
How much blame do you personally accept for this defeat?
Well, I obviously accept responsibility for the calls and the decisions that I'm responsible for, but our polling has had the Labor Party in a clear lead of about the margin that they look as though they're going to achieve tonight for the better part of 2 years. So the difficulties and the problems that we have are very significant. They're structural and they're long-standing.
There's been criticism tonight from senior Liberals, including Michael Kroger, that there hasn't been enough support from Liberal Party headquarters. I mean, what has been the problem there?
Well, this has been a very difficult campaign for us. We started on the back foot. We did improve significantly during the course of the campaign. We actually came within 1 or 2 points of the Labor Party on primary vote, but that was at about the time that we had a problem with Dr. Dean. We lost a week or so's momentum as a result of that, and over the course of the last week we were regaining momentum, but the last couple of days have been very difficult for us as well.
How do you begin to rebuild?
Well, I think we've got to go back to the community. We've got to indicate clearly to the community that we've heard this message and that we reconnect with the community right across Victoria.
But how do you reconnect?
Well, I think we've got to listen, we've got to consult, and we've got to take account of the messages that we've been sent this evening. The other thing that I think that has exacerbated the swing tonight has been that the Greens are polling very well, and that has had the effect of pushing our primary vote down in a large number of seats, and the Green preferences are breaking very heavily against us by a factor of more than 5 to 1. So to the extent that there's a swing on, that has been accentuated by the split on Green preferences.
What's happened to the jewel in the Liberal crown?
Well, I think that there's been a difficulty there for some time. It would be silly of us to think that this is something that's just occurred in the last couple of weeks. It's clear that the Bracks government has been in a strong position in this state for the better part of 2 years, and I think that there are very significant messages for the party in the result tonight.
Brian Loughnane, thank you.
Thank you.
Kerry.
Thanks, Josephine. Well, the polls closed just over 2.5 hours ago, and already the Labor Party has garnered 49% of the primary vote. That's almost 15 percentage points ahead of the Liberals, with a few more percent, of course, to the Nationals. In seat terms, that's a prediction on our computer of 62 seats to Labor, a majority of 34. The Greens have 9.2% of the primary vote, the National Party 4.1%, a drop of just 0.7. You're watching Victoria Votes on ABC. Well, once again, we'll take a look at the statewide picture just to give you a better sense of what's happened tonight with, I think, 62.5% of the vote counted. Anthony?
Well, at this stage, it's clearly all off. We've known that for several hours now. Labor Party's on 48.8%, Liberals 33.7%, the Nationals have 4.2%, the Greens 9.2%, a very good result for them. I think they're their highest vote on the mainland at the state election. A lot of that vote, big drop in the Liberal, big rise in the Green, a rise in the Labor Party for support. You'd expect some of that has been a transfer between those parties rather than directly across. We can have a quick look at the chamber. We'll look at the seats won, and then we'll look at the seats which are predicted to be won. This illustrates the size of the result. The seats definitely won. We've already given away 60 seats, absolutely definitely to the Labor Party without much doubt. When we factor in the prediction, went slightly awry there, unfortunately, but 62 seats for the Labor Party, 17 for the Liberals, 7 for the Nationals, and a Labor majority of 36.
OK, now we're expecting that probably just half an hour or so from now that Robert Doyle, the opposition leader, will be making an appearance, and that appearance, one has to assume, is going to be to concede defeat tonight, but that's about half an hour away. And one would imagine that the Premier, Steve Bracks, would probably make an appearance not too long after that, which makes for, believe me, very early appearances by the leaders on an election night. We might continue at this moment, Anthony, with a further look at the upper house seats, where
Yes.
Labor is also making significant gains.
I see you weren't game to try and say you-memering, but let's have a look at the seat of you-memering.
You want to hear me say you-memering? You-memering, Anthony.
Adam Somyurek is the Labor candidate there up against Mick Morland. Mick Morland was a late replacement candidate for Neil Lucas when Lucas moved to contest Gembrook in the lower house. At this stage, Adam Somyurek with 29% of the vote counted. He's ahead on 50% of the vote. Liberals 36.9. The Greens got a substantial 12% down there. This covers down around Dandenong, Narre-Warren, Gembrook. 9% swing to Labor, and at this stage it was only a marginal seat, and Labor will go on to win you-memering.
And what about Geelong?
Well, this was the seat that Labor Party picked up last time. Let me look at the correct house. There's two Geelongs, of course, one in the lower house, one in the upper house. Geelong, John Aaron is the brother of Tafen Aaron, who was a former Labor MP who was pushed out of the Parliament the last election. Ian Cove has been the member since 1996, former member of the Could Have Been Champions. He's in a great deal of difficulty and looks set to lose his election. As I said, Labor won the other province in 1999, and they're all set to win it this time as well. The Greens got 8% of the vote, and after the distribution of preferences, and we actually have preference counts in 23 booths, the swing is 7.8%, and John Aaron is the new Labor member for Geelong.
OK, we're looking at upper house seats. What about Waverley, Anthony?
These upper house seats are sometimes hard to call up in the computer. Waverley, John Lenders is currently the member for Dandenong North. He's the Minister for Finance. He's chosen to switch house and he's running in Waverley Province. The sitting member for Waverley Province, Marie Luckens, is running in Narre-Warren North and has been defeated. Denise McGill, the Liberal candidate, was the member for Oakley, defeated at the last election. So there's been a bit of switching
There's
around
a lot of musical chairs going on.
Anyway, John Lenders doesn't seem to have struck a problem. He will go on to win Waverley. This is the seat that Labor would have won at the last election on the current boundaries, and they're going to win it very comfortably with a swing of 8.5% at this election. OK, Chelsea Province? This covers Frankston and Cranbourne, Carrum and Lyndhurst, the new seat of Lyndhurst. And at this stage, Matt Viney is another one switching to the lower house. He actually won Frankston East, if you remember, the by-election. Then Vantita Lowe is the Liberal candidate. She's not going to win the seat. Matt Viney has successfully transferred to the upper house in the province of Chelsea and will win that seat for Labor with a swing of 10%. So that looks like a definite 7 or 8 gains for Labor in the upper house, and they're perilously close to getting control.
Well, one of the people of the moment, the Greens, Federal Greens leader Bob Brown, is now in the tally room, and he joins Josephine Cafagna.
Bob Brown, you've got some support here tonight. All right, tell me your assessment of how the Greens are doing in this election so far.
It's a great vote for the Greens. The Garden State's gone very green tonight. There's a third of a million votes going to the Greens. We're up from below 2% to 10% statewide. And in the inner Melbourne seats, it's line ball. We're giving Labor one heck of a fight for seats like Richmond, Melbourne, Brunswick, and the province of Melbourne in the upper house. It's too early to say how we're going to go there yet, but this is a phenomenal vote from Victorians, and the Greens are enormously happy with the way the vote's gone today.
So how confident are you of picking up a seat?
Look, it's too early to say. Whatever does happen, and in those Melbourne seats we are so close to winning, and Labor is not there yet. So that's going to unfold as the night goes further. But I can tell you this. In the election campaign, the Bracks government was forced to take stock. Hence their 6-year phase-out of logging in the Otways. They're looking at better education funding, a range of things, and they're going to be looking over their shoulders from now through to the next election campaign. If they don't perform, we'll see a batch of Greens getting into the Victorian Parliament come the next campaign. This is a terrific boost to the Greens tonight.
Peter Batchelor sat here earlier and said you can't take too much credit for their victory tonight.
Oh, whatever happens, the old parties are going to be glum and down in the mouth about the Greens because they don't understand, you see. They're too close to the big end of town. They don't understand. Here comes a party that's close to the people, particularly young people. We're getting voters coming across from the Liberal Party as well as the Labor Party, and the people who are coming across to vote Green are going to stick. There's a Senate seat there coming down the line, whatever happens tonight.
Translate this. Bob Brown, translate this to a federal election if you got this sort of support in Victoria.
It's a certain Senate seat, and I think because the strength of we've got voters right across the board, but because the strength of this vote is in young voters, many first-time voters, it's going to build as we go down the line. And I frankly don't think Labor and Liberal are able to change direction. And on the environment, on social justice, on public amenities, the Greens are going to be there, and it's great for politics. It's new, it's exciting, it's the new face of politics, and the big parties know we're coming. And a great thank you. Congratulations to Labor tonight, but a great thank you to the people of Victoria who put their faith in the Greens.
Bob Brown, thank you.
Thank you.
Kerry.
Thank you, Josephine. That's not often you hear Bob Brown congratulating Labor, but there you go. We might continue our seat run, and since we're talking Green at the moment, let's look at those Melbourne seats where the Greens were expected to poll well. What are, on the face of it, safe Labor seats? The seat of Brunswick, Anthony?
Brunswick's held by Cal O'Carley. It's actually called Coburg at the moment, but the new boundaries have changed and it's sort of now called Brunswick. Cal O'Carley is the city member. Pamela Kerr from the Greens. Rebecca Gauci from the Liberals is running third. When you can see there, that's the percentage votes. It looks like Labor should go on to hold that. We've only got 40% counted, which is a bit slower than some other elections. I suspect there's a lot of candidates in that election. It's slowing the count. Labor should go on to hold that, but if the Green vote improves, then it would become another one of those contests which turns around and looks a bit closer.
OK, the seat of Northcote, which is held by Labor with a margin of 22.6%.
Well, Mary Delahunty, who was actually on the panel the first time I did an election coverage down here, of course. She's the Minister for Planning. Sarah Nicholson, the Green candidate, has finished second in that electorate ahead of Graham Watt. You can see when you look at the percentages there, Mary's percentage is still above 50%, so she will go on to hold that seat. But again, that's another one of those inner city seats where the Greens have polled substantially well, 79.9% after preferences. OK, the seat of Melbourne, held by Labor, 12%. We'll look at the candidates first. Just hold on these for a moment, because Bronwyn Pike, the Minister for Community Services, Richard Di Natale, the Green, Sue Burke, the Liberal, Kevin Chamberlain, the former Lord Mayor of Melbourne, is running fourth as an independent. When you look at the percentages there's a few votes for other candidates. Labor's votes have fallen below 50%, which puts them in danger. The independent vote will go to the Liberal and then the Green, and at this stage we've got a preference count in 4 booths, and calculating a swing, it still looks like Labor should be able to hold on. But that's comparing the Labor vote booth by booth against the Liberals. I'm not sure if it'll be quite as consistent as that. I think we'll wait all night for the final counts of preferences in Melbourne. But that's looking a little bit better for Labor than it does on the primary counts. Maybe those Liberal preferences haven't flown strongly to the Greens. And the last one of these Green seats is Richmond. The Labor Party, Richard Wynne, I think another former Lord Mayor of Melbourne, if I remember. Gemma Pennell, the Green candidate's running second. Again, if we look at the percentages, we see that the Labor Party's just sneaking above 50%, which means it doesn't matter about preferences. We've only got half the count in at this stage, but Labor's vote is probably high enough to ensure that after the distribution of preferences, and we have preferences in 6 of the 14 booths, actually it's counted. The Electoral Commissioner has counted between Labor and the Liberal there. I'll go in and change that, and we'll do our own estimates of that. It's a lot closer than that. And we can have a look at, we'll ask for one other thing, a trends graphic. We're doing a trend of the inner metropolitan seats. This is the 15 seats in the inner party Melbourne, basically within the limits of the tram system, which is basically roughly defined as inner Melbourne. You can see there the Labor Party vote is 49.1, the Liberals 30.6, the Greens on 16.4. When we look at the change in votes occurring there, the Liberal vote's down 12, Labor's down 3, the Greens up 15. It's either that the Liberals are voting Green, or there's a big switch, Liberal to Labor and Labor to Green. And that's the position in the inner Melbourne, which is the best area for the Greens at this election.
Well, John Brumby, it looks like you may just hold out the Greens in Melbourne.
Well, I hope we do. I mean, Bronwyn Pike's been a fantastic minister and a fantastic local member, and it's very humbling to have a result like this tonight. And you hope that along the way you don't lose some of your best performing members, and so I hope she does hold on.
So tell me what you attribute the strong Green performance to.
Oh, well, I think I said that earlier in the evening. We've seen an absence of other minor parties in this campaign, so the Democrats aren't there. They normally take up some of the vote. You normally have some single issue independents. They're not there. and you saw in this campaign the collapse of the Liberal Party primary vote. I mean, I'm not trying to make a political point. I mean, the statistics will serve to confirm this. You've had an unprecedented victory here tonight, a huge swing, and it's on the back of a collapse in the Liberal Party's primary vote. And so people who didn't want to vote for the Liberal Party, but didn't particularly want to vote for us, first off, have gone to the Greens. Some of our voters too. We've clearly, there's been some we've gained, some we've lost. But overall, they've been there as a minor party, and they've been a conduit really for dissatisfied Liberal voters who, the Liberal Party stood for nothing in this campaign. I said that earlier.
There's a very strong disconnect happening in the city of Melbourne with the Labor Party, and that's undoubtedly true. And a 15.6% lift in the Green vote in inner Melbourne is a very important change. And ALP vote down 4%, Liberal Party vote down 12%, but a very strong Green performance. And there are a number of significant issues in inner metropolitan Melbourne, the way the Games Village has been treated, the way a number of developments have been treated, and the way planning issues have snowballed.
Just looking at the possibility, contemplating the possibility of gaining control of the upper house, John Brumby, what would you do with it? I mean, where would your priorities be? How quickly would you move to reform the upper house?
Well, let me say firstly, I think it's too early to call that tonight.
Yes. No, we're not really calling it, but we're certainly contemplating the possibility.
Okay, so as long as we're clear about that. I think the second point I have to say is to repeat, we're very humbled by the result tonight. It's been an enormous result. If we were to win the upper house, we've made clear our priority is to reform it. Proportional representation to make it a more representative house. And obviously, were we to win control, we would be able to get that legislation through. I think that would be positive legislation. It would give a better voice to the Victorian people, a stronger voice for the Victorian people, and be more of a genuine house of review.
Would it mean more generally that you could expect to see a more proactive Labor government?
Well, we've set our... one of the things in this election campaign, I said it earlier, we set our policies out for the next 4 years. So we've announced them all, the plans are out there, how we're going to rebuild education, health, community safety, grow the whole state. So there's no new plan that's been developed tonight. Our agenda there, our policies are there, and what we'll do over the next 4 years is implement them.
What deals have been done with the Greens over policy? Are you going to rule out some of the things that the Greens have asked for? They want to tax the family home. Are you going to rule that out?
Ted, have you conceded defeat yet tonight?
Are you going to rule it out?
Have you conceded defeat tonight?
Are you going to rule out taxing the family home?
Have you told people...
Are you going to rule out the strike legislation that the Greens want?
Well, this is the sort of nonsense we heard from the Liberal Party during the campaign, and it's no wonder you perform badly.
Well, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how the Labor Party performs in the event that they get control of the upper house.
Well, it'll be fascinating. I don't think anyone's going to argue that, Ted. Fascinating.
I know that, John. It was a pretty easy question. He wouldn't rule out taxing the family home, which is a Green policy.
Yeah. Well, the only policy to tax the family home that was released during the election campaign was, in fact, the National Party. And we revealed that, and they withdrew it within 48 hours. So let's get back in the...
Are you ruling it out? You're not ruling it out, are you?
Let's get back in the real world, Ted.
You're not ruling it out?
Get back in the real world. You've got a lot of work to do, rebuilding your party and standing for something. For goodness sake, what do you stand for? What's the Liberal Party in Victoria stand for? Because you've stood for nothing over 3 years.
We stand for choice, and you still stand for no ticket, no start. We'll be interested to see how you perform.
For you too, wasn't it?
You guys getting into training for the next election campaign already. Can we get back to looking at some seats here? We look at the seat of Carrum. It was one of Labor's most marginal seats, held by Jenny Lindell.
Well, she won this at the last election very narrowly. Her margin was increased slightly by the redistribution, but she's had no difficulty winning this time. This time she's got 52.2% of the primary vote, which is more than she can get two-party preferred last time. And at this stage, after the distribution of preferences, we've got a substantial count. There's a swing of just under 10%. So Jenny Lindell has been easily returned as the member for Carrum.
And a jubilant Jenny Lindell joins us now live from her electorate office. Jenny, congratulations. How surprised were you at the extent of that swing?
I must admit I was surprised. I was quietly confident that we could hold the seat, but I didn't in my wildest dreams think that we would get the result that we've got. So it's a fabulous feeling, and and just quite overwhelmed at the moment.
Well, something's obviously resonated with the voters. What do you think it is?
I think in fact voters have actually appreciated the fact that they're part of the government. They're part of who gets spoken to, who gets listened to. I think they've responded because there is now a respect that the government has for the electors of this state, and I think overwhelmingly it's been the style of the government plus the gains we have made in health and education, and people accept that we've still got a way to go, but I think they like the way that we've gone about our business for the last 3 years, and I'm just terribly humbled to think that I've got an opportunity to do my best for this electorate for another 4 years.
There's a new player in your seat and indeed in state politics now, the Green Party. Do you think there is anything that Labor can learn from the Greens?
Oh, look, the Greens have polled, I believe, quite well here, but this is a very, very special area of Melbourne. We have wetlands of international recognition. We have 16 kilometres of Port Phillip Bay. We have 3 major waterways that go through this electorate. So we're a very green area, and the Greens always would poll very well down here.
How will you be celebrating tonight?
Fairly quietly. I think my fabulous campaign team will maybe make a bit of noise, but as I said, thank you. But it's been a hard month. It's been a month of very little sleep and lots of miles, and I'll probably take things fairly slowly for a couple of days and just dwell on the amazing result that we've had.
Okay, well, enjoy it to you and all your team. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much.
The former Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Louise Asher, is now at the tally room, and she joins Josephine on the floor.
Louise Asher, you were Dennis Napthine's strongest supporter. Has Robert Doyle made any difference to what the Liberal Party has faced tonight?
I don't think going through that analysis really helps the situation. I mean, tonight is an incredibly disappointing result. It's a shattering result, obviously, for the party. And I think what we need to do is concentrate on the future, and the hypotheticals and what could have been or should have been or might have been. I don't think there's really much point in talking about that. What I want to do, as obviously the member for Brighton and a senior member of the Liberal Party, is move forward, and we'll need to really reunite that small team that we've got left and move forward. I mean, this is not about hypotheticals, it's about what we do from tomorrow onwards.
You say you have to reunite. Were you a divided party for the past 12 weeks?
Well, in fact, one of the things that I think we exemplified was unity in the last period of time. I think it was considered that it was very, very important Robert have a unified team. Dennis Napthine himself played a key role in ensuring that Robert had the best possible run-up to the election. But, I'm not going to sit here and mouth things that are not true. I mean, we had some internal dissension. I mean, you read about it in the paper, you spoke about it on your TV channel. Then one of the things we need to do is learn from the lot. Learn from how we conducted ourselves, learn from the campaign, learn from it. Now, the lessons are not for me to discuss on national television, statewide television, but these lessons need to be learnt, absorbed immediately, and the party move forward.
There was also criticism that yourself and some others who were perhaps disaffected about what happened 12 weeks ago weren't there during the campaign. You'd disappeared.
Well, I did during the campaign what my party asked me to do, which was A, look after my seat, and B, get out in regional Victoria. And I've spent a rather gruelling 3 weeks on the road. That's what I was asked to do. And whilst I certainly wasn't present in the Melbourne media, my brief from the party was to get out into regional Victoria and obviously speak to the media there. So I did what was requested.
So you say you won't apportion blame tonight. Well, but what's happened? I mean, whose fault is it?
Well, again, I don't think fault and this sort of analysis is something I'm going to do for you, Josephine, much as I like you. And there will be a lot of that, but I hope it's behind closed doors. I mean, the reality is that this is an awful night for the Liberal Party. I simply want to get back to my campaign workers in Brighton who have really worked very, very hard. I want to thank them, and my role tonight, obviously, I think will be much of a healer, because our supporters and our party members will be devastated by what they've seen already tonight, and I'd simply like to go back to base and talk to some of my party members and supporters.
Elise Asher, thank you.
Thank you. Kerry.
Thank you, Josephine. And moving on to another one of the individual stories tonight, the seat of Bass. It was Gippsland West. It was held by Susan Davies, the independent, and it looks like her political career, for the moment at least, is over.
Yes, the problem is that she's running third in the electorate. She needed to be ahead of the Labor candidate to have a chance of winning. It looks like perhaps that the new areas are added around Pakenham haven't helped her cause. And at this stage, if you look at the percentages, she's about 7% behind the Labor candidate. Now, admittedly, the Green preferences will help her. We've got 3/4 of the vote. It's a little hard for her to catch up. And at this stage, it's looking like a two-candidate contest. Now, we're estimating preferences there. The Electoral Commissioner is not counting that way tonight. I think we've assumed 60% of Susan's preferences would flow to Labor, which would produce that result. If they flow more strongly, Labor would be closer, but it looks like a Liberal victory.
Yeah, look, I haven't got numbers on that, but I wouldn't call this one yet. And I mean, I think it is very difficult for Susan as the independent. She would have to get most of the Green and independent preferences to get ahead of Labor. But I wouldn't call this one yet, and I wouldn't call it against Labor yet either, Anthony. You know, the Liberal vote is down, and I mean, Susan's been a very, very strong member, and the whole non-Conservative vote there is higher than it was, so I wouldn't call this one yet.
And the Green preferences there are directed to Labor, and Susan Davies issued a split ticket, and so her preferences are difficult to call, but the Green preferences will flow to Labor, and it would look like, to me, it will be a Liberal ALP contest, and it will be very close.
Fine. Okay.
Now, if you're wondering what that echo is coming through on your sets at home, I'm told it's because most, if not all, of the monitors on the tally room floor are switched to the ABC, and I'm not going to complain about that, so put up with it. Can we take a look at the figures in the seat of Paran?
In Paran, Leonie Burke has got a lot of assistance during the last days of the campaign from Robert Doyle, but it doesn't appear to have helped in the end. I think she has kept the swing down below other seats, but we now have a preference count. If we look at the percentages here, we can see the Liberals are currently slightly ahead, but there is a 17% Green vote there in Paran. And after the distribution of preferences, which we have in 7 of the 13 booths, that's translating into a 6.8% swing. Now, there were some changes to booths there, which might mean I'd sort of want to wait for all the votes to come in. But at this stage, that looks like it's very difficult for Leonie Burke to hold. And Tony Lupton, a local barrister, has a chance of winning that seat.
That, again, is an interesting seat. Leonie Burke's a very strong candidate. She's been mayor of Paran. She's been very high profile. And again, the Labor primary vote is down in Paran as well. But we've had a 9% swing off Liberal Party and a 10% swing to the Greens. And again, the Greens directed all those preferences back to the ALP.
Yes, well, Paran was one of those rare seats at the last election that actually swung to the Liberal Party. There's a couple of those inner city seats, and I don't think the Labor Party had a candidate who ended up doing very well last time, so I think there was a few problems there. The next seat, we've got Bentley coming up, which I'm not sure we've had a look at often this evening. This was one of those key marginals at the start of the night. It's so big as the swing bin that we've sort of missed it a little bit in the backwash. Rob Hudson, who had his eyes once set upon being member for Northcote before being overlooked and replaced by Mary Delahunty, he stood for Bentley against Inga Powlich, who's been the member since 1992. She did well to hang on last time, but this time it looks like she's missed out. The Labor vote's up to 48.3%, the Liberals 41.6%, with 9% for the Greens. And we have preference counts in 13 of the 15 booths, and it's translating into a swing of 6.4%. Less than some other seats, but still, that's a Labor victory in Bentley.
And Anthony, very disappointed Inga Powlich joins us now live. Inga, look, I know how hard you've worked in the electorate to stay in the game in this one, but you've been swamped. It must be a bitter pill.
Certainly, I'm very disappointed, not only personally, but of course for all of the people who've supported me over the 10 years that I've been honoured to represent the seat of the Bentley district. Obviously, it's always been a marginal seat. It's been a litmus seat, and 10 years of service is, I think, very substantial. Of course, I'm disappointed, and I'm disappointed also for many of my colleagues who've worked very hard in other seats, and certainly I pass on my commiserations. In Bentley, I understand the two-party preferred swing against us is about a little less than 6.5%, so it's a little less than the magnitude of swings across the other South Metro suburbs.
When did you start to sense that things might be going wrong?
Well, look, I think obviously for a long time we've had to make up some ground. Certainly the public polls indicated that we were way behind. Locally, we've campaigned hard. However, we have been swamped by a very professional central campaign conducted by the Labor Party. And in the seat of Bentley, whilst I congratulate Rob Hudson, who is a resident of Northcote, it essentially was a win for Steve Bracks. So I certainly hope that he serves the Bentley district with the degree of commitment and hard work that the constituency deserves.
When you say you admire Labor's professional effort, is that a backhanded compliment to your own administrative effort? I'm not saying for a minute in your own electorate, but I'm saying the broader party. Is there a message there?
No, I think those post-mortems will be conducted in due course. This is not the night. I think we've got to take stock of the situation and move forward. And I think what is very important for Victoria is to make sure that there is a strong opposition, that we can reconstitute, reform, regroup and hold the Bracks Labor government accountable, especially, of course, if there is a threat to our majority in the upper house. It certainly is not good for any state, including Victoria, to have an overwhelming majority held by one particular party, and I certainly look forward to being a part of a team, irrespective of which capacity, to make sure that, in actual fact, Bracks is held accountable for the promises that they have made and that they have obviously failed to deliver in the first term. However, the electorates were certainly obviously willing to give them a second go.
You intend to stay active in the party?
I certainly intend to give the party the sort of loyalty and the service that they have given me. There's no intention of walking away from the party. I've been a long-standing member in the local electorate, and certainly all of that loyalty and hard work is going to be repaid.
Inga, thanks very much for joining us at a difficult time.
Thank you.
Now, I would think that it's not that far away that we're going to hear from Opposition Leader Robert Doyle. One would expect perhaps in the next 5 to 10, maybe 15 minutes at the outside. But in the meantime, we'll keep looking at seats. But we might look now at the upper house, the seat of Templestowe Province, Anthony.
Well, this is up in the northeastern part of Melbourne, covering Bulleen, Doncaster, Eltham and Ivanhoe. Labor's won 2 of those seats, and there's big swings against the Liberals in Bulleen and Doncaster. I don't have... My mouth's starting to tire at this time, aren't I?
I've never heard of that before,
Carlo Folletti is the sitting Liberal member. He's the Deputy Leader in the upper house. Now, these are not corrected for booths, these figures, but still, with over half the vote counted, the Labor vote's well up, 14% for the Greens, and when you look at the preferences in that electorate, it looks like the Labor Party's going on to win Templestowe. That's quite a substantial swing in that electorate. Again, it's not corrected for booths, but with over half the vote, that looks pretty representative.
So, with less than a third of the votes still to be counted, Labor is sitting very comfortably on a majority, it would seem, of 34 seats, a primary vote of 49% and a swing of just over 8% in two-party preferred terms. The Liberals may end up with just 18 seats. That's 18 seats out of 88, courtesy of an 8.1% swing against them. And the Greens, with a swing of over 8%, have 9.3% of the primary vote. You're watching Victoria Votes on ABC. So, with something like 70%, a little over 70% of the vote counted, let's look at the statewide trend, Anthony.
Well, let's look at these overall votes. We can see the Labor Party is currently on 48.9%. The Liberals on 33.4%. Nationals 4.3%. Greens 9.3%, and the others 4.1%. Probably the lowest Liberal vote since the days of the DLP, but in those days the DLP gave preferences to the Liberals. Today the Greens are giving preferences to Labor, which is a huge difference in two-party preferred terms. You can see that big drop in the Liberal vote, big rise in the Greens.
OK, now I'm going to interrupt you, Anthony, because Robert Doyle has arrived.
And we need to learn from this. We need to learn that we can't sit back for 3 years and try to do it all at the last moment. I've got some pledges to make to you tonight. And I have one main, strong message for you. My pledge is that we will start working from now, because that's what we need to do, honestly and openly. Start working from now to work back towards the trust of the Victorian people. I pledge that I will do that, and I hope that you will too. Could I also thank my dear family for putting up with me over the last 12 weeks?
It's okay.
Because it hasn't been easy, and tonight least of all. Thank you all again, dear friends, and remember that pledge. The job starts from tonight. And I give you 100% of me to start that work from now. Thank you all again.
So that would be one of the shortest concession speeches for some time. But Robert Doyle has set a challenge for himself and for the Liberal Party. Ted Baillieu, the party does have to get behind him, doesn't it? There can be no time. I mean, this man was given a very, very short period of time to establish himself, to establish his leadership, and try and persuade Victorians to vote for him.
He's had very short time, and the calling of the election so early has denied him the opportunity to get some momentum up. He's fought with energy and commitment, and he's respected and supported for that.
This is going to be a very long and a very painful climb back, isn't it?
It is. There's no doubt about that, and the message is clear. We have to be tougher. We have to be smarter. But it's interesting to reflect just a few years back. I've known John for a long time, but I remember, I think it's probably just under 4 years ago that John attended the conference and the union movement stood up and walked out, and Labor was on its druthers. And it can be done. And let me say one thing: we have a very strong party. We have a very strong tradition. We have resources. We have people, and we will be back.
You may have as few as 18 seats out of the 88 seats in the new parliament. Is it possible that you could seriously contemplate winning the next election from there?
Well, the first thing we've got to do is get ourselves together and operate as a team and work out a strategy. And I think tonight and the last election is evidence that anything is possible, and we will be working flat out to do that.
Do you believe that the party that will form in the Parliament behind Robert Doyle will walk through the doors on the first day of the new Parliament very clear in the conviction that Robert Doyle is the man to lead them into the next election?
Robert's got a very large degree of support, and I'm sure that'll be the case.
John Brumby, from Labor's point of view, this is going to be a dramatically different situation to the one you've had in the last 3 years. You governed from a minority with a hostile upper house. You'll govern now with a massive majority and even the possibility of control of the upper house. So there's no excuses, is there? I mean, this is going to be a big test for Labor and its capacity to govern Victoria, isn't it?
We're not going to be looking for excuses. I mean, I think it goes back to the points I made earlier in the evening, Kerry. We had a plan in '99. We were elected. People didn't expect us to be elected, but we've implemented that plan. We announced a plan in this election. It's out there. It's fully costed. It's affordable. It's been enunciated by Steve as leader, and we'll implement it over the next 4 years. So, really, to the extent whether we've got a clear majority in our own right, the upper house, that won't change the nature of the plan. It will make it easier and simpler to implement, but you're not going to see any deviation from the big focus we've had, investing in education, turning around our health system, protecting our environment, governing for all Victorians, growing the whole state. These are the things which will be the hallmark of the second Bracks government.
Kerry, one of the interesting things that's happened in the last 3 years, and I think it's acknowledged that the government has not done as much as the previous government. And in a way, this government arrived in office in 1999 with very little plans, and they spent 3 years...
Well, they weren't really expecting to win.
They weren't expecting to win.
Any more than you were expecting to lose.
We weren't expecting to lose, and I grant you that. They have spent 3 years writing election policies for this election.
But they were also governing from minority.
Indeed, but they've had firm support from the independents, and it's not being tested at all. But expectations of what a state government can and should do have been significantly lowered in these past 3 years. And that is the performance level which has been judged tonight, performance against much lower expectations. Now,
if that's true, that's going to make it even tougher for you, isn't it?
Well, perhaps, but the challenge is in front of Victoria now. Victoria has been, over the life of the previous government, on the ascendancy. And the tests are in front of the new Labor government. The tests are there to keep Victoria at the forefront and to keep the investment flowing in here and to keep confidence of the business community and of the broader community. And it will be a big test. And as you quite rightly say, there are no excuses. We've had a lot of excuses for the last 3 years. It was Jeff Kennett's fault, it was the upper house's fault, it was the federal government's fault. But now it would seem that Labor is going to have a much freer run, and there will be no excuses. And we'll be there at every opportunity holding them to account.
OK, we might continue our seat run now while we wait for Premier Steve Bracks to come and make his victory speech. Can we come back to the seat of Bass, Anthony, the seat that was held by independent Susan Davies, and there's a very serious question mark over whether she'll be able to keep that seat.
Well, once again, we look at these figures, they've been updated a bit further since we last looked. We now have more than 3/4 of the vote. Ken Smith, transferring from South Eastern Province, looks like he will go on to win this seat.
For the Liberal Party.
For the Liberal Party, because John Anderson, the Labor Party candidate, has pulled ahead of Susan Davies. Susan Davies has roughly maintained the same vote from last time, but the current boundaries include an area she didn't contest. She needed to improve her vote to actually hold the seat. She hasn't been able to. She's fallen behind the Labor candidate. I don't think she can get ahead of Labor, in which case it will be a contest between Labor and the Liberal. Most likely the Liberal win, but I think we can be reasonably sure that Susan Davies has probably been defeated.
Well, Anthony, Susan Davies joins us live from Wonthaggi, I believe, tonight. Susan, a difficult night for you. It seems that the Labor and Liberal parties are fighting over the spoils of your seat.
Well, it does look like the Labor vote is too high and I can't win the seat. But there are gains that have been had by the people of Bass, and I'm very proud of what I've been able to achieve for them.
Susan, was it the redistribution, do you think, that cruelled the pitch for you?
Oh, cruel, the pitch is a bit harsh. It made it very difficult. I must say, I walked my boundaries the other day and I saw the creeping suburbs and I thought, I haven't seen any of those people in Pakenham. They're all commuting into Melbourne. My old-fashioned type of country campaign is not going to reach those people, and I've always known it would be really difficult.
Did you start to get a sense that this might happen at some stage during the campaign? Did you feel it slipping away from you?
I probably wrote it off 6 months ago. I have come back considerably since then. I was really happy at how well the people of Pakenham and the surrounding districts received me, but it was always going to be really hard, and I'm very sorry for all those people that have worked so hard to help me get in. I'm sorry that we haven't achieved it, but like I said, we've now got a very marginal seat in the seat of Bass, and I hope the two major parties have a good old-fashioned battle over it next time round, because it'll certainly do people a lot of good.
Could I just ask you, Susan, the independents were flavour of the night this time 3 years ago. A lot has changed since then. I mean, Chris Hazelman didn't get up in Shepparton, and it seems the whole magic surrounding the independent phenomenon has faded a bit. Can you advance any reason why that might be?
I don't believe that the magic's faded. I think that there is a very definite place for independence in the Parliament, and under this Parliament just as much as there was under Jeff Kennett's huge majority. But there is no doubt that the reason I was elected in the first place was because so many people in this area were so disturbed by what Jeff Kennett was doing, And the reason that they voted me back in 96 was, in 99 I should say, was because so many people were very disturbed at what Kennett's Victoria was doing. And this time round they've all gone back to the Labor Party, and unfortunately it's meant that I'm out of a seat.
So does that mean job done and that's it for politics for you, or have you got a weather eye on the future?
Listen, mate, you just never know what's around the corner.
Susan?
I'd have to say I never expected to win in 97, and look what happened, and I'm very proud of all of the achievements that I've had with a lot of help from a lot of communities all over this electorate. I'm very proud of those achievements over 5 3/4 years. I think Victoria is a healthier place for partly because of what I have done over the last 5 3/4 years, and I'm proud of that. And I wish the new government and the new member for Bass all the best in the future.
Susan, thanks very much for joining us today.
9:30.
We're hearing that Steve Bracks may be making an appearance around 9:30. But in the meantime, Anthony Green's just looked back at his overall figures on the upper house and concluded that it looks like Labor might have taken control of the upper house. And Anthony's only wrong 1 in 20.
Just to make it clear, we didn't bring the audience. We didn't orchestrate that. We're just going to have a look at some totem poles first, just to show two things about the swing at this election. First thing is, let's look at that swing by region. 6.9 in the rural areas, 6.8 in the regional cities, 7% in the western suburbs, 9.5% in the eastern suburbs, 9.6% in the southeast suburbs. That's a complete reversal of the Kennett swing in 92. It's a complete reversal with those two eastern suburbs and southeastern ones, and overall 8%. Let's just look at the Green vote as well, which is, we can break that up by region. 5.8 in the rural areas, 8.4 in the regional cities, 10.3 in the western suburbs, 11.4 in the eastern suburbs, 9.7 in the southeast, overall 9.3. And if you just classify the 15 inner city seats, it's about 16.5%. So you can see the Greens have done quite well overall. They've been they're the only significant third party at this election, and the protest vote seems to have gone strongly towards them.
And a lot of that protest vote has come from the Liberals, hasn't it, Ted? We covered the Tasmanian election a little earlier, and it seemed that a number of Liberals were voting Green in that election and saying to the Liberal Party, "You guys are in a mess. Until you sort yourselves out, we're not going to vote for you."
Well, there's clearly a message there, and we'll heed that message. But as I've said too many times tonight, those preferences or those votes that are lost have been directed back to the ALP. Whether that was an express preference or purely a directed preference, we'll have to do some analysis to see, but there's a message there.
OK, we might look at the chamber graphic, Anthony, get some sense of the shape of the parliament.
This is the prediction of what's going on at the moment, and it's showing an overall majority, just goes right on the other side, 62 seats for Labor, majority of 36. By far the best result for Labor ever in Victoria, and almost as good as some of the results that Henry Bolte got in the late 60s. So that's quite a dramatic result there.
We might also, while we're waiting for Steve Bracks, Anthony, we might run through some of these seats that we believe have changed from Liberal to Labor tonight.
And I'll do this changing, and then I'll just warn my operator down here that I'll do the changing for the upper house as well. So we'll run through the whole lot. We're saying Labor's definitely won Geelong, Macedon, Yanyi, Narrabeen, which is the 4 seats, again affected by the redistribution, which 4 hours ago seemed important. Then we've got Bellarine, Narrawarren South, Bentley, Monbulk, pushing right up the Liberal side of the pendulum at this stage. Mordialloc, Frankston, Eltham, Paran, South Barwon, Narrawarren North, Bayswater, Forest Hill. We're already at 6.6% already. Gembrook, Hastings is very close. Ferntree Gully, Kilsyth and Mount Waverley look like they've gone. Bassett looks like a Liberal gain, and Benalla looks like a National Party gain. That's the last one in the lower house. If we look at the upper house, we look like we've got 10 seats falling to Labor at this election so far. Chelsea Province, Waverley, Umemmering, Geelong Province, Monash, remarkably, Templestowe, Higginbotham, Central Highlands, and we've got 2 more to go, Coonung and Sylvan. That's 10 seats. Now, I always like to go and have a look. There's actually some funny things going on with some of the other seats in the upper house where the National Party were contesting the Liberals, but it looks like at this stage Labor may have actually gained 10 seats, which would give them control, with the 6 they already had continuing control of the upper house.
Well, you want to savour that for a moment, John Brumby?
Well, what can I say about that? I mean, again,
Gee shucks.
Gee
shucks.
No.
You could use the word humble again.
Well, we are. Like I said earlier in the night, you see the polls, you think you've performed well, but you can't ever call it till the night. And to get swings like this, particularly, those Kunung province 11.8%, Templestowe 11.2%. These are huge swings. They are momentous swings, and we now have the opportunity to implement the mandate, the policies that we set out in this campaign.
How are you going to thank the Greens, John?
Well, Ted, you're on this all night. What you need to be thinking about is not us. Like, with all respect,
you're looking for an excuse again. You're looking for an excuse first.
We've won the election. You need to be thinking about rebuilding the Liberal Party and standing for something.
How are you going to thank the Greens?
You need to be thinking about.
You're a bit nervous about the upper house now, eh?
I'm not nervous about the upper house, mate.
I think you're a bit nervous about having too much power.
Too much power.
I think this has been one of your problems all along.
Yeah. I've never heard a politician ever complain about having too much power, Ted.
I think John's a bit nervous about it.
Well, they're not used to it in Victoria. Can we continue? We had a talk with Susan Davies about her predicament in the seat of Bass. She would seem has lost that seat, but there were two other independents in loose coalition with her. We might have a look at their seats. The seat of Mildura.
Well, they've both had the advantage of representing much more geographically defined areas, and they weren't relatively untouched by the redistribution. Russell Savage has won his seat easily against National, Liberal, Labor opponents. He's got 52% of the vote in his own right, and after the distribution of preferences, it looks like he will go on to win that very comfortably. He's got a substantial increase in his vote at this election, up by 7.8%. So Russell Savage has been re-elected. He won the seat first in 1996.
What about Craig Ingram in Gippsland East?
In the opposite corner of the state, Gippsland East, we have Craig Ingram up against Darren Chester from the Nationals. Labor's running third, the Liberals fourth, Greens fifth. As long as Labor runs third, Craig Ingram will win that seat. He's got 42% in his own right, so it's a doubling of his vote since the last election. And the Labor vote will get him over the line, and Craig Ingram will be comfortably re-elected, a substantial swing to him.
Now, one of the seats before this election was called, one of the seats that you might have thought Labor was potentially nervous about was Ballarat West, which they held with a margin of only 1.4%, Karen Overington. But the story of Ballarat West is the story of the state for Labor, is it not?
Oh, look, she's won a comfortable re-election. She's got over 50% of the primary vote in her own right. Karen Overington defeating Judy Verlin, the former mayor of Ballarat. When you look at the percentage votes, Labor's got 53, the Liberals 36. And after the distribution of preferences, that'll easily be turned into a swing of 6.8% to the Labor Party.
And Anthony, Karen Overington joins us now live from Bendigo. Karen, congratulations. You there? Sorry, Ballarat West. I got it wrong, didn't I? Apologies, Karen.
Like she's having problems.
I think we're having some sound problems there. Perhaps
we might try and come back to that shortly, Ian. But in the meantime, we might have a look at a few more of the upper house seats. What about Western?
Let's see, the Western by-election, which is actually, see if we can get this up. It's a bit complex to call some of these by-elections up. This was caused by Roger Hallam retiring, and mid-term, which has caused the by-election. Now, this is a National Party held seat. We've got 34% count, and the National Party are running third. So this will be a loss for the National Party. This is conducted on the old electoral boundaries, not the new electoral boundaries, which has been a nightmare for the Electoral Commission. At this stage, Labor's ahead on the primaries, and we've got a preference count between Labor and the National, which it is not a Labor National finish, which shows the Nationals winning. It won't finish that way. The Liberals will, in fact, on these figures, pick that seat up, and that'll be a net gain for the Liberals off the Nationals.
OK, but before you go on, Anthony, we might have another go at talking to Karen Overington. Ian?
Karen Overington, it's the tally room talking to you. Can you hear us now? We can't hear you.
But it's nice that she can hear you, Ian.
We may well give that another try, Kerry.
We're going to keep trying. We don't give up at the ABC. At some point tonight, we're going to break through to Ballarat West. In the meantime, let's keep going, Anthony, with those upper house seats, Northwestern.
This is an interesting contest, and we'll stay on the initial votes here because there's some interesting candidates occurring in this contest. Damien Drum had a rather unsuccessful career as the AFL coach for Fremantle. He's the new National Party candidate in this electorate. Northwest. I'm sorry, I've got a slight communication problems here. Some of these upper house provinces have rather complex codes to call them up because they have the same name as lower house electorates.
How are we going?
Oh, look, I want to see this. It's a good figure, so I'll just wait here for the moment. Here it comes. Got it.
Yes.
No, we can't bring it up. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'll just tell you what's happening.
We can't do that, and we can't cross to Ballarat West. Can we go to Northeastern Province?
We'll go to Northeastern Province then. And Northeastern Province isn't quite as interesting a contest as Northwest. We'll come back to that one later. And my poor operator.
This is the moment where Anthony starts to sweat.
Northwestern, at last. Persistence occasionally works. Damien Drum is the former AFL coach for Fremantle, and he's running second. Peter Kennedy, the Liberal. Importantly there, Laurie Whelan is a former mayor of Ballarat, of Bendigo. Sorry. His preferences will determine the order the candidates finish. If the Liberal gets ahead of Damien Drum, I'd expect the Liberals will go on and win that seat if Northwestern. If Damien Drum can stay ahead in second place, he will get Liberal preferences and win that. At this stage, when we look at the percentage votes, you can see the sort of contest that's going on here.
No.
Sorry, we can't see this at the moment. But anyway, it's a bit hard to determine there. It's a tight contest between the Liberals and the Nationals as to what's going on in that electorate.
All right, at this stage, retire hurt with the rest of the upper house, but we might. Are we going to, Ian? Are we going to have another go?
I think we should. Third time lucky, Kerry. Karen Overington, it's Ian Henderson talking to you from the tally room. Can you hear us now?
Hey, how are you?
Very well. It's great to hear your voice.
They've been a bit noisy here.
They used to call yours a marginal seat. You wouldn't say that anymore, would you?
No, it's no longer a marginal seat. We have claimed Ballarat for Labor.
What do you think tonight's result says about Labor's standing in regional Victoria?
I think it reinforces people's view that Labor has delivered back to the regions, back to rural Victoria. We have delivered on all our promises, and we will continue to build delivering to regional Victoria and rural Victoria, and the people endorse that today.
How important was the Brax factor in your campaign? I mean, it can't have hurt that he was a local boy.
No, it can't hurt that he was a local boy. I think Steve is a wonderful premier, and the fact that he comes from Ballarat is only a bonus.
What issues do you think resonated most with people in your electorate this time around, Karen?
Look, it was back to the basics of education, health and public safety. And, I mean, we've built on that, or we've put back into that over the last 3 years, and we'll continue to build on that in the next term. And I think people recognised that after Kennett, who stripped so many services, the Brax government delivered to regional Victoria, and now we'll continue to build on it.
We'll have a well-earned celebration tonight, and it's good to be hearing you. Thanks for putting up with our problems.
While we're waiting for Premier Steve Brax, we'll continue with our seat run, and there have been so many seats tumbling tonight that clearly we haven't had the time to catch up with them all, but we might. There's a few of those very marginal Labor seats that we'll have a look at. The seat of Cranbourne, which was actually a Liberal-held seat, but by the redistribution had gone marginal into Labor. Well, it's more than marginal now, Anthony.
Well, I mean, we'd sort of been thinking about Cranbourne, Mitcham, those sorts of seats, and we've hardly got to them tonight because the swing's been so big. Cranbourne, marginal Labor. Sitting member Gary Rowe for the Liberal Party, he's lost his seat. Well, he lost his seat in the redistribution. There's a lot of fellow members of the Liberal Party who've lost their seat in the election. Gary Rowe's out. Jude Pereira, he ran at the last election. He ran in Southeastern Province at the previous election. So Jude Pereira, it's a new member for Cranbourne. It's a substantial swing of 10%. A quite excellent result for the Labor Party in Cranbourne there.
Now, if you look at the seat of Mitcham, this was just held by Labor by just a tiny margin, 0.02%, and it had been held safely by Roger Prescott for the Liberals before he retired from Parliament in a fit of pique. What's happening in Mitcham now?
Well, Tony Robinson won this in a dramatic by-election in late '97, one of John Bromby's great moments as Labor leader, if I remember. And but Tony Robinson then hung on narrowly last time. He was hurt by the redistribution. He's got a substantial swing to him this time. He's well ahead of the Liberal there on primary votes, strong Green vote. After the distribution of preferences, a swing of 7.5% to the Labor Party. Labor holds Mitcham, along with a lot of other eastern suburb seats at this election.
Yeah, I mean, and that's quite remarkable, isn't it? You look at that seat swung best part of 25% in 5 years.
Now, the seat of Gembrook, the seat I think that Robert Dean was going to contest.
I'm not sure if Robert Dean would have made much difference if it actually stood here, although perhaps the fact he didn't stand here might have caused some of the problems in the campaign. But Neil Lucas transferred from the upper house. He's ahead there on the primary votes. This is just making me look at these double figures. Yeah, 12% with the Greens means that after the distribution of preferences, and we have preferences in all 23 booths, at the end of the night, it looks like the Labor Party win 52.2% of the vote in Gembrook, a swing of 8.9%. And the Labor Party's Tammy Lobato is the new Member of Parliament. I'm just wondering how many of these new members John actually knows.
OK, we might just stop this for a moment because we've got John Thwaites at Labor Party headquarters. If we can cut to that.
For this result. It's his personal decency and his uncanny understanding of the Victorian community that is so much responsible for this result. Friends, I'd now like to introduce the current and next Premier of Victoria, Steve Bracks.
But we're going to hear from him in a moment. But this has been an amazing victory for Labor, as Anthony Green said a little while ago. Historic, actually, because I don't think a Labor government has ever been returned in such numbers before. So a second term for Steve Bracks' Labor government, and that too is unusual in Victoria. Labor governments don't often win successive elections in this state. No doubt an emotional moment.
Thank you. Could I first of all thank you for your patience here tonight. What a great reception, what a great crowd. Thank you for coming here for this great and historic occasion. I appreciate it very much. Can I also thank the Victorian people for their confidence in this great and magnificent state we have. The confidence they've shown in a vote of confidence for a better health system in the state. The vote of confidence that they've shown in a better education system, the vote of confidence that they've had in a safer and more secure Victoria in the future, and the vote of confidence they've shown in a better, more sustainable environment for Victoria's future as well. Friends, I am humbled by this overwhelming majority that we have in the House of Parliament here in Victoria. It is an historic win. It's an important win. It's one which we will take with great pride forward. It's one which we won't abuse. We will make sure we govern for every street, every suburb, every town, for every country area in Victoria. I want to also thank those Victorians who stuck with us over the last 3 years. Thank you for showing faith in our government here in Victoria. I appreciate it. Could I also thank those who have voted Labor, some of which for the very, very first time. We won't, I give you this pledge, We won't let down your trust. We will govern for you. We'll govern for everyone. Those who voted for Labor and those who didn't vote for Labor will govern for the whole of the state. It's the pledge I give to Victoria. Friends, we have, as you saw in the 25-day campaign that we released, we have exciting plans for Victoria over the next 4 years. Extremely exciting plans. And the work begins on those plans Monday morning to plan for our future over the next 4 years. Our plan for every region and every suburb. Our plan to improve services even further and to do more than we've done even in our first term. Our plan to secure our water supply and to create new national parks here in Victoria whilst we don't let workers down and we assist them in the process of doing it. Our plan also to assist parents in the transition back to work and to support them to come back into the workforce in the future. And also our plans to reform the undemocratic Legislative Council to make the Legislative Council truly democratic and truly representative, and we'll make sure that that important parliamentary reform is in place over the next 4 years. Could I, friends, also say a word of thanks to my opponent, Robert Doyle, to the Leader of the Opposition. He fought a hard campaign on behalf of his party. And the fact that both sides engaged in what democracy should be about, that is in debates, leader to leader, minister to shadow minister, MP to candidate, is a true sign that democracy has returned to Victoria after 3 years. Could I also, whilst this has been a fantastic win, an important win, and gives us the opportunity to govern for the next 4 years, could I also pay tribute to someone who appears likely to lose her seat in the seat of Benalla? That's Denise Allen. She is a great MP. She's been a great candidate for that seat. She is close and she's still not out of the race, but it's unlikely she'll win if she doesn't. Could I say to Denise, you have done well as part of our team. You have done a fantastic job and we understand we will support the Benalla people whether you're there or not, but thank you for what you've done. Could I also pay tribute to the 3 independents who worked with the Labor Party, the Labor government over the last 3 years, Susan Davies, Russell Savage and Craig Ingram. They assisted and supported us in Victoria in providing stable government, and I congratulate them for what they've done in Victoria as well. Could I also thank the many, many party workers, the many, many volunteers. Many of you are here tonight. Many of you are not here but watching this on TV. Could I say to you, you have been absolutely magnificent. Thank you for what you have done in support of our campaign. It's been great. To our campaign director, David Feeney, could I say particularly to David, a great campaign, professionally run, probably the best campaign you have seen in Victoria from the Labor Party ever. A great campaign, a great result, and you look at what we achieved during this campaign, it was fantastic. Well done to David. To Roland Lindell, as ALP Secretary, who filled the bridge in that role.
Yeah, they did.
Congratulations to Jim Clavin, our party president. They've also been a great part of our team and have done so well. To the strong team from my private office, led by Tim Pellis, who has done a great job. Well done to the office. And of course, could I also thank my colleagues, John Thwaites, the Deputy Premier, the Health Minister, my other Cabinet colleagues, the MPs. They have been great support. We have been unique, I think, in all governments around Australia. We've got a very, very cohesive team. We're not just a good bunch of politicians, we're also a good bunch of friends as well, and I thank them for what they've done over the last 3 years. of course, pay tribute to my family, to Terry, who is excellent in her own right. To Nick, Amy and Will, who may get a bit more normality back, although I've never seen that in the past, but we'll do our best. Look, they're a great team and they've been with me, of course, all the way, and I thank them very much for what they've done over the years as well. Could I say to all Victorians, we will continue to listen to your concerns and we will continue to act in the interests of all Victorians. We will govern for every street, every suburb, every country area, every region in Victoria. We are committed to growing the whole state. We are committed to a better education system. We are committed to a better health system. We are committed to a safe and secure Victoria, and we will make sure we have a sustainable environment in the future. That's our pledge to Victorians. I thank you very much for the confidence the Victorians have shown in the Labor government here in Victoria. That confidence will not be betrayed. We will make sure we govern well, effectively, on behalf of all Victorians. Thank you very much.
John Brumby, it's interesting to contemplate that, to go back just 3.5 years ago when you handed the leadership effectively to Steve Bracks at a time when Labor did not think it could win that following election. You tumbled into that one. You've now got this record majority. It's been an amazing road that Labor has followed under Steve Bracks, hasn't it?
It's been extraordinary, but you saw a lot of that come out tonight in that speech. A lot about Steve, about a very gracious speech, sincere, humbled by the victory, but at the same time eager to get on with the job, eager to get on the work and to put in place our plans. And has been an extraordinary road for us over the last 3.5, 4 years. And you think of the gains tonight, the unprecedented victory, the opportunity in the upper house, it gives us huge opportunities here in Victoria. And as I said earlier, we're hungry to get back to work.
Ted Beaulieu, how difficult has it been trying to break through the nice guy of Steve Bracks?
Well,
smiling Premier.
I congratulate Steve Bracks. He's run a good campaign. It's been very tight, and I noted congratulated David Feeney. David got treated another way earlier in the year, but I congratulate the government on their campaign, in particular Steve Bracks. But Steve Bracks has enjoyed a remarkable run. He's had a few hiccups, and I recall vividly the Jim Reeves affair, and I note that there still hasn't been a new Chief Executive Managing Director of the Urban and Regional Land Corporation, Kerry, and I wonder whether Jim Reeves is still in line to take it on after this victory. But it has been difficult to cope with a government which I have said has lowered expectations and which has done very little to disturb a status quo inherited from the previous government, and that makes the role of opposition difficult, and particularly when the contentious issues come up and we get sidelined because we had control of the upper house. Now the test will be for the government, how will they behave? And as you say, I remember walking down Burke Street just 3.5 years ago and seeing my colleague here, John, on my left, having a fairly lonely and quiet dinner on the Burke Street Cafe. And as I say, John and I have known each other for a long time, and I thought at the time, well, you never write anybody off, and the moment you start thinking your opponent's got problems, then you're in trouble. And we're not going away. We're going to be fighting very hard.
I think one of the interesting things to contemplate out of tonight, again, around the states and the territories, you've got a country that's awash with Labor governments, and yet federally, you've got a Liberal Prime Minister who is so dominant. The contrast is just extraordinary. And at the same time, where you've got Labor recording the massive victory it did in Queensland, the turnaround in South Australia, the turnaround in Western Australia, this record result tonight, and yet Labor federally is in such trouble.
Well, that's part of that is sign of the times. I mean, I think we were unlucky at the last federal poll, and You know, the issues that ran there were the issues of refugees and the issue of national security. They tend to favour incumbent governments. I doubt those issues will be around to the same degree at the next federal poll. Simon has been doing all of the right things in terms of reforming the party. That's the first step to get back re-elected. He's done that, and you'll see a very close contest federally. I think the other thing...
Right at this moment, John, there is no sign of that whatever. There is no sign of a contest right now.
Oh, well, I don't accept that. I mean, you would say there was no sign of a contest a year out from the 99 election, and there was a contest and we won it. So I don't think you can read that into it. But we've had trouble engaging federally because they've been issues of national security and refugees. That agenda will change, that landscape will change, and we'll be competitive.
Kerry, one of the truisms is that prosperity is in the hands of the federal government in this country. And we're enjoying good economic times and good economic management from the federal government. And when you then shift into a state arena, lifestyle issues do become more important. The previous government in Victoria had a very big economic challenge. That economic challenge isn't there. For this government, hasn't been for the last 3 years. We've had very strong economic financial management for the federal government, and it does make a difference.
Okay, we might we don't have that long to go before we're going to do the call of the board, but one seat I want to quickly look at now, the seat of Shepparton in rural Victoria, where there was a chance, it seemed, that they might elect an independent, but not so.
Well, it doesn't look so at this stage. Stephen Merrilees, the Liberal candidate, who's a Strathbogie councillor, up against Jeanette Powell, who's the sitting National Party MLC for North Eastern Province. Chris Hazelman's the Mayor of Shepparton, had run a quite high-profile candidate as independent, came close to winning last time. Look at the percentages.
What we do from here.
There's a tight contest here. Chris Hazelman cannot win it because he can't get ahead of the Labor candidate. It's then a tight contest between the Liberals and the Nationals. Now, we're putting some estimates of preferences in. At this stage, we're estimating that the National Party will hold the seat, but it's going to take quite a lot of counting in that electorate to be sure of that result. But it looks like the National Party might have retained Shepparton, even though they've only got 28.9% of the primary vote.
And Anthony, Chris Hazelman joins us now from Shepparton. Chris, difficult night again. It's not as easy this time round for independents as it might have seemed in 1999. What started to go wrong, do you think?
I think it has been a difficult night, and it's personally been disappointing, and disappointing for all of those people who were supportive and looking to make a significant change. But we're experiencing relatively tough times here in the Goulburn Valley, and I suspect that that's had an impact, that people have reverted to their conservative roots. And it's a very different election to what it was in 99.
Do you think that the fact that the independents generally were known, had a track record, were an observable phenomenon, that some of the magic had gone maybe this time?
Oh, I don't think so. I think that the notion of an independent, whilst it was still attractive, but as I said, we had a very different election this time round. We had a Greens candidate. We also had a Liberal candidate who had a significant impact on the overall vote. We've seen my vote significantly decreased, cut in half. We've seen the national vote drop by some 13% and a drop in the overall Labor vote. So, you know, these are very unusual sorts of figures.
Indeed they are. 2 cracks at it now, Chris. Is that enough, or have you the desire to carry on and mount another campaign in years to come?
Oh, it's a little bit early to start making those sorts of judgments. I think all of the candidates would be feeling fairly tired and worn after a very intensive 3-week campaign, a sort of campaign that we haven't experienced here in Shepparton before, and obviously the amount of speculation about the seat before the election contributed to the enormous financial commitment from the Liberals and the Nationals, and certainly a very changed political environment.
Well, thanks very much, Chris, for hanging around on a night when obviously you perhaps want to go and lick the wounds. But thanks for being with us.
Well, that's thank you very much, Ian.
Okay, and with more than 80% of the vote counted now, we might, and we'll be coming to the call of the board where we call every seat very shortly. But we might just pull back wide and take another look at the statewide vote, just see what that tells us.
Well, the statewide vote, the Labor Party's quite consistently, as it has all evening, shown 48.7, the Liberals 33.4, the Nationals 4.4, the Greens an excellent result with 9.3% of the vote. When we look at the change in vote that's occurred, Labor's up 3, Liberals down 8.8, the Nationals down 0.4, and the Greens up 8.2. So, and that's translated into an overall swing of 7.9%, Labor on 58.1% two-party preferred at the end of the night.
58.1% two-party preferred. I think News Poll said 57.5.
Yep, and that's a better result than John Cain Sr. in 1952. So it's the best ever result for the Labor Party in Victoria.
Can we have a look at how the chamber breaks down under the prediction?
Right, at this stage, when we show the prediction, it's showing quite a wash of red across the chamber. That's the end of the Liberals and Nationals and the Independents. There's Labor, 62 seats, 17 Liberals, 7 Nationals, and 2 others. The Nationals, of course, gained a seat, Benalla. So the Nationals have done rather better than some people had expected at this election.
Now, can we do those totem polls that you're so proud of?
The totem poll is the two-party preferred vote. We've got, at this stage, we've got 76.7% of the vote counted. The trend that's occurring at this election, rural 6.8% to Labor, 6.7 in the regional, 6.9 in the western suburbs. The two big figures, 9.5 and 9.7 in the eastern suburbs and the southeastern suburbs, translating statewide into 7.9%. But the Labor Party picked up those votes in the east and the southeast, which they failed to they lost so badly in 1992. So it's a dramatic result, and it's, as we said, the best result Labor's ever had in the state. We also have a look at the Green vote, who's also had quite a victory in this election. 5.7 in the rural areas, 8.3 in the regional areas, western suburbs 10.5, the eastern suburbs 11.5. They've done really well in some safe Liberal seats in the east, 9.5 in the southeast. And overall 9.3%. And in the inner metropolitan seats, those middle 15, just under 16.8% of the vote, which is a quite remarkable result.
What about the changing seats, Anthony?
Well, we've got a vast number of these. Geelong, Macedon, Yanyin, Narracane, which is going up the Liberal pendulum, Bellarine, Narrawarren South, Bentley, Monbulk in the Dandenong Ranges. We've got 8 more on the next page. Mordialloc, Frankston in the southeast, Eltham in the northeast, Paran in the inner city, South Barwon in Geelong, Narrawarren North in the southeast, Bayswater in the eastern suburbs, Forest Hills in the eastern suburbs, First Goal, another sportsman into Parliament with Kirsty Marshall, Gembrook, Ferntree Gully, Kilsyth, Mount Waverley. There's some names there I can see John Brumby's only ever dreamt about. Bass has fallen to the Liberal Party, and Benalla has been regained by the National Party. And so overall, that's all the seats. That's 20 seats gained there, definitely for the Labor Party.
Now, how many doubtful ones have we got?
I think we've got 2 doubtful seats left. We've got Hastings, where Labor is ahead, and Evelyn, where Labor is ahead. I think on the postals and absence, the Liberals might get them back. And the Liberal Party also, in the end, looks like they've hung on to Nepean, where they're ahead by 23 votes at the end of the night.
OK, and before we go to the call of the board, I'd like to thank our panellists for being with us tonight and giving us the excellent coverage that they have. Ted Bale, if you're feeling a moment of depression, just contemplate the fact that you've got 6 times the number of seats in the Parliament as your Liberal confreres in Queensland. I don't know how much that helps, but perhaps a little.
Well, Kerry, the tribe has spoken. We will be around. We will be fighting hard. We will hold the government to account.
Thanks for joining us tonight. And John Brumby, thank you. You've got a lot to contemplate tonight, but I don't think depression's going to be in there anywhere.
No, I don't think it will. This is even sweeter than a Collingwood grand final victory. It's a fantastic result.
And thanks to you too.
Kerry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anthony. Congratulations.
And we might now go to the call of the board. That is where we acknowledge every seat in the state.
Yes, Kerry, and the first cab off the rank tonight is Albert Park, the seat held by Deputy Premier John Thwaites.
Well, he's held his seat very comfortably. Big vote there for the Greens with 16.7%, but John Thwaites has got over half the vote, and he's got a swing of 6% to him after the election.
Altona is an outer western suburban seat, very safe Labor, and still that way, Anthony?
Well, look, Lynn Koski, the Education and Training Minister, she's won very easily. After the distribution of preferences, she's ended up with 75% of the two-party preferred vote. 3 in 4 voters supported her. Jeff Howard in Ballarat East, Parliamentary Secretary. He won this seat in 1999. He's comfortably returned. The Greens had a good result there with Scott Kinnear, who was their Senate candidate at the federal election. And Labor has retained Ballarat East.
And we've already heard about Ballarat West, but for the record?
Now, well, Karen Overington, it took her 3 goes, but we got her there. And well, her second go at Parliament, and she's won the second time again. She's won very comfortably. She's got a margin of something like 8% after this by-election, 7% swing to her.
And in Bass, a name we won't be hearing much more in politics for the moment.
No, Susan Davies has lost this seat. Ken Smith has moved from the upper house, and is the new member for Bass. Switching from the upper house, Susan Davies has been defeated.
Bayswater is, or was, a safe eastern suburban seat, but no more.
Well, it's now a marginal Labor seat. Gordon Ashley has been defeated for the Liberal Party. Peter Lockwood, after several attempts at state and federal parliament, has won Bayswater for the Labor Party, a swing of 8.8% to him.
Bellarine was one of the seats we marked as key at the start of the night. It turned out to be not so much of a contest, a bit like a lot of others.
9% swing. Lisa Neville, she's former NUS president. I think she works in local community centre down there. She's got over half of the primary vote and 57.9 after the distribution of preferences. And in Benalla, Labor's only casualty for the night, Anthony. Well, Denise Allen, having won the by-election, it's proved to be a oncer. There's a slight interest. I think Bill Sykes has won this for the National Party. I'd imagine the Green preferences will help the National Party there. But at this stage, he's only 230 votes ahead of the Liberal. He'd want to... I'd say the National Party have won that, but that's actually a little close. There'll be a bit of counting there done by the Liberal Party to make sure that they can't get ahead of the National Party there. Definite loss by Labor, probable gain by the Nationals. To Benambra. Well, Tony Plowman's been re-elected. He only got a 2.9% swing against him. The first booths we had for the night were from a little tiny town in Benambra, about 20 votes, and he had a 12% swing, and we thought, my goodness me, they can't lose Benambra as well. Well, they've hung on to Benambra. Tony Plowman's returned, and in the end, he's only had a small swing against him. In Bendigo East, it's Labor heartland almost now. Yeah, Jacinta Allen has got a substantial swing in that. I mean, this was a seat everyone was surprised Labor won last time. She's got a 9.6% swing to her. She's got a margin of nearly 13% after preferences. Quite remarkable for Labor in that seat. And Bendigo West, a very similar picture, only safer. Bob Cameron, who's the Minister for Local Government and Work Cover, he's very easily returned. He's got a margin of over 15% now after preferences. A remarkable result there for Bob Cameron. One of our litmus seats at the start of the night, Bentley, turned out to be a bit of a walkover. After hanging on last time, Inga Powlich has been defeated. Rob Hudson, who's a social policy advisor to Minister to the Premier Steve Bracks, he's now the new member for Bentley. Box Hill is probably one of the gains that Labor wouldn't, in its wildest dreams, have expected. No, they didn't quite get there this time. Robert Clark has held on. Big vote there for the Greens, about 15%, but the Mayor of Whitehorse, Robert Chong, wasn't able to get enough of a swing after preferences, and it looks like Robert Clark will have a margin of about 2% after the distribution of preferences. And Brighton, another very safe Liberal seat. Oh, we don't often get to look at Brighton on election night. Here we are. Louise Asher, she's won her seat. She suffered a 7.8% swing. Another Liberal seat with a big Green vote. I think with only 3 candidates there, they've attracted a big protest vote. Louise Asher has been returned, and with a margin of about 7%. And Broadmeadows, a very safe Labor seat. Oh, look, John Brumby, I mean, he's got 3/4 of the vote as primaries. He stayed around just to see that. You wonder what he's done to the other 25% not to vote for him. But he got 81.2%, 81.8% after preferences, so it's a huge majority. Nearly 18,000 primary votes, a great result for John Brumby. He gets the elephant stamp. Brunswick, another very safe Labor seat. Labor will hold this now by the look of it. We've got 15 of the 16 preference count booths. Yes, Labor's got a primary vote of above 50%. They will not lose this on preferences. We've got a preference count with the Liberal Party. It's going to be a Labor Green finish, but Carlo Carli will be re-elected. He will suffer a swing because the Greens finish second. To the eastern suburban seat of Bulleen, a safe Liberal seat. Well, Bulleen up in the Templestowe area, I mean, you're getting seats of swings of 10% there. Nick Kotsiris has been re-elected, suffered a 10% swing, but he's back in Parliament. And Bundoora. Oh, John Cain's old seat. Well, Cheryl Carbutt's got 60% of the primary vote, the Minister for the Environment and Conservation. She's back in Parliament with a margin of something like 17%, a swing of 10% to her. And Jeff Kennett's old seat, talking of former Premiers Burwood. Bob Stensholt continues his career in Parliament. He's got a 46% primary vote. He'll have nearly 55% after the distribution of preferences. Bob Stensholt is the member for Burwood again. And in Carrum, Jenny Lindell. Jenny Lindell had a narrow majority last time. She's got a huge majority this time, something like 12%, a swing of 10% to her. Jenny Lindell's back in Parliament. I can't remember a time in Victorian politics when Caulfield hasn't been Liberal. What's happened tonight? Too close. I think the Liberals will retain this at the end of the night. We've got them on 51.4%. Yes, the Liberals will retain Caulfield. Helen Shardy's been returned as member. There was a big swing earlier on the night when the preference counts came in, 6.8% to her. I think the Green preferences look like they've actually leaked to the a bit of a leakage to the Liberals there. I think there's been a bit of a Liberal protest vote for Greens.
And the southeastern suburban seat of Clayton.
Well, Hong Lim's held this for a number of years, since 1996, up against Andrew Wong for the Liberal Party, but Hong Lim has won that seat easily he's got a margin only 24% after preferences.
In Cranbourne, another of many Labor gains.
Jude Pereira works in the IT industries, born in Sri Lanka, third attempt running for Parliament. Jude Pereira has been elected as the member for Cranbourne.
Dandenong, always a safe Labor seat, and safer tonight, I'd warrant.
John Pandazopoulos has been re-elected, a very comfortable margin now of over 20%. John Pandazopoulos is returned Minister for Employment, Gaming and Tourism, back in Parliament.
And Derrimut, a new name for an old seat?
Yes, he's formerly known as Sunshine. Telmo Langwilla's the member for Sunshine. He's now the member for Derrimut, and he's got a substantial majority, huge majority. He's got 75% of the primary vote there, as you can see. The Citizens Electorate Council got 8.2%, and they normally rarely poll more than 1%, so I think there's quite a bit of protest voting going on at this election as well.
In Doncaster, normally a very safe Liberal seat, how did the swing transfer there?
Victor Purton's got back. He's got a swing of 11% against him. He will win that seat narrowly. That's quite a swing that's occurred there, but Victor Purton should still hold Doncaster, sorry. It's my English accent throwing through.
And out to Eltham, which was Liberal but no more.
Yes, the only Liberal seat on the north side of the Yarra is now fallen to the Labor Party. A swing of 8.2%, so certainly Wayne Phillips has done better than some other members, but basically there's no sitting member factor at this election. The swing was on, and Steve Herbert, a former teacher and now ministerial advisor, is now in the Parliament himself.
Labor was defending a margin of 8% in Essendon.
Well, there was never any doubt in Essendon. Essendon occasionally falls to the Liberal Party when there's a landslide to the Liberals. This wasn't that sort of election, so Judy Madigan's returned with a swing of 8% to her. Judy Madigan back in Parliament, 12% vote there for the Greens.
And Evelyn.
Well, this one's still in doubt at the end of the night. I'd have the rough bet the Liberals will hold it. We're predicting at the end of the night Labor would have 50.1. I think the Postals and absence may get Christine Fife back into Parliament. If she doesn't get there, Heather McTaggart will be only the third Labor member ever for that seat. It's only twice fallen to the Labor Party.
So we'd call that doubtful for tonight?
That one's definitely doubtful. That one's not decided.
Ferntree Gully, a new seat in the eastern suburbs.
Anne Eckstein is a new member for Ferntree Gully. Hurtle Lupton's been defeated after 3 terms in Parliament. Anne Eckstein's. So there's a new seat. It was known as Knox. It's basically the same seat with a new name, and Anne Eckstein is the new member.
And out in Footscray, a very safe Labor in a western suburban seat.
Yeah, well, Bruce Mildenhall has held this seat since 1992. This is not the sort of seat that falls to the Liberal Party, and he certainly hasn't this time. Labor's held this seat. We've got a margin of about 25%.
In Forest Hill, Kirsty Marshall is jumping for joy, Anthony.
She's turning loops, I suspect. She's got 47, well, not in her condition, given she's probably 6 or 7 months pregnant, I suspect, but she's back in Parliament. She's in Parliament. She's got a 5.5% margin, a swing of nearly 12%. Vasan Srinivasan was defeated. John Richardson's a former Liberal member, but Kirsty Marshall is the new member for Forest Hill.
And Frankston?
Alistair Harkness, a political scientist, has won that seat, defeating Andrea McCall. McCall's margin was cut badly by the redistribution, but a further 8.8% swing has put Alistair Harkness, currently an advisor to the Premier. He's now the new member.
And Ian Trezise, against the logic of a redistribution, is held on easily in Geelong.
The name Trezise counts for a lot in Geelong, son of a former footballer down there, Nipper, and a former state member and state sports minister, if I remember. Ian Trezise is back in Geelong.
And Gembrook, a name that'll live long in Victorian political law.
Yes, and there's a new name to notice there, Tammy Lobato. I don't know much about her, but she is the member for Gembrook. It was supposed to have been Robert Dean. Of course, he couldn't stand. Neil Lucas moved from the upper house. He's lost his seat in that transfer, and Tammy Lobato is the new member for Gembrook.
And in Gippsland East, the independent Craig Ingram hanging on.
Craig Ingram's led the vote. He ran third last time. This time he's ahead of the vote. He'll get there on Labor preferences, and Craig Ingram has been re-elected to the Parliament.
In Gippsland South, Peter Ryan, the National Party leader.
We didn't get to see this tonight, but Peter Ryan will hold that seat. The Liberals have got 20%, 21% there. They're not going to get ahead of Labor, which means Peter Ryan will hold that seat. Bit of a swing against him, but Peter Ryan retains his seat.
And Hastings, the new Mornington Peninsula seat.
This one's still in doubt. We don't know the result in this one at the end of the night. Neil Burgess, he's suffered a 7.3% swing. At the end of the night, Labor is just ahead. Whether it's enough to actually hold the seat on postals and absence, Rosie Buchanan could be the new member, but Neil Burgess is ahead. That is a doubtful seat along with Evelyn.
Given the size of the swing, do postals and absence still favour the incumbent?
It's very hard to know. They've actually counted a fair number of the postals tonight for the first time in some seats. It's impossible to know how many they've counted. So, look, given the size of the majority, I think quibbling over the two doubtful seats, I don't think it's going to affect us very much tonight.
On to Hawthorn.
Ted Baillieu was returned. He suffered an 8.8% swing. He's gone to preferences, but Ted Baillieu will be returned at this election. And Ivanhoe, where Craig Landon has been comfortably returned. He's received 53% of the primary vote and will go on to hold that seat with a substantial majority.
And in Keilor, a safe Labor seat in the western suburbs, now even safer. George Seats?
Yes, George Seats has been there for a long time. He's got no difficulty being re-elected.
So to Kew.
Well, from the one end of the spectrum to the other, Andrew McIntosh is the opposition spokesman on industrial relations. Again, another inner-city Liberal electorate with a very big Green vote. Andrew McIntosh will be comfortably returned. It looks like in some of these seats the Green vote hasn't flowed quite as solidly to Labor. I mean, some of these Liberal seats with a big Green vote.
And a bit of a shock in Kilsyth, Lorraine Elliott losing.
Quite a shock. Bad month for Elliott's. Dimpna Beard, who I'm afraid I don't know very much about, but she is the new member for Kilsyth. This is originally known as Murrelbach. The new boundaries redrew it. It's known as Kilsyth. And Lorraine Elliott has been defeated. Dimpna Beard is the member for Kilsyth.
And Corriroit, the police minister's new seat.
Yes, well, the Premier was surprised when asked about Amanda George's chances the other day. Well, Amanda George got 7.8% of the vote. Andre Hairmeyer, having switched from Yan Yean, is comfortably re-elected and he will win the seat.
So to Lara, which is a very safe Labor seat, and I'd warrant a bit safer even tonight.
Yes, it's, on the new boundaries, it replaces the old seat of Geelong North, and Peter Loney has easily been returned in that electorate.
Lowen, the National Party actually did all right tonight. Picked up a seat or two.
Yes, well, there's some talk that they could lose this to the Liberals. Doesn't look like it at the moment. They will win that seat. Whichever of Labor or Liberal finishes second and third, Delahunty will get preferences. Hugh Delahunty's returned as the member for Lowen. His seat's currently called Wimmera. It's had a slight change of name.
And back to the southeast suburbs now of Lyndhurst, yes. Safe Labor seat.
Formerly known as Springvale, it's got a new name as Lyndhurst. Tim Holding comfortably returned with roughly 75% of the vote after preferences. And Macedon, another one of those seats we're all seeing there saying this could be close, redistribution and stuff. Joanne Duncan, 53% of the primary vote, has won easily. Her current seat's known as Gisborne. It's been redrawn. Bernie Finn failed in his attempt to get back to Parliament, and we now have Joanne Duncan as the member for Macedon.
And the opposition leader's seat, Robert Doyle's seat, Malvern.
Robert Doyle has been comfortably re-elected. He's only suffered a 5% swing, which is one of the smaller ones in the state, so Robert Doyle certainly had no difficulty holding his own seat.
And to Melbourne, one of the contests that the Greens hope to do well in tonight, Anthony.
Well, we've got a preference count in this between the Labor Party and the Greens. Bronwyn Pike's under 50%, but after the distribution of preferences with the Greens, it looks like Bronwyn Pike should go on to hold the seat. It doesn't look like all the Liberal preferences have flowed through to the Greens.
So they've seen off the challenge there.
Yes. And Kevin Chamberlain got 6.5% there.
And in Melton?
Don Nardella has come to be returned. This seat now includes Bacchus Marsh, so he's had quite a redistribution. But he's got a swing of 7.9% to him, and he's back in Parliament.
And the other remaining independent in Parliament, Russell Savage, successful in Mildura.
He's successfully in Mildura, no problems, 52% of the primary vote. Russell Savage has been re-elected.
Back to the suburbs now, the northern suburban seat of Mill Park, very safe Labor.
This is where Alex Andrianopoulos is retiring as Speaker, so there's a Speaker's job open for after the election. Lily D'Ambrosio, who I'm sorry if that's incorrect, but she's the new member. She actually works on Andrianopoulos' staff, and she's the new member for Mill Park in the northern suburbs.
Mitcham once was Labor's only eastern suburban seat, but no more.
Yes, well, it was a little island of red there at one stage, not anymore, but Tony Robinson, having held a very marginal seat before the election, is very comfortably returned with a 7.5% swing to him.
Now, Monbulk at the start of the night was what you might call a key ALP target, but it just was swamped in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Labor had no difficulties in the end. They got a 10% swings. James Molino, who's a Yarra Rangers deputy mayor out there, he's the new member for Monbulk. substantial vote there for the Greens in an electorate where they normally do well.
I think the last time that went was 82, so that gives you an indication. Mordialloc, Jeff Lee's seat.
Well, the voters of Mordialloc have decided to go for the Munt. Janice Munt is the new member for Mordialloc. She defeated Jeff Lee, who's after two decades in Parliament. Janice Munt is the new member. She stood in Brighton or Sandringham at the last election. She got to go at a more marginal seat this time, and she's ended up with a 6.7% swing. She holds it by 4% after the election.
In Mornington, a long-serving MP, Robin Cooper, retiring.
He's suffered a substantial swing. Robin Cooper is re-elected. He's got just under 50% of the vote, and after the distribution of preferences, he'll be left with a 2.5% margin.
Well, he's far from retiring, though. I got that one wrong. But the next...
Sitting member factor at this election, the swing was on, and Steve Herbert, a former teacher and now ministerial advisor, is now in the Parliament himself.
Labor was defending a margin of 8% in Essendon.
Well, there was never any doubt in Essendon. Essendon occasionally falls to the Liberal Party when there's a landslide to the Liberals. This wasn't that sort of election, so Judy Madigan's returned with a swing of 8% to her. Judy Madigan back in Parliament, 12% vote there for the Greens.
And Evelyn.
Well, this one's still in doubt at the end of the night. I'd have the rough bet the Liberals will hold it. We're predicting at the end of the night Labor would have 50.1. I think the Postals and absence may get Christine Fyfe back into Parliament. If she doesn't get there, Heather McTaggart will be only the third Labor member ever for that seat. It's only twice fallen to the Labor Party.
So we'd call that doubtful for tonight?
That one's definitely doubtful. That one's not decided.
Ferntree Gully, a new seat in the eastern suburbs.
Anne Eckstein is a new member for Ferntree Gully. Hurtle Lupton's been defeated after 3 terms in Parliament. Anne Eckstein's. This is a new seat. It was known as Knox. It's basically the same seat with a new name, and Anne Eckstein is the new member.
And out in Footscray, a very safe Labor in a western suburban seat.
Yeah, well, Bruce Mildenhall has held this seat since 1992. This is not the sort of seat that falls to the Liberal Party, and it certainly hasn't this time. Labor's held this seat. We've got a margin of about 25%.
In Forest Hill, Kirsty Marshall is jumping for joy, Anthony.
She's turning loops, I suspect. She's got 47, well, not in her condition, given she's probably 6 or 7 months pregnant, I suspect, but she's back in Parliament. She's in Parliament. She's got a 5.5% margin, a swing of nearly 12%. Vasan Srinivasan was defeated. John Richardson's the former Liberal member, but Kirsty Marshall is the new member for Forest Hill.
And Frankston?
Alistair Harkness, a political scientist, has won that seat, defeating Andrea McCall. McCall's margin was cut badly by the redistribution, but a further 8.8% swing has put Alistair Harkness, currently an advisor to the Premier. He's now the new member.
And Ian Trezise, against the logic of a redistribution, is held on easily in Geelong.
The name Trezise counts for a lot in Geelong, son of a former footballer down there, Nipper, and a former state member and state sports minister, if I remember. Ian Trezise is back in Geelong.
And Gembrook, a name that'll live long in Victorian political law.
Yes, and there's a new name to notice there, Tammy Lobato. I don't know much about her, but she is the member for Gembrook. It was supposed to have been Robert Dean. Of course, he couldn't stand. Neil Lucas moved from the upper house. He's lost his seat in that transfer, and Tammy Lobato is the new member for Gembrook.
And in Gippsland East, the independent Craig Ingram hanging on.
Craig Ingram's led the vote. He ran third last time. This time he's ahead of the vote. He'll get there on Labor preferences, and Craig Ingram has been re-elected to the Parliament.
In Gippsland South, Peter Ryan, the National Party leader.
We didn't get to see this tonight, but Peter Ryan will hold that seat. The Liberals have got 20%, 21% there. They're not going to get ahead of Labor, which means Peter Ryan will hold that seat. Bit of a swing against him, but Peter Ryan retains his seat.
And Hastings, the new Mornington Peninsula seat.
This one's still in doubt. We don't know the result in this one at the end of the night. Neil Burgess, he's suffered a 7.3% swing. At the end of the night, Labor is just ahead. But whether it's enough to actually hold the seat on postals and absence, Rosie Buchanan could be the new member, but Neil Burgess is ahead. That is a doubtful seat along with Evelyn.
Given the size of the swing, do postals and absence still favour the incumbent?
It's very hard to know. They've actually counted a fair number of the postals tonight for the first time in some seats. It's impossible to know how many they've counted. So, look, given the size of the majority, I think quibbling over the two doubtful seats, I don't think it's going to affect us very much tonight.
On to Hawthorn.
Ted Baillieu was returned. He suffered an 8.8% swing. He's gone to preferences, but Ted Baillieu will be returned at this election. And Ivanhoe, where Craig Landon has been comfortably returned. He's received 53% of the primary vote and will go on to hold that seat with a substantial majority.
And in Keilor, a safe Labor seat in the western suburbs, now even safer. George Seats?
Yes, George Seats has been there for a long time. He's got no difficulty being re-elected.
So to Kew.
Well, from one end of the spectrum to the other, Andrew McIntosh is the opposition spokesman on industrial relations. Again, another inner-city Liberal electorate with a very big Green vote. Andrew McIntosh will be comfortably returned. It looks like in some of these seats the Green vote hasn't flowed quite as solidly to Labor. I mean, some of these Liberal seats with a big Green vote.
And a bit of a shock in Kilsyth, Lorraine Elliott losing.
Quite a shock. Bad month for Elliott's. Dimpna Beard, who I'm afraid I don't know very much about, but she is the new member for Kilsyth. This is originally known as Murrelbach. The new boundaries redrew it. It's known as Kilsyth. And Lorraine Elliott has been defeated. Dimpna Beard is the member for Kilsyth.
And Corriroit, the Police Minister's new seat.
Yes, well, the Premier was surprised when asked about Amanda George's chances the other day. Well, Amanda George got 7.8% of the vote. Andre Hairmeyer, having switched from Yan Yean, is comfortably re-elected and he will win the seat.
So to Lara, which is a very safe Labor seat, and I'd warrant a bit safer even tonight.
Yes, it's, on the new boundaries, it replaces the old seat of Geelong North, and Peter Loney has easily been returned in that electorate.
Lowen, the National Party actually did all right tonight. Picked up a seat or two.
Yes, well, there's some talk that they could lose this to the Liberals. Doesn't look like it at the moment. They will win that seat. Whichever of Labor or Liberal finishes second and third, Delahunty will get preferences. Hugh Delahunty's returned as the member for Lowen. His seat's currently called Wimmera. It's had a slight change of name.
And back to the southeast suburbs now of Lyndhurst, yes. Safe Labor seat.
Formerly known as Springvale, it's got a new name as Lyndhurst. Tim Holding comfortably returned with roughly 75% of the vote after preferences. And Macedon, another one of those seats we're all seeing there saying this could be close, redistribution and stuff. Joanne Duncan, 53% of the primary vote, has won easily. So her current seat's known as Gisborne. It's been redrawn. Bernie Finn failed in his attempt to get back to Parliament, and we now have Joanne Duncan as the member for Macedon.
And the opposition leader's seat, Robert Doyle's seat, Malvern.
Robert Doyle has been comfortably re-elected. He's only suffered a 5% swing, which is one of the smaller ones in the state, so Robert Doyle certainly had no difficulty holding his own seat.
And to Melbourne, one of the contests that the Greens hope to do well in tonight now.
Well, we've got a preference count in this between the Labor Party and the Greens. Bronwyn Pike's under 50%, but after the distribution of preferences with the Greens, it looks like Bronwyn Pike should go on to hold the seat. It doesn't look like that all the Liberal preferences have flowed through to the Greens.
So they've seen off the challenge there.
Yes. And Kevin Chamberlain got 6.5% there.
And in Melton?
Don Nardella has comfortably returned. This seat now includes Bacchus Marsh, so he's had quite a redistribution. But he's got a swing of 7.9% to him, and he's back in Parliament.
And the other remaining independent in Parliament, Russell Savage, successful in Mildura.
He's successful in Mildura, no problems. 52% of the primary vote. Russell Savage has been re-elected.
Back to the suburbs now, the northern suburban seat of Mill Park, very safe Labor.
This is where Alex Andrianopoulos is retiring as Speaker, so there's a Speaker's job open for after the election. Lily D'Ambrosio, who I think I'm sorry if that's incorrect, but she's the new member. She actually works on Andrianopoulos' staff, and she's the new member for Mill Park in the northern suburbs.
Mitcham once was Labor's only eastern suburban seat, but no more.
Yes, well, it was a little island of red there at one stage, not anymore, but Tony Robinson, having held a very marginal seat before the election, is very comfortably returned with a 7.5% swing to him.
Now, Monbulk at the start of the night was what you might call a key ALP target, but it just was swamped in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Labor had no difficulties in the end. They got a 10% swings. James Molino, who's a Yarra Rangers deputy mayor out there, he's the new member for Monbulk. Substantial vote there for the Greens in an electorate where they normally do well.
I think the last time that went was 82, so that gives you an indication. Mordialloc, Jeff Lee's seat.
Well, the voters of Mordialloc have decided to go for the Munt. Janice Munt is the new member for Mordialloc. She defeated Jeff Lee, who's after two decades in Parliament. Janice Munt is the new member. She stood in Brighton or Sandringham at the last election. She got to go at a more marginal seat this time, and she's ended up with a 6.7% swing. She holds it by 4% after the election.
In Mornington, a long-serving MP, Robin Cooper, retiring.
Well, suffered a substantial swing. Robin Cooper is re-elected. He's got just under 50% of the vote, and after the distribution of preferences, he'll be left with a 2.5% margin.
Well, he's far from retiring, though. I got that one wrong. But the next one more will. I know Keith Hamilton's retiring.
Keith Hamilton has retired, and he said, it's interesting here, Brad Plashinda, who was campaigning against the end of old growth logging, has gained 15% of the vote there, as have the Nationals with 12. So that's a substantial vote there on the logging industry, I suspect. A lot of union connections. And in fact, there's been a swing against Labor after the distribution of preferences. We haven't spotted this all night.
Yeah.
But there's a 6.8% swing against Labor in Morwell. It's one of the only seats in the state where there's been a swing against Labor, and certainly the largest in the state. So it looks like the logging industry's had quite an impact in that electorate. Labor will hold it. Brendan Jenkins is the new member. He's the Latrobe Mayor.
It's a good story for the local newspaper, Anthony.
I think it's a story there, yes.
Mount Waverley in their southeastern suburbs.
Well, Ron Wilson probably thought he was switching to a safer seat when Bennett's Wood was abolished. Not to be. It looks like he's been defeated. Maxine Morand looks like being the new member. On primary votes, Ron Wilson's ahead. There's an 8% vote there for the Greens. We've got a preference count, and at the end of the night, it looks like the Labor Party is getting a 10.8% swing and will win that by about 1.5 to 2%. Maxine Morand is the new member for Mount Waverley.
Mulgrave in the southeastern suburbs was rated a marginal Labor seat at the start of the night.
Well, this is the new seat, new name for the old seat of Dandenong North, which the Finance Minister, whose name momentarily escapes me, has moved to the upper house to contest Waverley. John Lenders, former State Secretary. He's contested the upper house. Daniel Andrews is contesting the lower house. He's won it easily with a margin of something like 15%, swing of 11%. Daniel Andrews is the new member for Mulgrave, the new seat of Mulgrave.
And in Murray Valley, one of the National Party's elder statesmen.
Well, it wouldn't be an election without Murray Valley being won by Ken Jasper. He's been there since 1976. He's won the seat easily. He's got 43.7 because the Liberals have contested. He will hold that easily with something like 15% margin after the election.
We called Narrackan a notional Liberal seat at the start of the night. Anthony, tell us the story.
Well, often notions go out the window, and the notionals have gone out the window tonight. Ian Maxfield comfortably returned as the Labor member for Narrackan. No problems at all for him.
And Narre Warren North was again one we rated a key seat, a marginal Liberal seat that's
went the wrong way with my
gone with the tide.
Marie Luckins was the member for Waverley. She tried to move to the lower house with a relatively safe seat in Narre Warren North. He said there's been a 15% swing in that electorate. This is a rapidly growing electorate. Luke Donnellan, who works for the local federal MP, he's won that easily. He's got 56% of the primary vote and a margin of over 10% after preferences.
And even more so in Narre Warren South.
Yeah, well, there was no sitting member in this election. It was a brand new one. Dale Wilson works for the local state member, John Pandasopoulos, and Dale Wilson is the first member for Narre Warren South for the Labor Party.
Nepean on the Mornington Peninsula, a safe Liberal seat once.
Well, it started earlier in the night. It looked like they might actually lose this seat. We've now got preference counts in for all the booths, and the Labor Party is 23 votes ahead after preferences. But you would expect on postals and absence that Martin Dixon should be able to just get ahead. It's still doubtful, but you would expect that the Liberals will hold Nepean.
Okay. Nedry, not too hard to call it there.
This was a seat that just 3 years ago the Liberal Party decided to have a bit of a tilt at Rob Hulls. He's had no problems this time because he's actually 10% swing and a margin of 17% after preferences. So Rob Hulls, the Attorney General, easily returned in Nedry.
And in Northcote, Mary Delahunty's seat.
She's had a swing against her in the end because the Greens ran second, but she'll still hold that comfortably. She's got 56% of the primary vote. No problems there for Mary Delahunty.
So the Green challenge lapsing a little. In Oakley, Race Matthews' old seat.
Oh, yes, and Anne Barker won this at the last election. She's had a substantial 12% swing to her, 55% of the primary vote. She got a margin of nearly 15%. I bet she never thought she'd have a 15% margin in Oakley.
The margin in Pascoe Vale to Labor was nearly 17% before tonight. What is it now?
The Minister for Consumer Affairs and Ageing, Christine Campbell, she's had some difficulties as a minister when she was in family services, community services, but she's held the seat comfortably with 24% majority.
Polwarth, a very safe Liberal seat since 1949. Ian Smith's old seat too, I believe.
Yeah, Terry Moulder. No problems for Terry Moulder. He's been comfortably re-elected and back in the Parliament for Polwarth.
Paran,
Leonie Burke was in a great deal of trouble. She's continued to be in trouble. She's lost the seat, an 8.7% swing. Labor has won it with a margin of 4%. The only Burke defeated.
A lot of Liberal attention on that seat during the campaign too. And in Preston, Michael Layton's had no trouble hanging on there.
No difficulties. Another 8% swing. He's been in this Parliament a long time and continues to be there.
The inner city seat of Richmond was another one that the Greens fancied they had a chance in, but it didn't quite work out that way.
No, Labor's vote's still 49%. They won't lose that seat. They've had a swing because the Greens ran second, but Richard Wynne is still in Parliament.
Ripon in Western Victoria, Tom Austin's old seat.
Oh, no, here was the seat. You know, it was a shock for Labor to win last time, and we were expecting to watch it a lot tonight, and, you know, the swing was so big we never got round to it. So we're sorry for the residents of Ripon, but there's your result. Joe Helper didn't even go to preferences. It was an easy victory for Joe Helper, back in Parliament with a margin of 6.5% after preferences.
And in Rodney, a very safe National Party seat, Noel Maughan comfortably returned.
Yes, the Liberals have run second there, but the Labor preferences will get Noel Maughan back into Parliament.
In Sandringham, Murray Thompson is running and holding the seat for the Liberals, the son of former Premier Lindsay Thompson.
Yeah, one of the safest seats for the Liberal Party, and he's held it comfortably. Although, again, an 8.5% swing for Murray Thompson there, against Murray Thompson.
Scoresby, Kim Wells is back against the tide?
Well, he's still caught an 11% swing, but this one, I think, was a little bit above where the tide line was. And Kim Wells has been returned back. He's sort of one of the few remaining Liberal members out that far out from the centre of the city.
Seymour was one of the key Labor pickups in '99, and they've consolidated.
8.5% swing to Ben Hardman. Ben Hardman easily returned as a member for Seymour.
In Shepparton, we thought this might be a really interesting contest. It hasn't quite turned out to be as interesting as we thought.
Well, it's still interesting. We think Jeanette Powell's won. There's an outside chance that the Independent could put Labor ahead of the National, in which case the Liberals would win the seat. I think that's less likely. Now we'll look at these figures. I think Jeanette Powell should be able to win the seat. She's marked down there as a sitting member. She's a sitting member for North East Province. She's contesting this seat on the resignation of Don Kilger. And so it looks like that's retained with the National Party.
I'd mark down South Barwon as an ALP long shot, but that's not the way it turned out,
well, is it? You know, Parliament's sometimes a career for former newsreaders like Alistair Patterson. I'm not sure if you've ever thought of it yourself, but
not this one.
He's managed to stay there for 11 years, but for 10 years he's been defeated. The new member is Michael Crutchfield. After one goal last time, he's easily elected this time with a 9% swing.
And South West Coast, Dennis Napthine, how did he fare in the end?
It's a little closer in the end than it looked. It was a 3% swing. Dennis Napthine will be re-elected on the National Party preferences there. Dennis Napthine is back in Parliament.
Swan Hill, Barry Steggall was retiring and
he's been replaced by Peter Walsh for the National Party. So we have Peter Walsh replacing Barry Steggall in Swan Hill.
And the new seat of Tarneet in the western suburbs, a safe Labor seat.
He replaces Werribee, and Mary Gillett has been re-elected as the member there with a very comfortable 17% buffer.
Peter Batchelor's northern suburban seat of Thomastown, very safe Labor.
He's almost done as well as John Brumby's. It's just 81.5% after preferences. So I think between him and John Brumby, they're sort of doing pretty well up there in the northern suburbs.
And Phil Honeywood, who we heard from earlier in the evening from the tally room floor.
Well, he's held his seat. He's got 52.9%, defeating the Labor Party's Jared Panther. And he's back in Parliament, Phil Honeywood.
And Premier Steve Brax's seat of Williamstown. Has he got sort of numbers too?
He's got 65% of the primary. He's got 75% after preferences. He'll be very happy with those figures, I'm sure. And in Yan Yean, where Andre Hairmeyer decided to move to Cororoit, Danielle Green, who used to work on his staff, she's the new member for Yan Yean. She's won very comfortably in the end.
And Uroke used to be Tullamarine.
Yeah, we haven't got round to it tonight. Again, it was one of those seats which didn't count in the end. Liz Beattie, this was a seat which was like 8% margin. She's got 71% of the primary vote and a 13% swing, one of the largest swings of the lot. So she's comfortably been elected. Now,
that takes us out of the lower house, and I think given the state of interest in the upper house, Anthony, we should have a look at those as well.
Yes, we haven't had a chance to have a look at all the upper house seats. I'm just going to try and bring them up myself. Got them. Ballarat Province, John McQuilton won the by-election there last time, and he's been comfortably returned. He's got an 8.6% swing to him. John McQuilton continues as the member for Ballarat.
And in Central Highlands?
This is the first Labor gain for the night. Labor's Robert Mitchell, who I know very little about, is the new member for Central Highlands. Jeff Craig is retiring. Robert Mitchell has won it for the Labor. It's the first Labor gain in the upper house.
To Chelsea in the southern suburbs.
This is Matt Viney. He's the member for Frankston East, but he's moved to the upper house. This is a seat Labor gained at the last election, and they've gained again at this election in the other seat. So that's the second gain at this election in the upper house for Labor, Chelsea Province.
Dutagalla.
Very safe Labor seat of Monica Gould up in the northwest suburbs of Melbourne. She's comfortably re-elected. She's got 72% after preferences.
To East Yarra, which would normally be we'd count as a Liberal seat.
Well, in the end, it looks like it's going to be a narrow Liberal win. David Davies is a continuing member there. He will be re-elected, but only narrowly in the end. So for East Yarra, we're talking about a 9.4% swing. If East Yarra's line ball, you know how difficult an election this has been for the Labor Party, the Liberal Party.
And there was also a by-election there this year.
Yes, well, this was Richard Dallariva. This is actually conducted on the old electoral boundary, slightly different. He has won the seat that was formerly held by Mark Birrell, who retired at this election, and the Liberals will win the by-election, narrowly. Both of the East Yarra seats are very narrowly retained.
Your favourite Memmering province?
Yeah, well, it's always a tough one for us foreigners. Adam Somyurek has won this seat. That's the third Labor gain in the upper house. 10% swing. Adam Somyurek. Neil Lucas was going to contest that. Had to move to the lower house at the last minute for Gembrook. Didn't matter in the end. Adam Somyurek has won the seat.
And Geelong's run up a Labor flag tonight.
John Erin, brother of a former state, another MLC. He's defeated Ian Cover from the Could Have Been Champions. I remember when he was elected last time, I had a long chat with you about the Geelong Football Club. Unfortunately, Ian Cover's been defeated in this election. John Erin is the new Labor member for Geelong, and they all hold all 4 lower house seats there as well.
Gippsland province.
In the end, this is one of the ones that's going to elude Labor. Labor's ahead on the primary votes. The Liberal preferences will elect the National Party, and the National Party's Peter Hall will be returned in Gippsland province. It looks like the Labor Party's record vote last time was above average swing last time. It hasn't been repeated this time.
Higginbotham. Melbourne's east.
Ooh, this one's too close to call at the end of the night. We don't know. I'm having a look at the numbers here. I think we've got roughly a huge two-party preferred count. We've got Labor slightly ahead. It's between Michael Heffernan, who's trying to succeed John Ross, or Noel Pullen for the Labor Party. We don't know the result in Higginbotham, which had previously a margin of 6%, and it's been a 7% swing.
Sounds endangered.
Yes. Jaika. Theo Theophanous, comfortably re-elected in one of Labor's safest upper house provinces with a margin of 25%.
Kunung?
Labor has gained Kunung, by the look of it. They've got Helen Buckingham, she tried for the federal seat of Deakin at the last election and missed out. She's run for Kunung province and has defeated Gerald Ashman, who's held the seat since 1988. Labor gaining Kunung.
Labor would be expecting a comfortable win in Melbourne.
Well, Labor will hold it. The Greens have run second, but Gavin Jennings' vote is above 50%. So Gavin Jennings will hold that seat for Labor. You can see the difference between the Green and the Democrat vote there. You can see who's on the ascendancy and who's currently in the doldrums.
Melbourne North.
Candy Broad has won this very easy. She won the by-election last time. She's been comfortably re-elected. 70% of the primary vote.
And a similar story in Melbourne West, I'd worry.
Yeah, Sang Nguyen's easily re-elected there in Melbourne West.
Monash.
Well, this is quite a turn-up. It looks like John Sheffer will defeat Peter Katzenbarnes. You're seeing the raw votes there. We've got Labor has achieved a swing of 8%, and they'll win it with 52%. Big Green vote is 17% there, more than enough to put John Sheffer into the upper house. And if he wins, that's probably the majority for Labor in the Legislative Council.
And North-Eastern Province, normally a strong National Party seat.
Yes, and it looks like the Liberals will win this, unfortunately, for the National Party, because Wendy Lovell has outpolled Labor and the Nationals, and as long as the Nationals are running third, they can't get Labor preferences, and Wendy Lovell will win the seat for North-Eastern Province. Of course, Jeanette Powell, who's a sitting member, contested Shepparton, which she's probably won. So it looks like they've lost a seat in North-Eastern Province.
Northwestern, a different story.
Well, we tried valiantly to get this earlier, but couldn't get it up. It looks like Damien Drum will probably win that. It's very hard to tell, because Laurie Whelan there, who's an independent former mayor of Bendigo, I don't know where his preferences will go. If they get the Liberal ahead of the National, then Peter Kennedy will win. If Laurie Whelan's preferences spray generally around, then Damien Drum will win and will be in the upper house. There'll be a bit of counting to go in that one before we really determine. On the preference count, Damien Drum has won, but it is going to depend what happens with Laurie Whelan further down the ticket.
Back to the suburbs now with Sylvan.
Carolyn Hirsch was defeated in 1992 at the state election. I think she's run at 2 federal elections in Latrobe since, and has won Sylvan province, which is normally a very safe Liberal province. She's achieved a swing of 8%. It looks like she has won that seat with a margin of up to 2%, and Carolyn Hirsch has defeated Wendy Smith, who's currently the sitting Liberal member. Dramatic win there for the Labor Party.
Another eastern suburban province, Templestowe.
Carlo Folletti is the Deputy Liberal leader in the upper house, and he's been defeated by Lydia Argondizzo. I think that's pronounced. However it's pronounced, we'll all have to learn it soon, because she's the new member for Templestowe, which is pretty dramatic because it covers Doncaster, Doncaster, Bulleen, Eltham, Ivanhoe. That's normally an area which doesn't vote Labor very often. I can't remember if that's Nunawading territory or not, but I don't think there's going to be none in Wadding arguments in this one, because it looks like Labor has won the upper house.
And Waverley would be another Labor success.
John Lenders, the Finance Minister, transfers from the lower house seat of Dandenong North. Denise McGill is the former member for Oakley. She's tried her hand in the upper house. No luck. John Lenders has won. And the sitting member for Waverley Province, Marie Luckins, lost in Narre Warren South. So anyway, John Lenders is successful and now in the upper house.
And 2 contests today for Western Province.
John Vogels is currently a member of Warrnambool. His seat was abolished. He's had to contest the upper house. The Nationals have done poorly, and therefore John Vogels will go on to win that seat. It's a bit closer on preferences. I think there's been a bit of leakage of preferences there, but John Vogels will go on and will win Western Province.
And the by-election?
Well, this is a disaster for the National Party because they've run third. This is Roger Hallam's seat, so this is the second loss for the National Party. I think after 2 losses, they have gained one in the lower house, so they'll retain lower house, they'll maintain party status, but they then have to win North West Province. But certainly they've lost Roger Hallam's seat, and that seat will to David, I think it's David Koff. I'm not sure of the pronunciation. It's Kosh or Koff.
Koff, I think it is.
I think it's Koff. Anyway, he's just happy to be in the Parliament, I suspect, if he can't.
He'll forgive you, Anthony, I'm sure. And our last upper house seat to have a look at tonight, the call of the board, Western Port.
Cameron Boardman saw the writing on the wall. He was a member for Chelsea Province. Of course, that's one of the seats the Liberals have lost. He transferred to Western Port when Ken Smith moved to the lower house. Cameron Boardman has won Western Port, and that's the Liberal Party. That's the last seat, and the Liberal Party have held that.
There were a few who changed seats.
Quite a few.
Kerry.
And that's the call of the board. So, 3 years after he staged the biggest political upset for decades, Steve Bracks has been given a resounding stamp of approval for another term of office, and this time in his own right, no longer reliant on the support of the independents. In fact, he has a massive majority. And what's more, it seems Labor has gained control of the upper house for only the second time in a century, and the last time they only held it for 2 weeks. This time it looks like they'll have it for much longer. The polls had pointed to an ALP victory, but election analysts were acutely aware that the same sort of polls were around in 1999 favouring Jeff Kennett. In addition, Labor's position had been weakened by redistribution. For Robert Doyle, the opposition leader, it was always going to be an uphill battle in the job as Liberal leader for just 3 months, facing a Premier with a buoyant approval rating, trying to distance himself from Jeff Kennett, and all this before the Robert Dean debacle broke around his head. But in the end, no contest. Labor's coup de grace was delivered early and with clinical precision. In addition, predictions of a greening of the Garden State were realised, with the Environmental Party's preferences bolstering the ALP's fortunes and helping punish the Liberals. In an emotional speech conceding defeat, Robert Doyle pledged that starting tonight, he and his party would work towards securing the trust of the people of Victoria. He has the job ahead of him, with just 16 fellow MPs in the new Parliament. Facing him, with at least 60 Labor MPs lined up around him, will be Premier Steve Bracks. An ebullient Mr Bracks pledged that work would begin on Monday. Perhaps significantly, his timescale was the next 4 years. And in addition, with the upper house looking set to come under Labor control, another of his priorities will be its reform. An eventful night for Victorian politics and an interesting time ahead. So from everyone here at the Melbourne Exhibition Centre, Anthony Green, Ian Henderson, Josephine Cafagna, our reporters, producers, camera crews, computer boffins, technical crew, throughout Victoria, this was Victoria Votes. Good night.